go.
Is it on?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
It's not the microphone, it's a croissant. It's not going to work.
Welcome. Welcome everyone. Just gather together. Sorry. Okay, hey guys. Good morning. Here we are, the last day of Grains. How exciting. It's been amazing. Let's finish as strong as we started, yeah? Let's not wither out to like a slow burn. Let's burn stronger at the end than what we did in the beginning. Okay, so today, just a few little things. Thank you so much for everyone who has contributed to the GoFundMe page. It just blows me away. This is like a real random last sort of minute thing, and I think it's already at $4,500. So can we give everyone a round of applause for that? That's amazing. And that's what it's about. It's about like a whole bunch of us carrying a little. So thank you for that. We'd really love it if we could leave today knowing that that's all done, so that we can just really celebrate what we've all encountered today and plan for next year. Okay, shall we wait a few minutes? Oh, yes. No, where is Kim Hole? Is Kim Hole here? We got to get them all up at some stage. How good are these? Has anyone, is that freaking ridiculous? That's naturally leavened. You got like 12-hour ferments and 19-hour these people, they're psychopaths. That's not normal. It tastes better than freaking normal ones. Unbelievable. And Kim, I know Mariasha, one of the girls, she actually had frost blisters on her hands from rolling bubka at 5 in the morning. So there's pain and suffering with what to make us our daily pastry. So we'll make sure we get all the girls up and honour them at some stage today. Any housekeeping, Deb? Oh, right. I'm going to hand over to Deb so I can finish my croissant. Okay.
I would say if you're missing a friend, call them and where are they? Okay, there's just a couple of things today. The most important one, if you weren't here at the last session yesterday, is that we're very mindful that the back of house of Redbeard is now trying to gear up for the weekend. Please don't go in and ask for anything. You know, if you're doing a little play in the play tent, please do not go to the kitchen and ask for anything without finding myself or John's wife Thais, or John himself, okay? Please don't wander into the baking room, and hopefully John will run his hot tours again at lunchtime so you can all get to see the Scotch oven. The next thing is if you've taken any equipment from Redbeard Bakery, please check when you're packing up that you don't have it. Really, we're not close to a catering shop where we can just pop down the road and pick up another rolling pin or another wooden spoon. So all those little things matter. You can leave them at the wash section. If you're playing in the play tent this afternoon, it's been so beautiful to go up there and see the enthusiasm and excitement about getting your hands in the grain and flour. But you really need to clean up after yourself, okay? And I would really love you to bring anything down and you wash it up here, okay? If the water gets cold, there's hot water just around the corner. Please clean. Today is really critical that you clean up after yourself, okay? At the end of the day, because we hate waste here, we all hate waste, so please, could you drop your lanyards on the way out? You know, you take them home, they end up in a box, and then they end up in the bin. We don't want that to happen. They could get used for 4 more conferences. Please pop them on the table on the way out. Feel free to take out your little card, but leave us with the lanyards. That would be very helpful. And then at the end of the day, right at 4:30, if you give us 10 minutes of lifting and lugging, that would be much appreciated. Have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, so what do they say? You save the best for last. Kim, what an amazing, amazing story. A few years ago on that amazing trip, we went to grain gathering, and I remember meeting this beautiful lady here from UK. She had all these dreams and passions in her heart. who was to know? And then I guess we were a bunch of crazy Aussies. She was like a crazy, lady from the UK, match made. We just all sort of connected together in a real pure organic way. And, she went back to Nottingham. Her bakery is just like so crazy. It's like a step down the rabbit hole, this little red door, and there's all this magnificence that happens inside. And lo and behold, it was a year or so later, we saw all the Instagram posts. She won Best Food Producer in the UK from the BBC. So I think that's worth a round of applause as that. A woman of integrity and conviction. Let's prepare to receive from Kim today.
Hello everybody, hopefully this is all working, yeah. Some of you might have heard of the Indian scholar and activist Vandana Shiva. She's an intellect and a force to be reckoned with. I've taken a lot of inspiration from things she said over the years, from her words and from her work. And she believes strongly that people around the world should have sovereignty over their seed and also their land. And she thinks that is essentially the solution to fostering a more equitable food system and helping us to heal the damage we've caused to our planet. It's a logic that so far I haven't found anyone object to. I recently attended a meeting in London. It was a small gathering of fairly work-weary but exceptional activists and campaigners and people who work for a better food system in the UK. We were brought together just to try and galvanise our efforts and spend some time seeing where our paths crossed and seeing if we could create an energy that was more than the sum of our parts. Much to our delight, our host had invited Vandana Shiva to join us for lunch, and she was asked to speak to the work that we were doing and to offer us some advice as to where we should all go from here. Indeed, she had a lot of case study, a lot of science to draw upon, and a lot of practical advice. It's a really interesting talk, and actually, if you want to listen to it, you can check out the Farmerama podcast, and you can hear this interview in full. But I think the thing that will stay with me for a very long time is this quote that I've put up on the slide. She concluded with this, and I think when she did, and you can hear this in the podcast, there was this loud communal exhale of relief, and it's such a wonderful thing to have said to us. The most important thing this earth is asking us to do is to put our hands, our heads, and our hearts together in her service. She was talking about farming, or growing food in the main, but I've also come to understand baking as an agricultural act, just as winemaking or cheesemaking is often perceived. So, along with that, it's my belief that bakers have a vital role in transforming our agricultural systems for the better. Thanks, Jez, for the intro. I'm really humbled to be here with you all and to be given this stage to tell my story. It's a pretty tough place to stand after the last couple of days. I think there's never been a time in my life where I feel like I know so little and have so much left to learn. But as Jez said, back in 2016, I attended the grain gathering. It's been mentioned a few times, and I think that's testament to how powerful our experience it was for all of us. But I was a baker out of place. I think there I kind of stumbled across this gathering of amazing bakers and people who I'd read about in books and heroes of heroes, and it was a pretty intimidating place to arrive as a lone traveller from the UK. I think it's probably fair to say I had major imposter syndrome. I didn't really know why I was there. But I was walking down the street and in this tiny little town just prior to the gathering, feeling very nervous. And I saw Emily and Chez and James walking down the street. And they were so kind, and we just ducked into the pub for a little extra nightcap and had a really great chat. That was the beginning of my grain world opening up and the beginning of my journey. So it's pretty nice to come full circle and be with you guys here now. Grain gathering was certainly an intervention that changed my life. It was such a powerful and positive thing to be with a group of people for the first time who shared my views. I didn't have to explain myself. We were already on the same page. It's a pretty powerful thing when people from very diverse backgrounds but with shared intentions come together to see what they can do when they put their heads together. But I was really impressed with this group of Australian bakers that I met there. They travelled together basically to come and learn, and then they were going to take back what they'd learnt to their communities. I was kind of envious too, because I thought, wouldn't it be amazing if we could have a group like that in the UK? Wouldn't it be amazing if we could all club together and kind of all push in the same direction? The other thing that pretty much stayed with me from that grain gathering was the keynote. Dawn Woodward, a baker from Toronto, some of you may know, she spoke about sustainability that year, and it was sustainability from a very personal perspective as opposed to a technological one. She spoke to us bakers, and she told us to give up our egos and alter our values. No more hairy arm crumb shots on Instagram, she said. There was kind of like a silence in the room when she said that. But I think there was also a few people in the room who were silently cheering, and I was one of those. The thing that stayed with me from her talk was that she told us we needed to be more than bakers. It stayed with me all these years. It's like an algorithmic earworm that's mutated and adapted and just followed me around wherever I've been. And it was one of the most helpful things that anyone could have said to me at that point in my journey. The other wonderful thing, of course, about being a gathering like this is not only do you get the opportunity to learn and you can take on board some very, very complex ideas delivered by people who know what they're talking about. At the same time, it kind of illustrated to me the power that bakers might hold, because when you take on board those ideas, but you're also fed incredibly delicious things, it has a huge power. And I think that's something we all hold in our hands, something we can do. There were products there that I'd never tasted before, baked goods like pies and pastries made with whole grain and using cover crops like buckwheat and corn and things that I was thinking, well, where are these crops in the UK? Why aren't they available to me as ingredients? And it just really opened my mind. So I'm going to attempt to tell you my story. It's not a solution. It's not a summary of this event. That would be impossible. It's just my story. But what I think I've observed, if I can summarise over the last few days, and this is very much to my reassurance, is that through all of the discussions, whether they're sort of micro, macro, scientific, sociological, from a commerce or from a public servant kind of perspective, there are common sentiments expressing themselves really naturally. And when these markers reoccur in a group like this, unprompted, then I think those are the things we should pay attention to. So I started my bakery 5 years ago. Prior to this, I co-owned and run a construction company. It specialised in the interior fit-out of small format supermarkets, and I worked for very big corporate clients. Basically, all I need to say about that is after 15 years of working at the sharp end for these corporate global food retailers, I pretty much knew everything I needed to know about what was wrong with the food system and what I thought a food system simply should not be. I started reading books as well at the time by Michael Pollan, Dan Barber, and essays by Wendell Berry, and that drew me to the US, ultimately leading me to grain gathering. I started reading about the grain kind of movement in the US, and also starting to understand issues around land justice and access to land and sustainable farming systems. My mind was basically awakening to so many issues that would ultimately inform the direction that I took with my bakery. I've always been a cook. I love making things with my hands, and I love feeding people. It's just somehow within me. And even when I was running a construction company with sort of 50 employees and under quite a lot of pressure, I always looked for an excuse to do a little side hustle in a restaurant or at a friend's pub or do a catering for someone's wedding. And you know, it really resonated with me yesterday when Dan and Joe were talking about the obsession and how it grabs you. I think we can all relate to that. So this is just a picture of my bakery. You can see the front door and also the building. And what's notable is that it's not a retail unit. It's not on a high street. This is actually an old school. It's slightly on the edge of town. Nobody walks past, ever. It used to be the kitchen in the primary school, and so we basically took over and inserted a new enterprise into that. I was offered to take over the space in 2014. One of the main benefits for all of these negatives that I've just listed was that it was very cheap, and I really didn't know what I was doing, and I felt very strongly that I was going to do something that kind of went against the status quo, so I thought I might as well start off with something that wasn't the status quo. I kept my costs very, very low, and that gave me permission, without that financial lock-in, to do what I wanted to do rather than be under pressure to do what the market was driving me to do. I'll show you another picture. Perhaps. This is the bakery from the inside, kind of more up to date. This is the front door. It states our mission quite clearly when you enter, and then that's the space. It's a production space where we also retail, and you can see the counter set up for the opening of, the beginning of a day. I should probably set the scene a little bit in terms of where I come from, because we all come from really different food landscapes and environments. It could be slightly different from the UK, where you guys are. But my city, which is Nottingham, despite its 350,000 residents, did not have one single bakery at the time that I opened this 5 years ago. There were no weekly farmers markets in the city either. What we had and have, is a lot of supermarkets. In fact, we've got a rather cynical nickname called, people refer to Nottingham as Shoppingham. And really that's a reference to the over-commercialisation of the city centre. Nottingham was actually, I knew this from my previous career, it was considered a demographic that was a perfect testing ground for major national brands. It's in the centre of the UK. It's not a very wealthy city, but it's considered fairly middling and average. And so the kind of the thinking amongst big businesses, if it works in Nottingham, probably work north and south and east and west and richer and poorer. And unfortunately, that leaves us a recipient of a lot of a kind of graveyard of really random large corporate food chains, and that extends to restaurants as well. I did reference this yesterday, but I just want to also just back that up with some numbers. So from the 180 billion total annual UK retail food sales, and these are from figures from 2016, we purchased approximately 98% of our food from supermarkets. And actually, if you look at the retailers within that system, 70% of that is from only 4 major retailers. I think that's pretty shocking. People think, or people have argued with me that the supermarket system is great because it offers choice. And I think you only need to look at these statistics to be able to question that. But when I was working in construction, this story kind of springs to mind, it's relevant. I remember sitting in a design meeting with a major retail brand where we were discussing the installation of eye-level retina scanners within all the shelving. And this was going to track the movement of every visitor to the supermarket to see what they were looking at and how long each of them paused on each product. That data was analysed by a very complex piece of technology. That went back to the merchandising teams at night, and the products are moved around the supermarket for the next day in order to manage their stock levels, what they need to shift, and the price points at which they need to shift them to meet their business targets. Something worth bearing in mind. If that's not enough of a problem for you, I think the thing we can probably all relate to is, well, what kind of cuisine does a system like this deliver? What does this mean for the UK? What does this mean for my culture? And so here I've got the top 10 grossing products from that supermarket system, and I just want you to reflect on the gastronomy of this and think about choice. So yeah, we've got some vodka. We'll let that one go. We're going to need that if we maintain this kind of system. But there's a lot of, basically everything here is yellow, for a start. We've got a lot of crisps, and we've got yellow or brown. But the thing I was obviously interested in as a baker were the breads in this list, and we have For those of you not familiar with the British brands of ship bread that John referred to the other day, the Chorleywood process, we've got Kingsmill, we've got Warburton's, and we've got Hovis, and those loaves of bread are all identical. So you could pretty much wrap them all together and say they were one product. £135 million was spent on one Kingsmill bread line in 1 year. I'll just leave you with that. So this kind of was where my head was at when I started the bakery. Simply, if you don't like the system, don't depend on it. I saw it as my role to try and find an alternative. You can criticise it all you like, but what's the point? You're just going to wear people out if you don't offer them something else. So I named my bakery Small Food Bakery, and really it was an expression of my politics. It was just the opposite of the big system that I didn't like. I wanted to make things with my hands. I wanted to make food for people. That's what got me out of bed in the morning. But I realised if I was going to do that, I absolutely had to do it without entering into or supporting the commodity food system in any way. And I was going to need to find a way to do that because I couldn't find any examples that had gone before. There's another slightly more positive element to why I named the bakery Small Food. It also represents something quite poetic for me. There's a really visceral meaning behind it. This is probably more important. And I think it's the reference to the delight that you can glean from tasting something really unique and non-homogenized. And I put this picture of a tomato up because it's one of my early food memories, is going into a greenhouse in someone's garden and trying a tomato, and it's amazing and you've never had anything like it. And then further to that, it's taking the next tomato off the vine, might be a little bit closer to the greenhouse edge, or further along, it might be smaller, it might be different shape, but it tastes different to the first one. And that's kind of the point for me as well. It's looking for that kind of delight in flavour and how that really connects you back to having an understanding of the natural world that I think we've really lost through the homogenisation of our food system. So I think we're probably all with me on with the idea that the delicate and kind of delicious uniqueness of that tomato experience does not exist in our big food system. Because production's homogenised, and I also think the retail experience kills off a lot of value from the products. There's a lot of distractions in our retail system. There's a lot of barriers to having any kind of sensory appreciation of the products that are on the shelves, and I think that makes us accept much lower quality food. The big business knows this, of course, and they use it as a tool. For example, they know that we accept lower standards when we're sat in front of the TV eating. We're less able to make good judgments about when we're full in that circumstance that's been studied and proven. Flip this on its head, though. If we can create a really positive retail environment, then perhaps we are able to pull more value out of the ingredients. Perhaps we could help farmers who are doing a better job to really showcase the work that they do and the nuance behind the extra value and the extra effort they put into it. I have another few examples just in case some of you aren't with me. But in the UK, it's widely recognised that tea tastes much better in a china cup. And I've experienced that food tastes much better when you eat with your hands. I also read a scientific study once that said that if everyone around your table was happy and giving off positive sort of facial expressions and emotions, you enjoy your food, or you feel more nourished by eating the food at that meal. So the significance of this for me was, I was wondering, how could I find such delicious ingredients, these ingredients that had some kind of nuance and beauty and could connect me back to a sense of where I am, and I could find flavour again. How could I find that in agriculture? I didn't really know much about farming and I needed to learn quite quickly, but there's a big difference. I realised already there was a big difference between an allotment greenhouse or a fancy kitchen garden serving, a high-end restaurant, and an agricultural system that could literally feed everybody, that could provide bakeries with their staple crops. Also, I thought. I'd been reading about regenerative approaches to agriculture, and I admired the intellect of it, the problem solving, the attention to detail. These people were kind of heroes to me. I think sourdough bakers understand all too well that all of the variables really matter, however small they might appear. And I think to someone who doesn't work with their hands, complex farming practices might be difficult to understand. Biodynamics is an example. I feel like a lot of people think that's quite wacko, but after I'd wrestled with my own sourdough practice for a few years trying to understand what the hell was going on, I was prepared to believe that planting with the lunar cycle or using minute doses of fertilizer across huge areas could actually have an impact. Who was I to know? I think if you fought the fight day in, day out, trying to manage that naturally leavened bread production, and some of you are wood-fired bakers as well, blimey, and I think that's even more so, you realise there's like a universe in each and every loaf, and you're already thinking in a systemic way. You're already thinking in an ecosystemic way, if that's your profession. So I think it's not much of a leap as a baker to empathise with the complexity of farming and understand there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Positive outcomes are dependent on ongoing observation, deep environmental awareness, and commitment to a sense of place. In fact, the homogenisation demanded by the big food system is far from desirable in farming, as I've come to learn, and it's also likely impossible to achieve. I attended a lot of conferences about organic and more progressive systems of agriculture. I was very moved by the discussions that were being had. These farmers were taking huge risks to try and solve our environmental crisis. They're pushing forward, and they did appear like heroes to me. We needed to restore the connections between these farms and bakeries and shops, I thought. Even at some of the most progressive conferences I've attended, there were very few secondary producers and retailers present. They were all agricultural discussions, and they were missing key stakeholders. I was sort of thinking, like, who's there to represent the social ecologies and the urban voice? They were very much missing from the discussion. So I think bakers have a lot to contribute in that regard and should get involved in agricultural decisions. So as I started out my journey for small food, I wondered where were these leading voices in progressive food production and retail in the UK. I wondered if there could be such a thing as a regenerative approach to food production and a regenerative approach to food retail. I wondered what that would look like, what it would taste like, and I also wondered if I could do it. So I've noted over the last few days that a lot of questions have been framed by people looking for solutions from the panellists and from the speakers. And I'm heartened to see how sensitive that everyone is to recognising that what works for one person might not work for another. And looking at things in an ecosystemic way, solutions can only be hypothesised when the exact conditions are understood. I've come to realise that if you want solutions, the most effective way to find them is to put yourself in the company of as many knowledgeable and experienced people as you can. To travel, to host, and to take time. As Steve said at the beginning of this conference, one of the missing ingredients is time. So I set myself a starting point with some clear objectives to remain outside the commodity market when designing my bakery. It forced me initially to get out and meet growers and farmers. I've learned a lot about their farming systems. I've met some amazing people, and I've forged some really special relationships that have given me the energy to do what I do. But one such relationship really is what I want to talk to you about today, and it had such a profound effect on me. I can't really imagine what my bakery would be like now if I'd never met this man. Spending time with him, both on and off his farm, has provided so many experiences that have set mine and my team's intentions going in an exciting direction. And here he is. His name's Martin Wolf. Here he is with his dog standing on his farm. Martin started this farm called Wakelands Agroforestry. A few of you may have heard of it. It's quite a unique place in the UK. Laura and I first travelled to Wakelands Agroforestry to meet Martin for the first time only 3 years ago. He's a very well-known and respected pioneer of agroforestry in the UK. That is the idea of using trees within a farming system in order to boost yield and reduce inputs. I knew of him reputationally, and I had heard on the grapevine that he was also growing cereals within this unique farming system. So we went in search of the most sustainably grown wheat we could find. At the time, although I was using percentage of locally grown and milled wheat, I was really in the main using commodity wheats in my bakery. It was organic flour blended by a large mill, likely a mix of crops from Kazakhstan and Canada, maybe a minority blended in from the UK, but the point was I didn't know. And that for me is the very definition of commodity, when you don't know. Like many startup artisan bakeries, I just copied what everyone else did. I looked for successful kind of mentors, and I looked at the style of their bread, and I looked at where they were buying stuff from, and I just went with that. That seemed like a good place to start. Having then gone to the grain gathering, and with Dawn Woodward's words ringing in my ear that I had to be more than a baker, I realised I needed to do better, and I needed to get out there and learn a bit more and find something else. So we set off to visit Martin with a really simplistic view that wheat grown in narrow alleys between trees was a perfect antidote to the monoculture of broadacre, sort of hedgeless fields. We thought that's got to be an improvement on the status quo. The infrastructure of the farm was pretty dynamic, and I felt like if it so happened that the wheat grown there was good and it was bread making quality and we could get along with it, then that would be a great thing to use. Just so you got a better understanding of the agroforestry system, this is a picture of the farm from the air, and you can see all the broadacre farming around. This is Suffolk. It's very windy. It's quite a horrible landscape, really. You drive by and everything looks exactly the same. You can smell chemicals in the air while you're driving around. It's very exposed. And then you kind of arrive at Wakelands, which is this little tree-lined enclosure with lots of lines of trees in it, and suddenly the wind dies down and everything feels a lot calmer, and you feel different when you stand in it, and you can sort of see how this works without even knowing how it works, if that makes sense. When we arrived at Wakelands, Laura and I got a lot more than we bargained for. I was really nervous about the visit. Martin was a revered academic, and I thought he probably had way more important things to do than educate a couple of quite inexperienced bakers on sort of agroforestry and how cereals were farmed. But when we arrived, Martin was in his kitchen. He made us a cup of tea, introduced himself and sat down, and then much to my surprise, the first thing he said to us was, "I'm so glad you're here. I've been waiting a long time for someone like you to come." We had a really long chat that day. It was a wonderful day, and a big farm walk, and Martin explained to us the complex farm system that he'd created using these rows of trees to form narrow alleys, and they delineated a 7-year organic crop rotation. Each year the previous crop in each alley was used to create the soil conditions required to grow the next one. What he was initiating was a growing system that required no inputs, not even compost. He was also trialling intercropping. Each alley would grow potentially more than one crop at a time. And he explained to us that this reduced the yield of each crop, but overall the yield was much better. One of the most impressive things was that he had lentils being cultivated on the farm, and that was the first, for the UK, that was the first time lentils have been grown in the UK since Roman times. So he was also pushing forward with crops that many people believed it was not possible to grow. So we learned how one crop could be grown alongside another to help it stand up, and that was really an introduction for me about how codependencies in nature work, which had so much resonance in terms of the community that we were trying to build around the bakery. But he was explaining how it could be put to good effect in farming. The trees on the system are harvested too, not just for their fruits, but for timber and also for biofuel. Martin explained how decentralised food and energy production was also needed in order to support more biodiversity and healthier agricultural systems, and that was the first time I'd considered that. There was so much to take in, but really the main takeaway for me was that there was just such a poetry in this kind of small-scale, complex farming system. And no matter that I didn't really understand, I'm sort of really drawn to people who go against the status quo, and I was kind of hanging off his every word. But I was really impressed. There was this new system of agriculture being presented, and for me, the most important thing, there was just beauty everywhere we looked. I've been chatting to Emily the past week as I've had the privilege to spend some time with her. And we've been talking about some of the barriers to change, some of the things that stop people from making progress or from doing things differently. And we've been talking about fear of judgment, and how much of a big deal that is in farming. And I do also think that exists within bakery. I think I've observed that, you know, in bakery, when gathering together to experiment, I think it's pretty brave to get up there and be prepared to fail. I think the farmers feel exactly the same. It's such a personal thing, farming and baking. It forms part of our identity, and it's also publicly on display. So we should be able to relate to each other in that regard. I've just got this little video to show you, and it's basically Martin explaining his system in his own words in a news clip, but I'm not sure whether this is going to be as funny as I found it, but it's a reference to judgment, and I want you to watch out for the newsreader's eye roll as she introduces this new idea of agroforestry in the 1990s. Let me get this working.
Supporters of the idea believe it could help reduce the need for pesticides.
60-year-old Professor Martin Wolf is at the forefront of plant research. All his life he's been studying and developing different ways of controlling crop disease and has come up with agroforestry.
I'm really trying to look at the research that I've done more or less in a laboratory over the years, whether we can really extend this on a field scale and make it work for the farmer.
Professor Wolf believes it's time farmers moved away from the traditional idea of planting one crop in huge fields, which can potentially be wiped out by pests. Instead, he believes 12-metre alleys or strips of different crops, such as wheat or clover, between lines of trees will reduce pests, provide wind protection and make the soil more stable, helping both to grow. But the idea has meant the need for specialised equipment which will not only cultivate but sow seed at the same time without damaging the crops or trees.
It wasn't too difficult, it's just finding the parts. In actual fact, these parts here were scrapped items that we then, you know, put them together.
Professor Wolf believes his gut feeling, based on years of research, is the way forward, not only for the environment, but to provide economical crops. Debbie Tubby, Look East, Suffolk.
I like that statement, Professor Wolf, based on his instincts. And I think that's really pertinent. I think there's a lot to be said for instincts. But Martin was a professor in plant pathogens, and he had a particular interest in organic cereals. This is all what we learnt when we arrived at the farm. We had no idea. He worked at the British Plant Breeding Institute for many years, and this respected academic position gave a lot of weight to his ideas. Though often he would respond quite intuitively, and I see that parallel in bakery as well. He was old enough to have worked through the rise of the agrochem industry, and he'd come to rail against it through his work. I've got some pictures here of Martin in his early career, and I have to say they probably bear no relevance to the thread of this story, but I think they're brilliant, and I just want to show them to you. This is Martin at the Plant Breeding Institute, and I don't know, there's just some kind of charm, this English kind of eccentricity. And I think the sort of, you know, the age of these images, I just want to probably illustrate the weight of what we were feeling, Laura and I, when we arrived at the Skies farm. Martin started Wakelands in his retirement, so there's this whole scientific career behind him. I think, yeah, it's just about the long view and the kind of weight of his experience. But yeah, this is also very charming. This is young Martin in the early days of his career, breeding plants, and there's many photos of Martin staring at plants. And I love this other picture, and I have no idea what it is. I showed it to Steve, and he said, "That's great, but I've never seen one of those before." But really, like, one of the most privileged things was that over time, Martin came to see himself as part of Team Small Food, and we started to see ourselves as part of his team, and I'll explain shortly. But I think the important thing to note is that we really need everyone in this discussion. It's a diversity of people with different backgrounds and ideas, and having academics and scientists involved in our food, in kind of the sharp end of food production is really, really important. This is a slide hand-drawn by Martin's wife Anne, and he used to travel a lot, even in his younger years, and this is just sort of amazing illustration of how presentations used to be, and I'll explain the slide. Basically, Martin spent years working on research into the behaviour of pathogens in cereal crops, and he'd proven that one of the ways which we could reduce the burden of pathogens in cereal crops was to make plant variety mixtures. So this slide basically illustrates one of his experiments. And what I mean by variety mixtures is that rather than planting one variety of wheat, he would mix up maybe 4 and grow them all together in the field. And what they found through years and years of research is that actually, without any inputs at all, no sprays, no fungicides, no herbicides, no nitrogen fertilizers, he actually found that the mixtures performed better in terms of yield than the single variety of plant. So essentially, by diversifying the crop in the field, the overall gain was better than having a monocrop. The project that we came to be involved in was a much later manifestation of this work, and something Martin worked on in his retirement. I'll explain this crazy looking slide in a minute. But basically, moving on from his work with mixtures, he'd been working to develop what's known as a cross-composite population of wheat. It's based on an evolutionary approach. It came out of this notion of if you plant more diversity in a field, your yield could possibly be higher and you might gain more resilience. And so what he decided to do was to take 20 different wheat varieties and crossbreed them every which way, which is what that crazy diagram represents. He then mixed he came up with 200 new plant varieties, which he mixed together, and then he grew them out in the fields without any further selection, so adopting an evolutionary approach to plant breeding. Over time in the field trials, they would have outcrossed, and essentially what he was trying to do was let nature curate the resulting population. This will eventually become a modern landrace. I was really fascinated by this. I didn't expect to come across this when we went to meet Martin. I was really interested in the mathematics of it, and just this idea of populations and resilience and how that kind of relate to a community of people, or the work that we were doing in the bakery. Martin explained to us that you would probably need to grow 2 acres of this crop before you came across 2 plants that were genetically identical, and that was also fascinating. Martin subscribed to Darwin's theories of evolution. Within that diversity was resilience, and to design everything to be more complex and celebrate diversity was a good strategy for survival. These were the tools he felt that we needed to be able to push back against the power of the agrochemical industry and rail against the destruction of our food culture. So that first visit to see Martin initiated a bit of a butterfly effect back in Nottingham. It changed our thinking about food systems. We could relate to a lot of the theories he's explaining to us about diversity in the farm system, diversity in this crop, and beauty, back to what we were doing in the bakery. And the picture on the right-hand side just shows you the resulting crop from that cross-composite population, just a few heads that I picked out of the field, just to show you that they're all very different. Very, very much the opposite to the status quo. I felt like the whole story, the population, the diversity, the complexity in the farm system had this kind of logic to it that through his patient explaining we'd come to understand, and there was a sort of, as well as the science of it, there's kind of a poetry to it. We got this opportunity to see and touch and taste things, and really experience an example of diversity in agriculture. On our first journey there, of course, we noticed that contrast with the broadacre fields and how not beautiful they were. And I started to think on a very personal level about my appetite and the way I saw things and what made me hungry and what didn't. The reason that Martin said when we first arrived, "I've been waiting for someone like you to come," was that despite introducing a lot of bakers to the idea of population wheat, he hadn't found anyone that was prepared to take it up and start using it in their bakeries. And here I was able to offer a bit of insight back to Martin at that time. I explained to him that a whole grain, stone ground, which is what he was producing on the farm, essentially low protein wheat flour wasn't top of the shopping list for most artisan bakers. I showed him Instagram and introduced him to the idea of a crumb shot. And then I explained the kind of complex network of influences that we, as a relatively new artisan baking market, were experiencing. I'd spent a lot of time in my early days of baking as well, glued to Instagram and watching YouTube videos of Chad Robertson shaping loaves on repeat. And I really wanted to achieve that. I'd kept doing it until I made the holiest, most perfectly bloomed and beautifully darkly burnished white wheat sourdough, and I was very invested in that style as well. So I was being subjective when I explained this to Martin. You know, like many people, I built a bakery on it. That was what the queues were for, and that was where my income came from. But I was so impressed by the beauty of this farm. I said to Martin, I'll bake with your wheat. I warned him that I wasn't particularly experienced and that he might want to find someone else, but I said I'll do my best to prove that it can be done. But the lovely thing was that from that day, from that meeting, Martin and I were kind of locked into a position of creative codependence. I needed people to respond and understand the values of his evolutionary wheat breeding theories because I believed in them. I loved that idea. I thought it was wonderful and poetic. It seemed to be a good direction forward for me. I wanted to normalise the kind of bread that fitted my stated aims at small food, and this seemed like the way to go. Martin, on the other hand, needed me to prove that wheat could be utilised in a bakery, and that was what was going to validate it as a crop, as a food crop for humans. So it was the beginning of a friendship. We worked together to great effect in the years that followed. We shared a belief that the systemic approach to changing food and agriculture was critical, and we managed to have many amazing conversations, exploring ways in which his philosophies converged with those unfolding in the bakery. He was very patient and gentle and supportive, and he basically set us up, I think, as a bakery and set us in the direction we went in. There's a long story between then and now of how we demonstrated that this population wheat, which we call the YQ Wakelands population, could be used to great effect in the bakery. I took the decision to keep using this wheat as 100% whole grain. After learning about all of the marginal gains that were needed to be made in agriculture in order to make sustainable systems and all the complexities of farming right back to breeding seed, I just felt like I had no appetite for sifting this flour. I felt like who was I to waste any of it? I saw it as my duty to add value, not take it away. I have to probably say that my breads were pretty dodgy the first few I baked, but I followed my instincts and I practiced every day, and I pretty much ignored all of the kind of status quo information that was out there on how I should go about it. I just tested all of the parameters one by one, changing one thing each day until I came up with a bread that I liked and a technique that worked. I think if I'd followed the kind of conventional wisdom or the science or baking advice used with conventional bread wheats, I never would have got anywhere. But making this bread has taught me a really important lesson, which is that the most important kind of data or the most important kind of wisdom is sensory, and that sometimes you've just got to block out the noise and go on your own journey. I was aware that I was working with something very active, probably a low Hagberg. It was very fragile. The protein content of this wheat was 8.9%. If we considered these standardised industry metrics to be important, this wheat crop would have never made it into milling, and it would have been discarded into animal feed, which is a whole other story about our food system that we don't have time to go into. But I developed some techniques. I built the starter in a particular way. I worked at much cooler temperatures. I shaped the loaves differently. And after a lot of practice, I managed to get an attractive loaf with a soft crumb, and it had a really good flavour. It definitely wasn't going to win any likes awards on Instagram, but I was pretty happy with it and actually really happy for that to be my food. The next step was to build up sales, which we did slowly, but this loaf now represents 1/3 of our overall inputs in the bakery, so we're using a reasonable amount of the flour. At the time, interestingly, this YQ, Wakeham's population seed, was illegal to trade in the UK due to its very nature. Its lack of genetic uniformity meant that it sat entirely out of the legal trading system. It doesn't fit with our trading guidelines in the UK. And I've been really fascinated to learn about this and to follow the influence of this research that Martin has been doing, which has put pressure on governments to reconsider these laws and perhaps to consider allowing some diversity back into our agricultural system. Martin really needed us to demonstrate that populations could not only be useful but celebrated in the feed system, and I'm really proud that our work has contributed to the body of evidence put forward to the European Parliament during a campaign to allow heterogeneous, which is seed with multi-genetics, into our agricultural system. As academics can sort of value our instincts as bakers, or scientists can validate our instincts as bakers, I think it's also important to understand that it works the other way around too, and that we have a role as bakers to play in validating all of this research and bringing it into the real world. This is just, in case you're not with me on the population, this is Martin's way of explaining it. He had a brilliant way of explaining very complex ideas very simply, and I nicked these slides off one of his presentations. But basically, he's saying it's not a variety, so there's your identical plants in a monocrop. It's not a mixture, which is what he spent most of his scientific career working on, and proving that yields could be increased. So there's 2 different varieties of wheat delineated in that diagram. And this is for you, chairs. What a population actually is an extended family. And he just tried to explain to people that complexity within those crops was really critical to resilience and to strength. And I think that's a nice analogy. So back to the bakery, where I was at was how could I build a kitchen space, a production space, and a retail space that somehow echoed these values and these lessons that we'd learnt on the farm. How, again, do we look at being regenerative in our approach to food production and retail? So I'll just talk you through a few of these slides. This was part of the journey for us, was learning to bake this bread. On the left, you've got us sitting down with a sensory scientist from Nottingham University. I had the confidence to call some more academics and scientists in to help us with this. And she led us through sensory analysis, which gave our team confidence to sell this loaf of bread based on its flavour and based on how we felt about it. There's a little picture of Martin at Wakelands explaining some of the concepts behind the population to our team and other bakers in the field. This is just a picture of the resulting grain lab that we started. I was so enamoured by this idea, and I realised that, yes, we'd managed to create a loaf of bread using this wheat, but we're tiny. We're the smallest bakery ever, and there's no way that we were going to kind of regenerate a wheat economy without bringing other people into the story. So UK Grain Lab actually began in 2017 because I had a desire simply to get other people to come and listen to Martin speak about the wheat, and for us to prove that it was possible, and we did this in a live demo, to bake a Banneton loaf that had a reasonable volume and bloom with an 8.9% protein wheat that was whole grain. It worked really well. We invited about 50 people. They came, I think it opened a few people's eyes, and then that led on to the conference that happened the next year, which was much bigger. In terms of our own journey in small food, I just want to talk a little bit about how that understanding of the farm system resonated with us, and how it kind of fed into the way that we created the bakery, which operates very differently. So this is kind of my manifestation of how I think regenerative food production and retail should exist. Our bakery's been described as a Sitopia, and I recently learnt what that means. I'm just going to flip forward. Carolyn Steele, who's an architect and a food historian, she writes about cities and how they were formed, and I love this, that she, taken from her book Hungry City, she's invented this word called a Sitopia, and she says it means food place. So taking utopia, good place or no place, and then recreating Sitopia from sitos, which is Greek for food or grain, and topos, which means place. That really resonated with me, and I feel that way about our bakery. It's open plan. Our production and retail are in the same space, so our visitors can see everything. They can see our kitchen, Customers comment that it's a very special place and they don't quite understand why, but they like being there. Something that's significant as well to mention, and I borrow this from something that Ian said yesterday, our kitchen's a bit ghetto. We joked about Jamesy being a cheapskate with his equipment, but seriously, a lot of our equipment came out of a skip from my construction days. Here's a picture of some of the produce. We make a really diverse range of products in the bakery. So this is again about, adopting the principles from the agroforestry, where we're not just doing a monocrop, we're doing all kinds of things and seeing where productivity can be increased or where learning can be gained, where those things cross over. So we make a really diverse range of bread, pastry, pizzas, pies, preserves, jams, pickles. The list goes on. We're not a cafe, but we do serve hot drinks and we allow people to take some time to sit in the space. We've got a couple of tables for people to rest. We also have a library of books on food, politics, art, and some colouring pencils. Because I think it's really important to allow people time and space to exist within our kitchen in a non-commercial and non-transactional way. We sell all of the ingredients we use, so you can see that we've got a little grocery section, so we make those accessible. They're carefully sourced, but we make them accessible to everybody who comes. We don't waste anything because we have so much respect for where our ingredients come from. We use the whole plant, its leaves, stalks, shoots, roots. And also our packaging stays in circulation. We found ways, because we're a small community, to keep everything rolling round. We're also 100% sourdough bakery, which I haven't mentioned yet, and our donuts and croissants and everything are naturally leavened, and I think this has come to represent for me a pledge to accepting the variance that comes with managing a very complex system and not taking shortcuts. We're a full-serve shop. We try to be really kind in our service and take time to talk to people and to know them. We don't wholesale or discount. We try not to manipulate people into buying things. We obviously don't have any retina scanners in our ghetto kitchen. We're not on a high street. We don't overbrand. We don't really have any signage. This is a really community effort. There's some more produce for you. We also use our space to teach. We've turned it into a cinema from time to time. We do workshops. This gives me a brilliant opportunity to talk to people about the farm systems behind our work and explain to them the significance of all the things we've learned. And these tools have also helped us to explain why they should perhaps be buying our whole grain YQ bread instead of the whiter one that we make. Here's a picture of our team. Carolyn says they are the Citopians. They are a team of 6 and they rotate through every role. They mix, they bake, they retail, they clean. Some of them do some of the admin and prep for the business as well, and I think that kind of diversity of role creates meaningful work, stops repetition, and it stops boredom. They also get time to undertake farm visits and do some advocacy work and teaching, which I think is really important in terms of understanding your role as a baker within a community and feeling like you're making a contribution to a wider cause. Each one of the team has opportunity to lead in different areas at different times as well, so we managed to maintain a fairly non-hierarchical approach to the way that the bakery operates. There's another picture of us just getting out on the farms, just to show you the sorts of things that we make time to do. That picture on the left is us in a field of YQ population with another farmer who grows it, and on the right is Anya giving out tasters of biscuits that we've made with trial crops in an organic conference. So again, just another example of how bakers can get involved in the agricultural system and take part in that feedback loop that's necessary to help farmers and scientists and academics decide where to go from here. Let's come on to that. So we're very small. The scale of our bakery is quite important to maintaining all of these things sustainably. So we remain limited by the number of meaningful relationships that we're able to have. We're only open 3 days a week, which is also significant. So it allows us 2 days to fully prepare. There's a lot more work involved in scratch-made food, where you take all of your ingredients direct off farms. Procurement takes a lot more time. The logistics involved in that time needs to be allowed for that. But we think it's important, and I think it's just sort of important to mention that it's okay not to be open all the time. Yesterday we were having a discussion about burnout. and people were asking questions about, well, how do I manage all of these different facets? And I think if you want to run a business in a way that's really close to your heart and your intentions, you have to make time for that, and it's okay not to be available all the time, not to be open all the time. I think, you know, just as we like to create the space within our kitchen for our customers to have non-transactional and non-commercial relationships with us, we have to look back the other way as well and take time to have those non-transactional and non-commercial relationships with the people in our community and our network and the farmers that we buy our crops for. I don't think these kinds of models can be scaled, really. I think there's a point where it gets too big to manage. As I said, we are limited by the amount of relationships that we can manage. So in our system, I find it quite fascinating that we've reached this point of being a team of 6. We output baked goods for around 600 people per week. And so remember that's a baker, a cook and a retailer on each day. And we have these diverse roles. So this has been given me a really interesting perspective on meaningful work and scale. All of these things, obviously, that the way that the bakery is designed and all of these things that we do, I think appear to the customer as casual happenstance. They perhaps don't really know why we're doing it. And I want to make the point, I think, that a lot of people turn to the consumer to drive change in our food system, in our agricultural systems. And actually what we should be doing is focusing on the people that work within the system first. My customers don't want a lecture on cross-composite populations. They don't want to know about all the detail, but they do want to be able to trust us. So it's for us just to create those simple mechanisms whereby they feel relaxed and comfortable and that they have an appetite for the products that we make. I think the conclusion for me is probably that and really my takeaway from having lots of strong connections with farms is that every detail matters, and eventually everything connects, and that transforms the way that you think about creating a retail space for a regenerative system. That's just some more products. Here's a picture of Laura shaping the YQ loaf that we designed at UK Grain Lab, and on the right is our version of an approachable loaf. So we actually ended up making a tin loaf because that's what people wanted, and we've had this conversation several times in several sessions. We put a butterfly on it for all sorts of silly poetic reasons, but it also attracts people's attention to the loaf on the counter and maybe away from the slightly more dramatic looking whiter blooms. Bear with me. So when I started Grain Lab in 2017, it was a continuation of my journey with the Wakelands population, and it was largely out of respect for Martin's work. As I said, I realised that by being a tiny bakery, we weren't going to have much impact just on our own, so we needed to galvanise a group of people around that movement, and it really made a big difference. And I probably would advocate these meetings are brilliant, but I think we need more of them, and they need to go out into the regions, because we needed these close connections with people to set up infrastructure and to be able to convince farmers to grow these crops for us, and also convince millers to take them in. I think through the newly established Grain Lab network that we've set up in the UK, a much smaller island than you guys are, loads of people have been inspired by our story of how we've worked with Martin and worked with the YQ. And now there are many more bakeries working with it. I'm also observing a great momentum within the community to move away from commodity cereals. And I think sometimes all it takes is just for one person to prove that it's okay, or to do it, and to face the judgment of doing that. And then other people can see that it's possible and they'll follow. And the more of us that do it, the easier it is to do, because the networks form and the infrastructure builds. There's people now all over the UK working with land races and more unusual wheats confidently, and bringing them into their bakeries and making them part of their identity, which I think is really exciting. And basically, when you create these kind of spaces and you let people come in, I think that's when you find your people, and things become a lot more meaningful. It's really a special privilege. This loaf here was our kind of final attempt at the Banneton loaf with the YQ population, so with a very low protein, and we were pretty proud of it. This particular loaf was actually baked earlier this year for Martin's funeral, and I was really floored when Martin died. we lost a big part of our team, and I think I was and kind of am slightly heartbroken. When we make these loaves of bread for Martin's funeral, and we gave them out to people who came, and people came far and wide, and it was such a privilege to be able to share them with some of the researchers he'd worked with throughout his career, some of the farmers who'd worked with him, and it was really just an amazing sort of rounding off of how powerful this loaf of bread could be, really, and people were very emotional to receive it. It was amazing to meet these people. Some of them we'd heard a lot about, but we hadn't actually met before. And it was amazing to join his family and friends and colleagues in celebrating his life. What a privilege to feel like we'd played a tiny little part of it at the end. The significant thing for me was that this loaf is sort of perfect. It was made with the seeds bred by Martin. It was a crop grown by our farmer John. It was milled by Paul, our local windmiller. It was mixed by Matteo, one of our bakers. It was baked by me. Laura, Anya and David and Sarah played a huge part in advocating for this loaf, in the development of it, and all of the work that led up to us being able to achieve this. So it was a real team effort. But basically the loaf was even named by one of our customers, Stuart. He decided to call it the Waikyu. But involved in this loaf, there were no corporations, there was no intellectual property, there were no patents, no herbicides, no pesticides, and no nitrogen fertilizer used. There was no surplus, there was no waste, no hidden costs, no hidden agendas, no boom, no bust, no plastic. It's a small, it's sort of, for me, it represents a small scale and decentralized, local, personal, empowered food system, and it was exactly what I wanted to achieve when I first set out with Small Food Bakery. It was just such a happy and nourishing experience. I don't have any regrets, obviously, about abandoning my more fashionable product range to some extent, reducing the length of the queue in the bakery, because that is what happens. To settle on making these loaves rather than lots of very fancy white ones. I'm more proud of this bread than I ever could have possibly imagined, and it's brought more value into my bakery and I think into our lives as bakers in ways that are so complex and rewarding, much more rewarding than any money. I think I've been wondering the last few months why, since Martin died, I've felt quite a deep sense of grief. I kind of wondered why I felt the loss so deeply. Obviously, it's sad when someone dies, and I hadn't known Martin very long, and the depth of my sadness took me by surprise. But I think the significant thing is that the journey that Martin and I embarked on together to try and prove that this impossible loaf was possible on so many different levels was really what taught me to be more than a baker. Martin gave us our wheat, and then together we just had this amazing lesson in the revolutionary power that we hold just simply contained within a loaf of bread. I think what we gained from Martin directly and indirectly was so huge. I can't really imagine Small Food today if we'd never met him. It's given me a real understanding of the sacred connection between people and bread, between people and the land, and between people and their seed. And between me and that seed, I think, more significantly. Where we're at very much is that we believe that the important conversation is where the power is, and decentralising and diversifying and all those things we talked about at Wakelands that day are really the crux of the matter. They're the things we should be focusing on, and we should be asking ourselves every day, is what we're doing a step in that direction to decentralise, to diversify, and to put the power in the hands of more people instead of less. This is a banner that we made to march at Terra Madre, our team, and it hangs in the bakery as a reminder of what we set out to achieve. I think the significance is that we've proven that we don't really need the commodity market. We're kind of an oddball business, and we've got some oddball economics, but it does work. We've kind of proven that we, the bakers, the farmers, the millers, and our customers to some extent aren't commodities. And we can only achieve that really by putting the power in the hands of many more people. There aren't any simple solutions, so challenges ahead. But if there's one thing that I'd really love all of you to take away from these few days, it's just to feel in your heart that we are the food system and we're the thing that's important. We don't really need permission. We just need to start doing things differently and act against the status quo. It's been a very personal journey, and I just want to finish off with a quote that seems to round it all off for me, which is, "As we make bread, we make ourselves."
Oh, we're just gonna Q&A for you. Is that okay? No, we will, but just right on the momentum of what you just shared. Okay, just anyone have some burning questions for Kimmy?
Yeah, it's on my Instagram.
Fantastic. Anyone else? Yeah.
With being such a unique business in a huge pool of the mess that you were talking about before, about this massive town with nothing else like you, have you encouraged anybody else, or is there anybody else who's really keen for it, and is there a movement that people are building from there? They're learning from what you've done?
Good question. Yeah, I guess it's always on my mind that one day I might need to retire and I might still need to eat. So I really hope that other people are taking note. We're told that we are offering inspiration to people, and I hope that in the next few years we'll see some action on that. There's now 2 bakeries in Nottingham. And I'm really excited to say that there's about to be a 3rd opened, and I hope that this baker will work with us to try and build this infrastructure. It's really important that we see ourselves as non-competitive, and we're trying very much using Grain Lab and also using all kinds of other local mechanisms to make sure that we're available to anyone else who wants to start a bakery in Nottingham. I actually have an ambition to see 100 bakeries in Nottingham, because I think that's about the right amount for our population. I'd like to see them around the periphery. And this kind of idea of 100 bakeries for Nottingham actually came out of a really interesting conversation I had with one of the UK's leading policy experts in food sustainability. He came to a lecture that I gave about our little bakery and all the little things that we do, and he said, "Kim, that's really great, really like it, but so small, so tiny, like it's never going to make any difference, is it?" He said, "With your model, you need 100 bakeries in Nottingham to actually make any difference." And I was like, yeah, that's what we need. So, yeah, hopefully people will copy it. But that is exactly the crux of it. It needs to be lateral growth. We can't get any bigger. All we can do is encourage other people to join us. And I'd love to see that. So.
Can I ask the guests to come up that are on the panel? Grace and Dr. Steve, if you want to take a seat. Delphine. Just some other things to just take note of. We've switched around. There's a program somewhere here, apparently. But we've switched around the sprouted grains. That was going to be at 2:30. That's now going to be Baconomics. So, because we want to actually get a few more people on the panel. So they're freed up. So Baconomics won't be on at, what's the time that Baconomics is on? Yeah, so that's not, so that's going to be sprouted grains at 11:50. Okay, and then Baconomics is going to be on at 2:30. So yeah, so we could just have as many great people to be able to be prepared to answer all the questions. Okay, have we got microphones for our amazing, is this? Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Again, I guess, knowledge costs a lot of money, or it costs a lot of sweat. And to me, the amazing opportunity in a gathering like this is that we got so much wisdom available together in such an amazing environment, open sharing environment. So I just look at who's here, it's pretty amazing. A lot of sacrifice, a lot of hard work. So it's a Q&A, and it's really our heart's desire that we all as a community really benefit from every question. So don't be afraid to ask. And I guess, Emily, over to you, shoot away.
Thanks, Chairs. I just went for a run. I think it's really wonderful how Kim's keynote summed up the general theme for me through all of these keynotes throughout the 3 days. The fact that all of you are still here means that you appreciate it as well. That for me the theme is service, and we're going beyond service in a church structure or a sporting club structure. We're creating our own reason to be in the service of providing nutritious and whole food to our community. And everybody's found a way of doing that. Steve is employed by his local community. His salary is paid by Washington State. And Kim is in the service of the local scientist, Martin Wolf, and then after his death, the people that are carrying on his work by growing those grains out. She is creating products that are nutritious and delicious to carry on something that is sustainable ultimately in the ecological system. And Delphine is in the service of the French community who's looking for reasons to turn away from white baguettes, and they need it quantified and qualified. They need data, and she's able to understand how to produce that. And Grayson down there is in the service of the people that bring the stories and the food to his local shop in New Orleans, and he's preserving them so that they're not lost. And that's to honour the people in his community and to inspire other people to do the same. So I just wanted to make that point.
Awesome. Okay, so we're just going to throw this out. We've got some of the most amazing people. Any questions? Yeah.
So I have a two-part question. One is with Martin's passing. What's your name? Oh, I'm Alex.
Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry. With Martin's passing, who and how is the work of maintaining, developing, and growing the population wheat being inherited? And secondly, how does the population wheat, the YQ population wheat project relate to the Skagit Modern Landrace project being developed at the Bread Lab?
Great questions. So there's a wonderful community of people who are currently rallying around Martin's farm, rallying around Martin's family to try to imagine how to take forward Wakelands as an agroforestry project. Within that is the maintenance of the Waikiki population. It's probably worth saying that one of the things I loved about the population was this kind of the democratic element of it. And Martin was incredibly generous, and he never made any attempt to own it. In fact, we had an entire day together with a group of other bakers and other kind of facilitators who work with Martin, discussing how to deal with that and whether it should be, or how to deal with the legacy of it. Whether we explored whether it should be trademarked as Kamut was trademarked, and we all felt very strongly that that wasn't the point of it at all. So the seed is out there, and what's kind of wonderful about it is, as well as the farmer who grows it for us, there's a network of other farmers who are equally inspired by it, and bakers who are inspired by it, and we're all connected, and we're all in touch with each other. And so in terms of where we go from here, we're not really sure. We know that the population will need some kind of maintenance, and that we need to maintain a connection back to the original seed that continues to be grown at Wakelands. And we are trying to gather a group of people around it who hopefully have the expertise to do a good job of taking that forward. But it's probably also worth saying, like, and then this comes back to a point that I tried to make, is it's not a silver bullet. It's not one solution. This was just my story. And it was Martin's story. And I think Martin's story is really important because it's just opened our eyes to a whole load of ideas that were really unconventional. And his generosity in kind of putting that seed out there and giving it to farmers and allowing them some kind of sense of autonomy, of ownership, is where the power is really in that story. So we're not too anxious about what happens next because it's all within us. And we don't know where we're going to go, but we're going to go there together. And we might need the help of some other experts to kind of take that forward. But yeah, there's a huge group of amazing people, exceptional people, galvanizing around what happens next. So it's pretty exciting.
For Skagit, everything Kim said is exactly what we're doing and done, and that's the beauty is populations are alive and they keep going and they change within each farm that's growing them. So there's maintenance and energy being put into making new evolutionary populations, but the ones that are out there continue on and they create a life of their own and genetics of their own. So that's the beauty of it. Just as Kim said, it's the decentralized living model, right? So for our strategy, everything we do is based on an evolutionary model, absolutely everything. And it goes out, just as Kim said, we don't trademark, we don't do anything. I think that's the key to that model, is it goes out. You do whatever you want with it. So it's quite powerful, genetically as well. So as a breeder, it's quite powerful.
Hi, my name's Cam. You've almost answered what I was going to ask you about the population weight that was grown in this crop with Martin, and maybe your perspective on what do you think will happen to the population crop YQ into the future? Does that end up becoming, like with so many crosses in that field, and I don't really understand if you just harvested that or you keep a seed bank from it and then replant that seed bank, or do you take that crop and then plant it again? Do you have any idea where that will evolve to?
Sure. The idea of where it will evolve to is we have no idea. So, and that's the beauty of it, is you need to so in a maintenance standpoint is you respike these populations with more diversity, or they fade away and new ones come in, and it just waves. It comes through in waves, and it's quite beautiful. Yeah. So.
Morning, everyone. So we've identified the fact we're all on the same page in delivering more nutritious foods to people, and for those of us that are on the baking end of that, being a part of the processing raw products into items that people eat. We've focused mostly on bread, but I'd just like to discuss maybe briefly whether within breakfast cereals, pastas, biscuits, should we be discussing more fermentation of these recipes for better digestion and more nutrition?
Well, first of all, I'd like just to answer the previous question, just to speak a little bit about population. So I think in Europe, also in France, you have a lot of mixed population, not mixed. And so farmers are growing them, adapting them to their own terroir and so on, and you have some exchange too. So it's a whole network also of farmers working to maintain that diversity. And so speaking about fermentation, I think it would be great. I don't see for now many people doing it. Maybe you know more about it than I do. I think it would be great to have more diversity in fermented product, cereal fermented product. There are more and more fermenting products that are eaten. I think more and more people are, drinking kimchi, whatever fermenting product. But I don't really know. Maybe some other people have the answer about that. I think it would be great to diversify. Maybe you have ideas about that. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, Tom, I think anything, not to be violent, but I think like commodity food should be kind of assassinated in many ways. So just take aim and pull the trigger on anything. And I'm going to talk about it at the pasta demo, and I talked about it to 2 people this morning, but as I said earlier, and I said yesterday, like I'm a kid from California, so what do I know about pasta? Because I just practiced it. And again, I think most importantly, what I'll talk about in the demo after this is that pasta, bread, pastry, pizza, all of these foods were founded on freshly stone milled flour that may have been refined depending on your income level, but for the most part, Western cuisine was predicated on ingredients that weren't refined and weren't fucked with. And they were grown by people like everyone on this panel and everybody out in the audience today too. So in the same way, I think that we didn't talk too much this conference about like the power of language and semantics, and it's something that I think Bruce spoke about a little bit on Monday, but I think that going back to something in the sense of we now call using chemicals to grow food conventional, and organic is organic, but honestly, growing food without chemical petroleum inputs that's something that's new. So growing food without trash is conventional agriculture, in the same way that foods were once fermented or they were once made with freshly stone milled whole grain flour. So as a business owner, I mean, yeah, just do anything that you can. And I think, again, as I mentioned yesterday, just be proactive about sharing your story. If you're going to say no, I would always qualify it with a but. No, I don't have hamburger buns, but I have this, and this is why I have this, and this is why we make this, this is why we're proud of making this, and this is why we don't do this, as opposed to being a knee-jerk or just trying to please everybody, which also I think was part of the consensus on the panel yesterday about whose expectations are we trying to fulfill.
Yeah, I have a quick answer too on the cereals. We're super into porridge right now. In fact, one of my PhD students, Laura, just sent me, she did a podcast that was just online this morning on porridge. I don't know the address with me, but I tried to get Jason to eat some porridge, and I put it in a mug, and I was eating it, and he grabbed the mug and set it on the edge of a counter, and it immediately fell on the floor. So it didn't go over too well, but there's some truth to that. But anyway, we're into porridge. We're super into porridge, especially with our rye as a way to use our stale breads back in the porridge. The porridge goes back in the bread, and we have these kind of weird loops that never end, right? But, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that in France, there are more and more farmers that are making pasta. So they are growing a durum wheat population, and they're making pasta from it, and they're selling it on market or on the farm. So it's not fermented product, but it's also another kind of nice cereal product. And you want?
Yeah, this isn't quite an answer to your question, but might be of interest. It just occurred to me that once you find the crop that you want to work with or the crop you want to become an ambassador for, it is an obvious next step to look at diversifying the way that you use that within your food business. So you're sort of being an ingredients-led business then does make you question whether we should be fermenting, whether we should be doing this or that. And I did really enjoy trying the fermented and malted wattle seed display that was out the other day. And that kind of, we're seeing similar things happening in the UK now with sort of interesting identity preserved grains having their value kind of explored by different processing methods. So malting and fermenting these grains into miso-like kind of paste is a really interesting avenue to go down, and our customers have been really excited about those sorts of products that we've been able to present. So.
Hey.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Walsh, I'm a local. Just as a parish notice, just before a question, thanks everyone for coming to Trentham. This is really, really
Thanks for
exciting.
having us, man. That's awesome.
We've worked hard to put the weather on for you, so I hope you appreciate it. I'd like to ask a question on the pathway of nutrition, but upstream or downstream, whichever way you want to look at it, from a agricultural perspective. Is there any information, data or I suppose knowledge on the value of a full soil biota, like a soil that has a full bacterial load that's fully working, like perhaps traditional older soils that might have been fed back with animal manure in previous times? And does that pathway extend all the way through growing, through milling, through baking, and then ultimately digestion? Because at the end of the day, food satisfaction is what gets your customers back. Gut health is what keeps your customers coming back. Is there anyone that can perhaps make a comment to that effect? Thank you.
Again, my answer will be we don't know yet. but there are more and more studies that actually are analyzing, this microbial flux and benefits that you can get from the soil to the fork and to your gut. It's quite complicated though, because probably you have some direct effects. So some microbes, you find them in the soil, you find them in your grain, you find them in your food and in your gut. Some others you don't, but they may have an impact just by increasing the quality of your grain. Like soil bacteria, we know, may increase the yield or the quality of the grain. We know that. Will also probably increase the diversity of the grain quality. But we don't really know yet how it will translate into a health benefit in your gut. But
I don't have any scientific response for you, but maybe a couple of anecdotes. So I met a farmer last year called Fred Price, and I was incredibly impressed to arrive at his farm and be immediately taken with a spade to look at 2 different fields, and he dug up 2 different soil samples and he made me smell them and didn't really tell me why. And I thought, that's amazing. Actually, there's a real sensory connection. I was able to evaluate that one soil was really healthy and the other one was dead, just using my nose. And so this is anecdotal, really, just to say that it's okay that we don't know, but I definitely know when I'm standing in a healthy crop, and I definitely have an appetite for it. It makes me want to use it, to bake with it, to eat it. So I think there's got to be a connection. And also just to add that one of the farmers that we work with pays a lot of attention to the microbiota in his soil, and the way that he kind of encourages all of that growth is definitely integral to the health of his crops. Allows him to take a zero input approach by just sort of very carefully managing that and have a very healthy organic system. So there's just a sort of logic there that makes me think that you're probably right to question that there's a connection between those things.
I just have another anecdote that I found very nice. There are some farmers bakers that are just taking their sourdough and spread the sourdough in the field, and they found actually was quite beneficial for the grain. And they explained that to some vineyards that were just around, and now some vineyards are also using the baker's sourdough to spread around. And there is also industrial companies that are now using, yeast sourdough to spray it on the grape and try to fight against botrytis. So, probably there are a lot of things that will be.
I just want to add something quickly. Like I had surgery, and it was really hard for me to digest after that. I actually have to have digestive enzymes with every meal. So if you see me with a little yellow satchel, it's not like ecstasy tablets like it used to be back in the day. It's actually digestion. So I guess how we coined super miche was like James is doing the miche, and he's just breaking all the rules and mixing all the grains together in the mill, organic grains, and then he's milling them together, fermenting them ambiently, and within 8 hours, pretty much from mill to they're out of the oven. So I'm like, mate, I want to eat it. I miss the fresh mill flour. When I used to do it, that was the best flavour I could ever have. But then what I noticed straight away was like my digestion took a massive like upturn, and like it was crazy. Like if you ever go through, you can eat whatever and there's no consequence, and then all of a sudden you've got to measure everything that you eat. I don't know the science of it. I don't understand it all. You know, sourdough's a prebiotic, feeding the gut microbiome. Just the benefit that I felt physically eating that. That was, like we said, organic grain, naturally fermented. There's definitely a correlation there. Okay, next question.
Thanks, guys. So I have a question related to local grains and food sovereignty, sort of related to the panel yesterday. But I'm curious, like Kim mentioned, you know, it takes so many of us, like 100 bakeries in Nottingham, and each of our individual businesses can't have enough of an impact individually. So I'm curious, like so I'm from Philly, and in our area, the networks of local grain people tend to be somewhat homogenous, and we tend to think of other bakeries and pasta makers and within like some sort of, I guess, homogenous like ways of producing food. And I'm wondering if any of you have experience with other products that are really culturally relevant to other communities that are within our communities, like tortillas or dumplings, partnering with other folks to use those grains in their food production.
I mean, yeah, I think, first of all, what you guys are doing is incredible. I know that we only spoke for a sec yesterday, but the volume that you guys are milling and your integrity for coming out here is incredible. So I really want to thank you guys for that and for what you're going to be doing moving forward. But it's the same thing, like going back to Bruce on Monday, it's about repatriating the narrative. And the conduit that we do that is with food. It's with seeds, it's with ingredients, it's with methods, it's with whatever. So yeah, tortillas, noodles, pasta, bagels, bialys, I mean, whatever it may be, just find, I think, what's appropriate and what's local. Not maybe necessarily indigenous local, but ethically or ethnically local. So whether that's like South Asian or Eastern European or whatever it may be, I think a diversity of products is important from a business standpoint, but also to make it more accessible to people as well too, because again, it goes back to the approachability thing. And like, I know that probably every baker in this room, including me, would love to make that 5 kilo miche 3 days a week and like do nothing else. But there's got to be a more level or a more commitment to pragmatism about what's approachable for people. So somebody from Oaxaca that lives in Philadelphia is not going to be interested in your baguette. And somebody that lives in Honduras is not going to be interested in my ciabatta. So what's the middle ground?
Just that my question wasn't misunderstood. I didn't mean necessarily like diversifying the products that you make in your bakery, but like making connections with folks in your community who might be producing these foods with conventional grains or with, you know, Masteca that's like dominating the world and is awful. But I know that you work with some corn farmers. So just thinking about partnerships to multiply the businesses and diversify the businesses that are making use of these amazing local grains.
In our, there's, it's quite a Hispanic presence, and we're careful to do bilingual, so we'll bring people in from Extension. When we do food bank and pantry bakes and demonstrations, we hand out the formulas in Spanish and English and have somebody there that we're careful can speak the languages. When we do culturally integrated products, we don't have gringos doing them, right? So we bring in people that actually do that as part of their life. So yes, and it's the issue for us is some of the crops themselves aren't conditioned to our environment, corn in particular, right? But we have growers that are bringing corn in that will work. So we're doing some, not much, but we're careful at it, I would say, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea, and I understand that follow-up question to that too. And I think there's a company or a program in Mexico called Macienda, and I think they're doing something like that. And I would say, I know we haven't talked about it, but for me, kind of a yardstick for like the victory of using fresh flour, I think is like 20 to 25%. I think if people can get that in like any recipe, I think from what I've heard, Andrew Ross is a friend of Steve's, and he's an Australian scientist in Oregon. But we did a class in August together with him, and that was something that he kind of told me like off the record. Again, like none of the scientists can ever give us definitive answers, which I respect and understand, but as somebody that is kind of logistical in that sense, I'm always desperate for like a tangible answer. So he told me kind of off the record that like 25% of whole grain with that fiber and everything intact is what's a really good place to start. And anything more above that is awesome too.
Yeah,
so
that's actually on the record now. So
okay. Well, now.
Way to go. Yeah.
Thanks for, But I mean, again, it's just like that Trojan horse. I think also 25% too to any talented baker, like that's not going to make that much of a difference in your formula. I think if you really have your chops and if you're a really good artisan baker, like that shouldn't make a difference in your processing a little bit, but not noticeably. And it's the same thing with finding someone that's making tortillas, like go to them. And again, it's not, I don't think we have to operate in this like binary of guilt where it has to be this or it has to be that. Like there's a middle ground that human life occupies, and like that's what we need to try to surmount. And basically we should occupy that middle ground by saying, use a little bit and use as much as you can. So going to somebody with a sample, if it's, I know Steve and Mel were doing work with like Syrian refugees, I think, and then I know that the Trump funding, like that cookie recipe with Mel and stuff like that. But basically, just people from these cultures know about fresh flour and heirloom grains too. So I think the best method is just to give them some of the ingredient and let them work with it in that way as well too. And I think it's a great thing to pursue.
I don't really have an example, but a missed opportunity, which I want to tell you about because I think your point is really pertinent to the way that we all progress or the way that we open our eyes moving forward. I think what you're trying to say is we need to have a sort of broad vision in terms of the communities that we involve in this movement. And I think it's really easy just to kind of lapse into a self-referential kind of community of artisan bakers who are all making the same thing, right? And so my missed opportunity was that, I don't know whether any of you guys know this, but in Nottinghamshire we're famous for making something called a pork pie. And that's our traditional product, right? That's kind of our food heritage. I grew up on these things, so yeah, they've been homogenized and made gross by the supermarkets, but we still have some makers. And I ordered a load of pork pies to share with our visiting guests at the end of UK Grain Lab. And it was only when that box of pork pies arrived that I realised I forgot to ask the pork pie guys to come to Grain Lab. And so that's, a failure that sort of stays with me, and I'm going to try and correct that next time. I think that's kind of what you're trying to say, is like, where are the missed opportunities? Like, how can we break ourselves out of the bubble that we're in and really capitalise on what is around us? Remember where we are, that's kind of the point, I think.
And I think moments like events like this is where that you can break down the walls, because conventional, farmers that aren't growing organic or whatever, they're just looking for markets as well. And when they come here and go, oh, wow, there's potential, I got to work with even McDonald's. These guys are watching. They got the Culinary Council. They got the best chefs of all their suppliers working constantly, monitoring trends. We worked on a project called The Corner, which had absolutely nothing that was in a traditional McDonald's. They were pushing salads, they were pushing everything. So I think if we just keep shining and keep on getting strong and just keep the door open, everyone's welcome, influence will ultimately happen. Any more questions? Yeah.
Hi, I'm from Malaysia. I'm just responding to what Delphine said about the spreading the sourdough starter on the soil. I run a very small cafe and a micro bakery. It's called Garden to Table. So we grow our own edibles and we do baking as well. So I have set up like a small ecosystem for baking. So, and I run classes. So what I do is during the sourdough class, I tell them, don't wash your hand under the running water. So we have a basin, so they wash their hands in it, and we keep all the water, has got sourdough starter, everything, and I ferment it overnight. The next day, I would pour onto my plants. And I've done sort of like an observation that I've done way before, like 2 years ago, when I did composting without the sourdough starter. And right now, whatever that I can't finish using is all into the compost. And my flowers and everything has got weevils. It's all into the compost. So it's actually fermenting over in there, creating its own ecosystem. And I find that now, when I apply the compost onto the plants, they react within a week. So you could see really new growth, new leaves, and they're really producing flowers and fruits much faster than it was 2 years ago. So I have also friends who develop lactobacillus spray. So they spray it on the plants, and they could really see an immense difference in like before applying the microbe spray and after. So we do see that there's a potential, and also in terms of minimizing the waste, and we do see the benefits in my little garden. So I think it is something we could spread this out to the community around us, that instead of throwing this away, you can actually bring them back to life in another form, and you can grow your own food that goes back into your baking cycle, and it's something that creates the connection not only in the baking process, but also with the earth and the community as a whole. All right, thank you.
Yeah, g'day. I'm Steve, a broadacre biodynamic grain and pulse producer. Pulses are crucial in our rotations, and I'm just wondering what opportunities there is for bakers to increase the use of pulses in their breads and stuff.
This is something we've opened up a conversation about in the UK, and it's been largely inspired by a company called Hodmedod's. I don't know if you've come across them. Their tagline is that they are the British bean, pea and pulse pioneers. And it's actually thanks to the founders of Hodmedod's that I originally met Martin Wolf, and those lentil trials that were done at Wakelands that I mentioned, they were being done in partnership with Hodmedod's. If I'd had more time, I'd love to have talked about their business, but they're doing a great job to kind of promote the use of these grains. Their business started with a simple notion that if we were to feed ourselves to become more sovereign, we would need to eat more beans, peas and pulses to get the right amount of protein. And so they started with the fava bean, and they started promoting the fava bean as for culinary use in the UK. Inevitably, because of their work and the way that they network around farms, and because of UK Grain Lab, they've become integrated into a network of bakers, and I think they're looking at how bakers can use some of their products, which extends into seeds as well, things like camelina and chia. Crops that we never expected to be able to have in the UK. So it would probably be a really good idea to get in touch with them to learn a little bit about their experience. But from a bakery perspective, I think one of the most exciting things I came across a few years ago, I was chatting to Emily about this the other day, is the idea of horse bread. So William Rubel mentions it in his History of Bread, and it's the idea that horses were always fed the most amazingly nutritious bread. It was better than what we fed people. And it often reflected a crop rotation on a farm, so it would be a mixture of beans, peas, pulses and seeds, made into a very unegotistical style of loaf that was merely practical and for nourishment. And I think it's a really interesting idea. I know there are some bakers around the world who've had a go at this. I did go to a farmer that worked with Hodmedod's, and we also have the pleasure of working with a little bit, and I asked him for his crop rotation and yield data from a particular year, and I had this lovely notion that maybe we'd make a loaf of bread that just used those crops in those proportions, and we can play with malting and milling and sprouting and kind of treat each crop in a different way to make something palatable. But I think it's a brilliant idea, and I do think that there's a future for bakeries in playing a part in getting those crops into the food system. But in the UK, certainly, we're really at early days, and I don't think many people have explored them. There's a gluten-free movement, obviously, that is going all guns with that, and it's great, but we could do loads more, basically.
Hi, sorry, Chris Stafferton. I'm part of the gluten-free movement. I'm the awkward brother here because I can't use gluten in any shape or form. And Steve's just asked the question that I was going to ask, and I was just trying to think quickly of some way of asking a new question. But if I can springboard from what you just said, in the gluten-free space, and I think there's a better way of talking about it because there's a whole lot of different ways of doing it. There's a lot of people who are trying to replicate the worst of what we've talked about these days. And there are others who are trying to do the best and lead forward in the best way. So I'm really encouraged to see you talking about sourdough croissants and sourdough donuts and all that sort of thing. I do that myself. But I'm sorry. Just gather myself for a minute. So I was interested to hear that you're not doing a lot using these other things that, say, hotmadods are growing. And I'd be interested to know whether you personally are looking at introducing some of that within your own bakery, or whether you're looking more to other people to do that and lead the way in that. I guess, and I understand, I missed the panel yesterday with Steve talking about some of the alternate grains and seeds and so on. But I guess I'm wondering whether other people are actually seriously taking up that space to look at using them with gluten grains as opposed to without, the way I do it. I just published a book where I've developed 60 different doughs, or I presented 60 different doughs that use a range of different things that are non-gluten to produce 60 different styles of breads, going from everything that you've seen here plus more. Yeah, I guess my question is, what else is happening that we need to be aware of and sharing and encouraging people to think outside the right box, not inside the right box? Because as you told us the other day and reminded us, we're actually serving we're serving the farmers, we're serving the people, and we've got to understand ourselves within that context. So I'm just wondering how, with other grains and seeds and so on, that's developing in the UK. Yeah, thanks.
Well, I just bought your book and it's awesome, so thank you. And that's just a precursor to say that it's perhaps all a bit new for us, but that doesn't mean we're not interested, and it doesn't mean we're not going to march forward with it. So I don't have any sort of amazing examples to tell you in the UK, other than that conversation is definitely moving in the direction of whole farm baking. So this is as a result of us connecting with farmers. So we've now got a lot more empathy with farmers, and the outputs that they have from a healthy farm system are diverse, right? So I think there's a group of us who are starting to understand our obligation in terms of using these crops proportionally in line with what the land is giving us, or what the farmer is requiring us to use. And that has to be a fundamental pillar of a sustainable and sovereign food system. We can't just take the cream of the crop. We can't just take the wheat. We have to, like in most of the farm systems I work with, the wheat is a 1 in 7 year crop. So we've got to use the outputs from the other 6 years, right? And that's where we'll find the value. That's where we're going to bring this down away from it being an elitist food production model to one that is much more level and available to everyone. So I wish I could tell you loads of amazing things that were going on in the UK right now, and they're not, but the conversations are happening. And we have had the pleasure of having Dawn Woodward, who I mentioned in my talk, visit the UK a number of times to workshop, and she's really brilliant at teaching people to use non-wheat crops. And I think she's inspired a few of us. And we've just, in my bakery, we've just taken in a barley crop. And we don't really know what we're going to do with it yet, but we've committed to it. And it's a bit kind of like, well, we'll commit to it and then we'll have to figure out what to do with it, you know. And we do use Hodmedod's products, just not in any significant quantity that probably really helps them. We do use fava flour in pasta and pancakes. We do quite a lot of cooking within the bakery, so that's really our outlet for using these things. All of our pie fillings generally involve some kind of bean or pea or pulse, and we do try to champion these things, and we retail them as well, so we get people to buy them, but we can just do so much more. But I think it is just about breaking the preconceptions of what's technically possible. So we're switching all of our sponge cakes at the moment over to kind of non-wheat crops, or we're trying to work on that and looking at techniques for sort of Genoese and things like that that can give us lightness, but we can still incorporate whole grain barley, for example, and make something delicious. And yeah, it's coming. But thanks for your book. It's really inspiring. Yeah, I'll definitely be having a go at some of those recipes.
And I'll just jump in super quick. We use a lot of buckwheat. We do things that can be 100% buckwheat. We did horse bread many years ago, but we used uncooked beans and a few other thing, and it tasted like a bowling alley ashtray. So exactly what Kim said is what we have to do. You have to malt it, soak it, ferment it, do all these things to get it prepped to go in. Bread can handle a lot of, you can put 10% sawdust in, it's just fine, right? So it can certainly take some better things than that. So we do a lot on it, but yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I kind of want to admonish you for your question, because I also saw your book and it's incredible, and you have an extreme depth of talent, and I think I want to try to empower everyone to just reorient the question about what is the trend. It's like, just set the trend yourself and be more of a shepherd as opposed to trying to follow everything. And you particularly have an incredible, I mean, the bread that you made looked like bread. The crumb structure, everything, like it was unbelievable. So there is no answer, and I just don't want to stimulate or encourage a culture where people have to look to others to be like, well, what's next, or how do I do it, or what do I do? You obviously have the inherent ability in your own bakery and at your home to do these things and to incorporate new ingredients. And again, I think throughout history there's precedent for finding out recipes or things like that. And Kim mentioned a great book called Bread by William Rubel, and then quickly The Gentleman with the Farm. You're surrounded. I've met probably some of the best bakers I've ever met in the world this past weekend. James, Tom, all these incredible people in Melbourne and in Sydney. Just hit the pavement and bring them samples. And in the same way that like a chef is going to get a sample of like your new tomato crop, like they'll learn to work with it, and they have the dexterity and they have the capability to make it happen. But don't wait for others. Just take that proactive initiative to be like, this is my story and these are our ingredients. And you're surrounded by some really incredible people in Adelaide, in Sydney, and in Melbourne that can take 5% of your bean flour and make it into something incredible.
I just want to add just a small thing. Is there are many bakers that are actually doing sourdoughs with different cereals. And within a bakery, if you do a sourdough with buckwheat and with just durum wheat and so on, you don't have the same microbiota in your sourdough. So you maintain diversity with this and probably different flavors also. And so that's also a good way. Yeah. Maybe it was answering your question. Yeah.
No. Yeah. So, yeah, just at the first grains we had Noni, and Rebecca's here. Noni's gluten-free, and we didn't, I don't know, in the midst of it all we missed it. But we're really blessed to have Chris from Tasmania as like, I think he's one of the best gluten-free bakers in the world. And it's, to me, in my ignorance, when we opened up, and I'm like, I can make gluten-free people eat gluten. And, of course, that's what you try to do. And some did, but you meet someone like Noni who's had all these sicknesses, and she's like, oh, I wish I could eat gluten. And, her desire was to put, the great artisan baking practices that we have, like organic, great products, great source products, connection with each raw ingredient, fresh milled where possible. And she has created a range of breads that are just unbelievable and very well sought after. And, I know that you and Noni got to talk at that, and that, your friendships have grown since then and the products have grown since then. So there's definitely a place for that. He's just got a book. What's it called again, Chris? Promise and fulfillment. Promise and fulfillment. Look it up and buy it. Okay, guys, we're going to wrap up. We've got a break for 10 minutes. No, we're not wrapping up. Oh, okay. Yes, right. Sorry about that. We're just about to wrap up, but just before we do.
Steve, thank you so much for taking all of that time off work and coming all the way over on the big plane down to Australia and inspiring us and giving us food for thought. Thank you. Kim, I think we've all been so privileged to spend time with you and you're so open and you're spreading your ideas so generously. Thank you very much. Delphine, you've been given dolphins. Thank you so much for helping us to understand your work. Grayson, we've just had a wonderful time with you. Thank you very much for helping us to... Okay.
Okay, honestly, I know, just one last big one. All big round of applause for our amazing guests. Thank you. Thank you for imparting into us. Thank you for coming down here. It's such a great blessing to be part of the family. Okay. We got a break for 10 minutes. Have a break. We got demo tent. Grayson's going to be making some pasta, and Ian's going to be having a talk here. So 10 minutes, a little bit of a break. See you soon.
So I'm going to speak a little bit about the functional materials in bread that kind of apply to all dough systems. Functional materials just means anything that contributes to the final product. And focusing on dough constituents, talking a little bit about how it interacts with mixing, how it interacts with fermentation, and then how you can kind of use that to build your own formula. All dough constituents can, in flour, sorry, I thought someone had their hand raised. Flour can be broken down into its starches, which are just made up of saccharides. So there's two main types of starches. You don't really need to know the chemical structure. Starch makes up the majority of the weight of a seed, and that kind of acts as the energy source for the seed to meet its growth requirements when it begins to sprout. You also have proteins. Proteins typically are divided into 4 fractions according to what's called their Osborne fraction, and it's just a chemical classification in order to say, all right, this protein is soluble in this protein is soluble in that. It's just a man-made classification. And there's a variety of proteins that you find in all seeds. Some are storage proteins, and those serve as a storage function for the seed. And they are eventually used by the seed to either contribute, to break the proteins down into their principal components, which are amino acids, which are the building block of life to build all proteins. They're used to build the actual structure of the plant, or any cell, or they are used as things like RNA in order for translating and transcription of the genome as the cell is dividing. Another class of proteins that really matters is enzymes. Enzymes, like all proteins, in their native form are usually coiled. Imagine a piece of string of a certain length and then just dropping it on the ground, and then it'll have a certain configuration. Whenever you hydrate that protein and it begins to uncoil, and depending upon the different amino acids that are linked together, it'll have a different structure. And enzymes are a class of proteins that when they have the right temperature range, the right pH range, and the right hydration, they will unfurl, and they will have residues that can bind biochemically with other molecules, and those are able to catalyze certain chemical reactions. And different enzymes have a different range, as I said, for those 3 things: temperature, pH, and hydration. And it all has to do with basic physics or geometry. It's all about transfer of energy. So depending upon the molecular length of that enzyme or any protein, it's going to require X amount of water in order just to fully hydrate the protein and cause it to begin to uncurl. It's going to require a certain temperature to cause it to begin to fluctuate because it increases in kinetic energy, and it requires a certain pH range. And the reason that pH interacts with molecules in a very subtle way, pH is different than acid, and what it measures is the amount of ions, which are a charged molecule, that exist in an aqueous solution. And different acids have a different amount of ions. So take the 2 acids that you frequently find in sourdough fermentation, lactic and acetic. They have a different amount of ions that when you solubilize them, like drop them in water, they will give off a different number of ions or charged particles in water. So if you have 1 mole of lactic acid versus 1 mole of acetic acid, lactic acid gives off more ions, and it will lower the pH or release more ions in the water than acetic acid. Does that make sense to everybody? I just want to make sure everything's clear. So effectively what that means is that you could have equal amounts of both acids, but they don't lower the pH. Because all pH measures is the amount of free ions in an aqueous solution. And so those ions can interact. They have an electrical charge. They can be either positive or negative. And proteins, when they uncurl, same with enzymes, because they're a type of protein, they have these charged residues. And depending upon the residue, the amino acid, and the site, because they can often be branched. Sometimes the amino acids can link together. They will have a positive and negative charge themselves. So when they interact with the free protons, the hydrogen ions that exist, that can cause them to begin to move in a certain way. And so when you're thinking about all of this, it's just all about energy. So when you have water, if you have water at 2 degrees Celsius versus water at 30 degrees Celsius, one has more energy. So it has more resting energy and more potential energy. And hence, there's greater mobility at the molecular level. So if you have a protein in water at a certain whatever, it has a certain molecular length, and depending upon its conformation, if it's curled on itself, those residues can stick to themselves. So it requires a certain amount of energy input into the system in order to cause it to uncurl. Is this everyone following? In order to get the charges to break, in order to give it sufficient energy to hydrate, insufficient mobility in order to uncurl. And so pH, the way it interacts with most proteins and enzymes is that you have these charged ions that are existing in an aqueous solution, and you have branch sites on proteins. And depending upon whether it's a polar or non-polar charge, it can cause repulsion or it can cause it to be attracted. And in most dough systems, depending upon the flour, especially in Triticea grains, acid will cause what's called protonation. It adds a proton. It causes the in charges of most of the proteins in wheat to become attracted to each other and are more likely to... Is everyone... I just want to make sure I'm not getting too... Everyone's... No, but I mean, I just want to make sure this is all clear so far. So yeah. So I mean, it can cause the charges to change on the protein, and so it can cause the proteins not to interact with themselves. So acid, as you increase acid in a dough system, it can cause most like gluten proteins to not want to form with themselves because they repulse themselves and they won't interact. So I mean, it really all comes down to the transfer of energy in things. So we touched on starch, we touched on proteins. And there's other minor things like lipids, which are fats, which are just fatty acids that are chained together. And there's minerals, which are micronutrients, and another class called non-starch polysaccharides, which are, again, just a linked molecule. And those are primarily found in the bran fraction of any seed. And they offer kind of a protective coating for the seed. They tend to be water insoluble, so they prevent the inward migration, so you don't have the seed sprouting too early. So when you grind a grain together, you have a certain percentage. You have starch, usually 65 to 80% of the total grain weight. That's the energy reserve. The proteins can be divided into the storage proteins, which are the building block. So gluten, what we think of as gluten, those are proteins that eventually add to the structure of the final plant, or for us, the structure of a dough. And with the non-starch polysaccharides, they are used in dough systems. I mean, they don't have a functional use. I mean, that's where we get our fiber and stuff from, but they absorb a lot of water. And so, there's long been a myth that they cut the gluten strands that form, but in reality, it's just that they prevent the physical cross-linking, because they too can be charged with something called ferulic acid, which can cause repulsion of the protein strands from connecting with one another. So whenever you grind something together and you add water, water is what is causing mobility. It's going to cause things to interact. It's going to increase the energetic state of the particles that you've ground at the molecular level. And as you begin to mix, you are imparting kinetic energy into the dough system, and that's going to cause a number of things. Things begin to get hydrated, and as they're hydrated, they begin to either uncurl or they begin to swell as they form hydrogen bonds with the water. So starch swells in the presence of water, especially at the point where you have mechanically damaged starch. what's called native starch is just starch in its original form. When we grind it, either through shearing force or through compression, you can have a crack in the whatever, and that's what we refer to as damaged starch. Most functional flour that we want is between 5 and 9% damaged starch for most grains. Stone milling tends to end up with between 4 and 6% damaged starch. Roller milling, depending upon the hardness of the grain, it can be anywhere from, like 5 or 6 for a softer wheat. And for a harder wheat, because it takes a lot more force to crush a hard grain, you end up with a higher, so usually like 6 to 9% damaged starch. And so what you have is a crack in the starch, and that enables water to seep inside, and that solubilizes the sugars, and that releases free simple sugars into the dough system, and that's what acts as food for whatever your microbiota is, be it commercial yeast or whatnot. Damaged starch also can interact with enzymes, because rather than being native starch, which is smooth and has its normal kind of amorphous crystalline structure, it has an exposed site, and as enzymes uncurl, they can interact with it. So whenever you begin mixing, things begin to contact one another, and you have things that have mobility, and the more you mix, the more contact sites you have for potential chemical reactions. So this means a number of things. If you remember that I said earlier that there's different pH ranges for different enzymes, well, when you mix flour and water together of any seed, like any grain, you crush it, they tend to be near neutral pH. And so that's for most Triticea grains, that's a pH of 6 to 6.5. And there's only a few suites of enzymes that are active at that pH range. And the ones that we care about most as bakers are amylases. Amylases are responsible for taking the starch, which is kind of like an energy bank. It's stored. It's inaccessible to the seed to meet its energy growth. And amylases break down that starch, releasing the sugar, which is the building block of all life to create energy. If you have mechanically damaged starch, then the amylases can interact via contact points with the damaged starch molecules, causing them to break down into their constituents. So you'll find that most native starch or undamaged starch can only absorb about 30 to 40% of its weight in water. Damaged starch can absorb up to 2 times its weight in water because it has more sites to form hydrogen bonds with water. So amylases, which we're all familiar with, they break down the starch into sugar, and majority of the amylasic activity that occurs in doughs occurs during the mixing process. Depending upon the drier the dough is, the more potential collisions there can be between damaged starch and enzymes. Obviously, there's a dilution effect. So the more water you have, the less chance of collision. So the stiffer the dough and the more mixing energy you input, i.e. the more you mix it, the more amylasic activity that occurs. So in dough systems, if you were to mix together something that's like 50% hydration and mix it for 10 minutes in a second, you're going to have a fuckload of starch breakdown. And I would say that on average, for the way most of us mix, if we just use an improved mix, like let's say 5 minutes in first, 5 minutes in second, you're going to get about 55 to 70% of the total amylasic activity occurring just during the mixing process. The rest, so I mean, that's about, let's just say 60%. The rest of it will occur during bulk fermentation. And that's because the pH of the dough that you've just mixed, let's assume it's a sourdough system, is 6.3. It'll eventually be lowered. And as it's lowered, amylases are eventually inhibited due to what their optimal pH range is. So, during mixing, we cause things to solubilize, we cause them to form hydrogen bonds, we cause them to begin to entangle and interact with each other. We're imparting energy into the system. What's happening with dough proteins? The storage proteins, I mentioned Osborne fractions earlier, and it's a way of saying, okay, what does this class of protein do? Different proteins have different molecular weights, meaning that they're made up of amino acids, and depending upon how many amino acids are linked together, that determines the molecular weight or the molecular length. The bigger the molecular weight of the protein, the more mixing energy and the more water it requires in order to cause it to uncurl. Because again, imagine something with magnets sticking to itself. And so there's something called the protein distribution. You could say the same thing for enzyme distribution, because there's not one type of amylase, there's not one type of, so gluten is made up of gliadin and glutenin, and they're not all equal molecular length. And so when you talk about protein distribution, what you're really talking about is what the curve looks like for the average molecular weight of the storage proteins, the native proteins, before you add any energy and change their conformational shape. Is everyone following? So when you begin mixing, things are hydrated, they begin colliding with each other. Proteins then begin to depolymerize, meaning that they've formed a polymer in their native state, and they're curled up. And you have energy, and you cause them to unfold and unentangle, to break apart whatever their original shape is, and there's many shapes. And the longer the molecular weight of that protein is, the more energy it takes in order to cause it to untangle. And you cannot build any gluten development until you've hydrated every single protein every single storage protein, and then imparted enough energy after it's unfolded to then begin to repolymerize with other things. So when you mix, you hydrate, it causes it to depolymerize from itself. Then you cause what's called aggregation. The proteins begin to find each other where there's like charges that can, rather than repel, they can stick together. And then after aggregation, you begin to form what's called polymerization. Polymerization means that you form one big polymer. And one of the things that's unique to bread wheat is it has the largest known proteins in all of nature. And it has that on one chromosome one locus on its chromosome, which it inherited from a species of goat grass. And those are the things that impart elasticity. And the reason why hard grains that have their protein distribution falls towards the end of having longer molecular length, the reason why you need to mix them more is because it requires more energy to get them to unfold, to aggregate, and then eventually polymerize. And that's equal or proportional to the molecular length or molecular weight of those proteins. So that means that you could potentially take a wheat that's really strong, like from North America, and put a certain amount of water in there and begin to mix. And if you don't impart enough energy, you'll never get a fully developed polymer throughout. You can mix infinitely, but if the energy that you impart remains low enough and you lose some energy to atmospheric whatever, you could have an undeveloped dough no matter how long you mix. So, I mean, it's not just, this is a very important concept that I want a lot of people to understand. It's all related to input of energy and how much energy is eventually stored in the dough system. And a lot of that has to do with the protein distribution. It's just a pure physics thing. So after you begin to develop polymerization, which you only really find in wheat and spelt, durum, that's really it. You also begin to, once those polymers are formed, you begin to have different phases. One of those things is the aqueous phase, that is water. And dispersed in the water, you have an air phase. You have a starch phase. So you have starch interacting with the other dough constituents. And you have in the ones that form one long polymer, durum wheat, spelt, bread wheat, you have a continuous protein phase. Continuous meaning that if you impart enough energy into the dough system, it'll be one continuous polymer. And the reason that these kind of stand apart from everything else is that you can have that continuous polymer. What makes bread wheat even different than spelt, even though they're the same subspecies, like they have the exact same genome, most people don't realize this, they're not like separate, they're subspecies of the same species, is that bread wheat has inherited larger molecular length proteins. And so you can form one continuous protein throughout. And this is where rye or other things differ, because their protein distribution is skewed towards the lower end. Rye has a higher proportion of what are called non-starch polysaccharides, and specifically something called pentosands. And they can be what's called water extractable, water unextractable. That doesn't really matter to you. All you need to know is how much water they can bind with. And that changes with pH due to certain enzymes causing them to solubilize. So wheat on average has between 2 to 3% pentosands. Rye has between 7 and 11. And there have been studies where people fractionate, they use enzymes to dissolve everything else that is in flour. Like, so let's say they take rye flour and they dissolve everything else, and they fractionate and they only isolate the pentosands. If they put those into other dough systems at the same percentage that it occurs in rye, then let's say they put it into wheat, the pentosands, at the same percentage, 7 to 11%, and then they form a dough out of it. What they find is that the wheat dough performs the exact same as rye. It gets the same volume, and it's not because the bran cuts the gluten, it's because it just physically impedes it, because it has a much larger average particle size. It just prevents it from cross-linking. So there was one study where they fractionated it out, put the pentosands in wheat dough systems. They put it in at 2%, 3%, 5%, 7%, 10%. At 5%, the wheat dough began to act like rye. So everyone says that rye has no gluten. Not true. It has the same kind of protein distribution it's similar to spelt. If you were to take out the pentosands, it probably would begin to interact with itself if you imparted enough energy, enough water, and behave closer to spelt or emmer. You know, it would form something that's weakly extensible, but it's not elastic. One of the reasons that wheat dough is elastic is because the molecular length proteins, once they polymerize, they can also form certain types of bonds that have a little coil in it that cause it to stretch back. Okay, that's a lot. So we've covered flour constituents. We've covered mixing. I will briefly touch on autolyse. One of the things I've noticed about autolyse, Raymond Cavell originally invented it, and he said that it did like 14 different things. You can find some of his early published papers. They're only in French that he wrote about it. When I have used autolyse, I find that it increases extensibility, and it's the only thing I've found it to do. Has anybody else found it to do anything else? Nobody? Okay, so in order to answer the question of what is going on, I had to dig into a lot of things, and there was a researcher on dough rheology and wheat who invented, his name is Campos, and he invented a way of hydrating flour without imparting any energy to it. And he did so by taking flour and taking complete dry ice and then putting them in a walk-in overnight. And slowly it melted and it completely hydrated and caused a fully formed hydrated dough that had no energy imparted into it. So we're able to separate that. Other researchers were like, wow, brilliant. So they took it and they began to do different experiments with it. And I can only find one study that mocked the conditions of autolyse. So they did that. They formed the hydrated dough at different hydrations that was fully hydrated but had no mechanical energy imparted into it. They then took it and did, variable things with it. And they, added salt and yeast and they mixed it and they did different mixing times, etc. And what they found was that with the zero developed dough, the one that, because they also had a control dough, they did different mixing schemes. What they found with, I'll just call it the autolyse dough, that's not what they're calling it, they were studying another question, was when they put it into a recording mixer, something like a mixograph or a phorenograph, which just measures the phorenograph. You stick in a certain amount of flour. It's usually 10, like they come in different sizes, but it's usually 10 grams. It adds water drop by drop, and it uses a shearing force, like a little pin mixer, to begin mixing together. And there's another thing that creates a graph, and that measures the resistance to torque, which represents the strength of the dough. It represents the viscosity, the resistance to extension, and as everything is hydrated, it goes through all the steps we just talked about. It can determine when you reach peak resistance, and it records how long it stays in that peak resistance, and then it measures when the system begins to depolymerize, which is known as overmixing, and it then leaves that peak. So what they found was that for a dough where you just add everything in and mix it, it goes up to a certain point, it reaches its peak, and then it leaves its peak. And that a lot of it has to do with just, again, the protein distribution that I talked about earlier. With the dough that was auto-leased, and they did it overnight, its peak was lower. And whenever people do what are called fundamental rheological tests, resistance to extension, there's a number of things that they do that they put the little dough samples into. They have to let it rest for a certain period of time. There are international standards. When they put it and then later measured the rheology, not only did it have a lower peak, the dough broke down earlier, so it had less mixing tolerance. They then submitted all of these doughs to rheological tests, and what they found was that the extensibility value was the same, meaning that the gliadins were fully hydrated. That's primarily what gives extensibility in doughs, as well as plasticity, viscosity, and a number of other things. So a dough that was everything in, mixed, it had the same extensibility values. It could be stretched as far, X length before breaking, as the auto-lease dough. Those were the same. The difference was the resistance to extension, which measures elasticity. It was about 60 to 70% of the value for all the different flour samples that they tried, meaning that when you auto-lease a dough, something is going on. And I think I have a causal mechanism, explanation for it at the molecular level that I can share with everyone later. It again has to do with the continuous gluten phase being overhydrated, and that eventually causes it from interacting with itself due to some of the charged reasons I mentioned earlier, but you don't really need to know why. But when you auto-lease it, the longer you auto-lease it, the more overhydrated the gluten phase gets. It prevents it from interacting with itself, and you're not able to form one continuous polymer. So when we auto-lease, essentially what's going on is we're not increasing extensibility, we're just decreasing the amount of polymerization that can occur of the elastic proteins, meaning that extensibility is a constant value because the proteins are being hydrated, but there's no energy being imparted. And after auto-lease, there's only you can only get to 70% of the total elasticity values of that. Does that make sense to everybody? Is that jibe with everyone's experience? Quentin, does that jibe with your experience of auto-lease? Yep. Yeah. So, cool. Now, after we add our starter or our fermentative agent, we have a dough. It's been developed. We want to ferment. What happens? So if you auto-leased a dough and it had nothing in it and it was unfermented, and then you took a dough, let's say you took a 70% hydrated dough and you auto-leased it, and then you submitted it to certain fundamental rheological tests, and then you took a dough that you fermented for X amount of time, let's say 3 hours, doesn't really matter, it's arbitrary value. So it begins to fill up with CO2, and the pH begins to get lowered, and it begins to contain acid. The one that is auto-leased will show certain values that are kind of counterintuitive. One of them is that it seems strong. And one of the reasons it seems strong is because of its density. And it can only be stretched so far because as it's stretched, there's not air in the dough. There's not nucleation sites of air. So being denser, it's more likely to interact with itself. A dough that has been fermented tends to exhibit higher extensibility but lower elasticity values because it has air in it, which is stretching proteins out. Even if you have a fully developed dough, it's going to be weaker on rheological tests. It's also weaker for the reason that you have acid formation or a lowering of the pH, which, again, as I mentioned earlier, causes the storage proteins to not want to interact with themselves. So as the pH is lowered and you get more CO2, you create softer dough. And one of the things that a lot of people don't quite get is that you can have a lower hydrated dough that has more energy imparted. And if you remember from what I said earlier, the more energy you impart, the more air you entrap. You form the nucleation sites for CO2 that's created during fermentation to eventually find those sites. So the more you mix, the more nucleation sites you entrain. So you can get better volume. When I think about doughs, I don't think in terms of hydration. I think about the interaction between all these factors that I've talked about today. And I think in terms of texture. So you could make a soft dough that's 60% hydration, but has 10 minutes in second and is really well fermented by using optimal temperatures. So it's soft in the sense that you have a fully developed protein network, you have a lot of air inside of it, and that air is stretching out that protein network, and it makes it soft and flowable because the less dense it is, the more likely it is to flow. Does that make sense to everybody? More likely that gravity is to exhibit some kind of influence on the way it behaves. Whereas you can take a dough like a tartine style, or I don't want any style, something that has a lot of water in it, that has very little starter and is gently mixed. That too can create a soft dough, because even though you don't have as much protein aggregation and polymerization, it is really extensible because it doesn't have as many elastic proteins. So there are many ways of achieving a soft dough. I mean, does that make sense to everybody? So the one thing I didn't touch on earlier was salt. Salt biochemically interacts with proteins, and it has a strengthening effect on dough because it changes the charge of the proteins and it causes them to become attracted to one another. And so essentially you could be mixing. And so this is why a lot of people withhold salt, because oxygen plays a huge role in the cross-linking of gluten. And when you add the salt, it kind of sets the gluten. But in reality, what's happening is it's changing the polar charge of some of the strongest or the longest molecular weight proteins and causing them to bind, to interact with each other more. And that's why we get a stronger dough when we add salt. So, creating a formula. This is one of the things that I think people struggle with the most. There are a few fundamental rules. I have 3 principles. Before I move on to that real quick, are there any questions? Yeah. Oh, hold on. She's going to eat you, Mike. Is this okay?
So you mentioned oxygen and salt real quick, and I just wanted to ask briefly, because coming to baking from a brewing background, it's relatively well known that one of the best antioxidants in the process is actually yeast itself. Yeast in the proliferation phase uses oxygen to create their cell walls, right? So does that hold?
Well, they use a number of things to create cell walls. I mean, it's a more complicated.
Or lipids, or
yeah, kind of. I mean, there's a number of ways that they. I mean, the lipid structure of cell membranes is very complicated. You can't just. I mean, it's a very simplified view, if that makes sense. Depending upon the stresses that. But anyway, sorry.
Well, yeah. No,
but they use oxygen for a number of different things. So it's not just building a cell wall. But yeah. I mean, you're right so far. They remove oxygen from its system.
So does that. That's just yeast within sourdough, right? Bacteria won't have the same kind of.
No, I mean, bacteria also will interact with oxygen and remove it.
Okay.
But I mean, was your question, do these things remove oxygen?
To some extent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could describe any dough system as being what's called microaerophilic, and all that means is that it contains minute dissolved amounts of oxygen that's removed within usually the first hour of fermentation at normal temperatures. So most doughs will contain between 0.5 to 3% oxygen, and it's very quickly removed, and it becomes a completely anaerobic environment. Any other questions before I move on? Yeah.
So if, from your research with the autolyse, if the only effect of the autolyse is to decrease elasticity in your dough.
This is wheat doughs. I just want to mention.
Okay.
Because I haven't found any, I mean, no one's ever done the same kind of experience with any other dough systems.
Okay,
sorry.
Understood.
Yep.
Could you, for the layperson or for the could you effectively just...
For my mom, who's probably watching, this is for you, Mom. Yeah, go ahead.
There you go. For the layperson, could you effectively, so we're using speed 1 of the mixer to impart less energy and develop the dough less, and in our shop we do an hour-long autolyse. Could we simply just mix in speed 2 for a shorter amount of time, for say 60% of the amount of time?
What are you trying to achieve?
Well, the same thing, but without the autolyse.
Yeah, just don't mix as much. Because remember, it's all related to energy.
Yeah.
So an autolyse dough requires less energy to reach its max peak,
Right.
because it's already hydrated the proteins, and just due to when you hydrate the proteins, a few things happen, and it causes proteins that are near one another to begin to kind of unfold, so depolymerize, but they begin to entangle already, just due to molecular mobility. In a few chemical reactions between each other. So, I mean, it's a very weak interaction. You don't cause any polymerization. So, I don't autolyse anything. And I don't think it has any, it doesn't create a more open crumb. And I think that, I hope people understand that. But if you want to have an extensible dough, just mix less. Because eventually the same thing that's happening in the hydrated dough, like with zero energy input, if you mixed less, when the dough is resting, like during bulk or whatever, all those constituents will still be, that are near one another, the same thing will happen. They'll begin to entangle to the same degree as a zero-time dough, if that makes sense.
Understood. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, cool. So, I mean, real quick, I'm just going to go over the fundamentals of building a formula. And this formula, I mean, this approach is for naturally leavened. So my first principle is that every part of the whole must have a clear and definable purpose in the whole. And what this means is that when we're building doughs, you start from your desired end result first and then work your way backwards. So nothing should be in a formula unless you can justify its function and use in the end final product. So there's a few implications for this. One is that if a formula has more than one pre-ferment, it's probably too many. What you'll find is that there's a point of diminishing returns. I've never had anything anywhere that has more than one pre-ferment where I could tell that it needed more than one, if that makes sense. It also means that, like, you know, like if you're adding a sweetener, have a clear stated purpose for why that sweetener is there. So, I mean, I hope that's a pretty obvious principle. My second principle is that process and formula are inseparable. And this is something that I think that non-bakers don't quite get, or people that are new to baking, is that baking is more process-oriented, and it's all about technique. And you can't just develop a formula without considering the process. And the process is everything from your schedule, to your ingredients, to the type of equipment you have, to the way you want to develop the dough, and so on. And my third principle is that as you're trying to hone in and perfect your formula, only change one part of the whole, be it a material or a process, at any given time. And because the two are inseparable, you have to view both as equal factors. So if you're going to change something, only change one of them. So don't change a material, meaning an ingredient, and part of the process at the same time. Only change one, because you won't know what the explanation for it is. When creating a sourdough formula, when I adapt stuff, I usually try to find because we work from the whole and then work backwards, I start with my flour blend, the amount of hydrating material in it, which is usually water, but I mean, like, there's other hydrating elements, like butter has a little bit of water in it. It's usually only 10 to 14%, depending upon the butter. Egg contributes, I mean, all these things. So you begin with your total flour, the blend of that flour, your hydrating element, and then your salt. You can then begin to look at enriching ingredients, which are lipids, fats, if you're doing an enriched dough, or your sweetening elements. So I typically, if let's say I want to try to make a sourdough pretzel, I will go and find the range of all those things. And let's say I want to have, you know, spelt at a certain percentage. I determine my flour blend first, that represents 100%. I then determine what my hydrating elements are, and in pretzels, you know, there's usually a certain type of fat. Sometimes it's liquid fat, sometimes it's solid fat, water. I determine the ratio of that to the flour. You have to know your dry material and how much water it can absorb. You also then have to think about how you're going to develop the dough. If you have a lot of leavening agent, that's going to create a lot of CO2 that creates a softening effect. If you're going to mix more, that creates a softening effect. So this is why I say that process and formula are inseparable. I then determine salt level, and I have what my total formula. And notice I still haven't even mentioned how I'm building my starter yet. I just began with the basics first. I then look at what my schedule is, and I determine how much flour I want to pre-ferment and over how many stages. When you pre-ferment flour, the longer it's pre-fermented for, the more likely it is to break down and just add dead weight to the final dough. And so it's not there to be able to contribute final dough strength. However, there's a way around that, and that's through multiple stage builds. And the thing that causes flour to eventually break down is being exposed to low pH and a lot of acid for a long period of time, which is typically found in single stage builds. However, you can get around that by having a high inoculation and a high temperature, which you find in like 3-stage rye. The third stage is often 100, 100, 100 at 30 degrees, and it knocks the acid back. So you could have a single stage build that doesn't necessarily break down the flour. So it's an interaction between all these different factors. So I figure out how many stages I want to do and the amount of flour I want to pre-ferment. And that is determined upon the strength of my flour. That's determined by my schedule. That's determined by how I'm going to mix it, etc. And my desired end result. You know, maybe I want a flat loaf, maybe I don't. Like it's up to you to determine what you want. You know, I can't say that one thing is better than another. I then take my 100% dry material, and then I subtract it from the total. And then I move it to my pre-fermentative stages, or stage, depending if it's single or whatever. If I'm doing more than one stage, I then determine how many stages I want to divide it over. And as a general rule of thumb, the longer the fermentation, the more it's going to break down. The shorter the fermentation, the less it's going to break down. However, time is not a good indicator because it may not be well fermented, right? So, I mean, it's an interaction between all these other factors that I talked about. And then I'm left with my ratio of my hydrating ingredients, my fats, my sweeteners, and my salt. And you have to determine if you want to put any of those in the pre-fermentative stage or stages. If you are pre-fermenting a lot of flour, which generally I would recommend, I would consider that to be 20% of the total flour or more, you should begin to consider putting some of what I would call any stressful ingredients, things that induce primarily osmotic or hydrostatic stress. I would begin to put them in the pre-fermentative stage, again, depending upon what it is, so you don't create too much stress and cause the final dough to rise forever. And that's kind of the way panettone works, or most Italian and rich breads like Colombo to Pasqua, yeah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you're dividing the stress over multiple stages. And you just kind of, then it's just basic math from there. You know, like the leftover flour, let's say you pre-ferment 10, that 90 then becomes the new 100 by which you express all other ingredients. There is something uniquely mathematical that does occur that I do want to point out. The more flour that you pre-ferment, because you still have the hydrating water left over, you have to then take how much of that hydrating element you want to put in the pre-fermentative stages. So let's say you want a really stiff starter. The more flour you pre-ferment and the stiffer the starter. So let's say you decide that you want to pre-ferment 50% of the total flour. Let's say you want that to be a total so the general rule is the more flour you pre-ferment and the stiffer the pre-ferment is, the more you have to base the overall hydration on what the optimal hydration is of the overall flour. Now this probably doesn't intuitively make sense, but let me explicate the rule a little bit more. If you pre-ferment 50% of the total flour and you want that to be 50% hydration, that means that you take 25% water and move it to the pre-fermentative stage. Does everyone understand that? So let's say you know your flour can handle 75% water, and we're using the same flour for this example. So let's say you know that its optimal hydration is 75%. Let's say you pre-ferment 50% of the flour. You then take 75% water, you take 25% of it and move it to the pre-fermentative stage. That means that you're left over with 50% flour and 50% water. Yet you know your flour can only hold 75%. So what my rule says is that the more flour you pre-ferment, the more you have to base the overall hydration on just the unfermented flour. So instead of adding 50% water here, so it's 100% hydration, I would just make it 75% hydration while still having 25 over here. And so what that would mean is the overall hydration wouldn't be 75%. And that's because you're eventually, yes, time? Yeah. 5 minutes? I have 5 minutes. But I just want to say, is this principle clear to everyone? Why this would be the case? Because you're asking the unfermented flour to hold too much water? Because you've sequestered too much of the water? I mean, you've weakened all the pre-fermented flour, and then you're asking the unfermented flour to hold more water than its holding capacity. Is that clear to everyone? I just want to make sure, because I'm going to open up to questions because we have to end. So, go. If there are any. Hold on. Yeah, I can say it again.
Repeat it.
Yep. So the basic rule is the more flour you pre-ferment, the more your overall hydration. So it has to be based upon just the unfermented flour, not the total hydration. So let's say you know that your flour only holds 60%. You wouldn't make the total hydration 60%. You'd only make the final unfermented flour 60%. Does everyone understand that? That's why liquid starters are really nice when you're pre-fermenting a lot of flour, because you sequester more of the water with the pre-fermented flour. And so you're asking the final flour to hold less. I mean, it's just a mathematical thing. Does everyone understand this principle? All right, any other questions? Too easy. Oh, wait. Yep. Oh, it's a few over here. Rico and Alex both have one. You can go to Alex first if you want. I mean, I have time to answer both. Or not. Oh. Yeah, he already asked one.
You're going Rico and Alex.
Yeah.
Bah?
Yeah. Whoever had their hand up first.
Oh, bah.
Hey, could you argue that there is the added benefit of water lease from the like an enzymatic activity point of view? Because you're hydrating the proteins.
It depends. I mean, like.
So if you wanted to break down something like phytic acid?
There's not that much phytic acid being broken down at that pH.
Okay. But enzymatic activity would be inhibited when the
Which
the
enzymatic
vein is-
activity? Because there's many suites of. So I mean, at that pH range of just flour and water mixed together.
Yep.
The only suite of enzymes that we really care about are amylases. Those are the only ones that are really active at that pH range that impact bakers.
Yep. Cool.
And most of that's creating during mixing. Obviously, you'd be mixing less. But if you autolyse, I mean, if you wanted to do it for amylysic activity, I mean, I guess. But even if you had a highly hydrated dough, even mixed for 3 minutes, I would still say 50% of all amylysic activity occurs during that 3 minutes of mixing.
Okay.
So Chris Stafferton has a question at the back, and Alex Bois.
First of all, thank you, and also I wanted to hear maybe you talk about different kinds of osmotic stress in starters and what effects you can achieve with those. So, say just salt versus sugar in a starter.
That's a good question.
What it does, why to use it, etc.
Yep. So salt. So osmotic stress, just it's a ratio. It's all about osmosis. So it's the amount of solutes internally to the cell, and the cell needs to maintain a certain pressure internally. And the more solutes you have in the aqueous phase on the outside, the cell needs to adjust the ratio of water in order to maintain equilibrium. So all osmotic stress means that you have a greater concentration of solutes on the outside of the cell versus inside. Generally speaking, yeast that are found in sourdough have a more complex cell membrane than do bacteria. There are some bacteria that have double membrane, but majority of the plant-associated lactobacilli that are found in sourdough systems only have a single membrane. And so they're more susceptible to stresses in their immediate environment, be that ions, like charged ions, meaning acid. So studies typically show that if you put sourdough microbiota into different stresses, that generally speaking, bacteria respond worse than yeast to almost all the stresses because they're more susceptible to the stresses in their immediate environment. Salt has a double acting effect because it creates not only osmotic stress, but it also creates ionic stress. And that's because the sodium chloride or most salts will dissociate and then cause more ions to be present. So you're effectively doing the same thing as pH stress as well as osmotic stress when you add salt to an aqueous solution. So salt affects bacteria more than yeast, but it also but salt affects both more than sugar because sugar doesn't have that same ionic stress. It's really just osmotic stress. So it takes a lot more sugar to achieve the same effect. The reason why you would do that is because you want to adding stressors to the pre-fermentative stage. You do that because you want to change the ratio of cells to one another, meaning that typically you want to decrease bacteria versus the ratio of bacteria to yeast. And most continually refreshed sourdoughs, the ratio, people say 100 to 1, sometimes it's 60 to 1, bacteria to yeast. And if you want, less bacterial associated metabolites, meaning acid, you would add those stressors to the pre-fermentative stage to decrease bacterial cell viability, and that decreases their overall cell density in the final dough. And you would end up with a higher ratio of yeast than bacteria. And that's kind of what happens in panettone. In panettone, or most naturally leavened things, it begins with a white dough. The ratio is what I said earlier. They build it over several doughs, dividing the stress over multiple stages. The stresses increase as you get closer to the final dough system. That ratio slowly, bacteria, yeast, it slowly goes from 100 to 1, goes down. The ending pH of that dough may be like 4.5. You go to the next stage, that ratio goes down. The ending pH, because there's not as much acid being created, is like maybe like 4.9, et cetera, until you get to panettone, or the final dough. It tends to be 1 to 1, and the ending pH is somewhere between 4.9 to 5.1. So people who are doing naturally leavened products, I'm calling this at the same time, naturally leavened products, you'll find that if you don't want any sourness, the pH usually has to be above 4.9. So thank you guys very much. I hope that was helpful.
Thanks so much, Ian. Like, seriously, how generous is Ian with his knowledge? Just as a person, he just shares. How many people have messaged him and got responses? I just think he's such an amazing and generous person with his knowledge. And I reckon, Ian, we need to get like a YouTube channel for you because you've got so much to give the world, and the world needs it. So, okay, everyone on Sprouted Grains panel, please come up. You know who you are? Okay, Sprouted Grains is not about sprouting the actual grain. It's about people that are part of Breaded or part of Grains that have sprouted and started their own business. And it's about hearing their stories, their journey on the process, the pain, the suffering, the joy, the wins, the losses, the real stuff. So, so we can all know, because we're all going to hopefully have businesses, and it might not just be a bakery, it might be a farmer, it might be a miller. It's great to hear about other people's journeys. Again, wisdom. When we all get knowledge, more knowledge, you pay for it one way or another. It's so good to be able to hear from great people, great friends, their journeys. All right. Hey, Em, how long does this go for? Kimmy? Kim Hall. Kim Hall. Where are you? Are you hiding again? Where's Kim? I told you, you got to get up here. That's chairs for you. Get up here. This chick, I tell you, she's naughty. She's very naughty. Okay, all right.
I can't bend that knee, so don't. Yeah.
You're amazing.
I went the wrong way.
Okay. You're right?
I did my knee about 4 or 5 months ago now, and I just can't get off it to get it better.
You okay? Okay. Okay. Are we having fun, guys? Is everything great? Are we burning on, not burning out? We're still burning on. The fire's burning. That's exciting. Make sure I get that shirt before you go. Okay, I thought about that today. I started having panic attacks. You can't go back to America without that shirt. Anyway. Okay, sprouted grains. So, guys, this is about the journey. Beautiful friends, community, years gone by that have been part of this community that have now stepped out and starting their own business. Everyone's at different levels. Great to have. We've got predominantly bakers and we've got a beautiful farmer miller as well. So we're going to get a little bit of diversity. Hopefully next year there'll be brewers and there'll be all crazy people, gluten-free, all those. So we'll grab a mic. We'll just start from you all the way down. Introduce yourself, what you do, where you're from, your Instagram handle, where you're baking, etc., etc. So we'll just do a quick intro and then we'll throw it up to questions.
Hello everybody, I'm Meek. I have a very small bakery in Leopold, which is just outside of Geelong. I'm original from Belgium. My bakery is 100% sourdough and I focus basically only on bread and pastries, and the bakery is now 3 years old, just over 3 years old, and it's going pretty well. And you can find me on Instagram on Ket Baker, K-E-T. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie, originally from Melbourne. Nick and I worked at Tivoli Road, and then when Pippa and Mike left, we left too. We went on a 3-month holiday, driving around, visiting a lot of the bakers that are here today, and based on that, we were kind of inspired to start our own little project. We now live in Pomona, which is out in the Grampians, and we're kind of just in a setup phase of starting up our own bakery. Do you want to add to that?
It's pretty much the same thing that Jackie just said. But we got started doing local markets, subscription, just to the local community, and were really well received. Lots of people I think just appreciated having the opportunity to have a little business in their local area. They really supported that, and to have good bread available. But yeah, it's been good so far.
Hi, I'm Alex. Black Cockatoo Bakery. I started baking about 3 years ago, and the bakery opened about 2 years ago as well. And so it's fairly recent for me still. And yeah, the bakery is doing well. We just opened another shop in the Blue Mountains. And yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm Courtney. I'm one half of Woodstock Flour. My partner Ian is over there. We started our flour milling business on Ian's family farm in Berrigan, New South Wales, about 2 years ago, but we've only been operating commercially for just over a year, and we sell our flour that's milled from grains grown on the family farm to bakers in Melbourne and here in Trentham.
I'm James from Staple Bakery in Seaforth, Sydney. I started baking about 6 years ago and opened my shop coming up to 2 years ago.
I actually went and saw a loaf of bread being made at just a little class, and they made a sourdough with commercial yeast and called it sourdough. And I didn't actually take any notice of any of that, and went home and thought, I want to do this. So made a starter, and then within about a month, I was making so much bread because it was challenging and I just wanted to do it, and it got under my skin. And then about 6 weeks later, I found an old kitchen that had been run down and closed up for 4 years, and thought, there's an old oven in there and a sink and a cool room. I'm going to do this. 4 years later, I'm moving into my new bakery next week. Still, it's not a real bakery on any... No, seriously, it's not. I actually loved listening to Kimberly today. I have hashtagged pictures of her over the last couple of years with just like Baker Crush, because she's seriously my Baker Crush. My model of my bakery is so much like hers. This last few days, my head is just exploding because she's just inspired me to actually take that next step to be a little bit more honest with myself, what I want to do with my bakery, and not think about the dollar, not think about white bread that I think is what my customers just want, and take it a little bit further. It's going to take a while and it's not going to be quick. I need to also do what Michael said and try and reclaim some of my life, because I've had 4 years of, I don't think I sleep, I think I just bake, think bread, croissants. I love feeding my people, I love feeding my community. I'm like Kimberly, we know all our customers by name, we know what they have, what they want. My family work with me, so I've got sucked into that comfort where I didn't see what Michael was saying until he said it out loud, and realised that I've lost my life a little bit, but I didn't notice because my family work with me. They got dragged into it and they're with me, so I didn't notice. But the first thing on my agenda to get when I get home is to actually prioritise, pay myself, and yeah, keep feeding our community.
Amazing, and I really love Kim. I've got she's like my Baker Crush. You know what I mean? Like she's like this woman that's just learned how to make bread and just kept on pushing it, put herself on the limitations of naturally fermentation of pastries and bread, and she's just grown and grown. I just did what you told me to do. Yeah. Anyway, and no, it's like we had like at one of the the last bread ed in New Zealand. I remember, because you can get overwhelmed in these kind of events, and that's why like what you hear out of me is family, community, talk, because as we're all trying to process it and as we're all trying to work it out, sometimes we just need to talk with each other, and we had a little moment, and I could see Kim was wrestling like, oh, what do I do? And I said, listen, just feed your people. Just go home and feed your people. And she literally took that. She took that literally. And then, just to be able to see, and hopefully it's going to be the same, this year with many of you people will see that maybe your thoughts will sort of mature, or something will click, or you'll have a light bulb moment, and then you can see over the next year how that flourishes and how that outworks. And when she says, I haven't really got a bakery, it's just so great to see that she's actually building bricks and mortar kind of style bakery on her property, and it's just the next natural step, the next natural progression. Anyway, and then as you can see, she hasn't stopped serving us, like literally. I don't know if this woman's ever slept like the whole 3 days that she's been here. I know, she's beautiful. Also, when I wasn't well, she sent me a very, very, very beautiful message. Like everyone was all, oh, I hope you're okay. And she's like, you better be okay? Like, you get over this. Okay, you're not allowed to get sick. You're not allowed to die. Okay, and so I have a lot of deep love for Kim. Okay, Meg, tell us a little bit more about your operation. Is it in your home? Is it in a site? What type of volume do you do? What's your week like? What does it look like? Is it 2 days a week, 3 days a week? That's kind of stuff.
So I built my bakery in my garage. It's fully operating with 3-phase, so and it's totally approved. Where some people think, oh, this is a bit dodgy, but yeah, council knows about this.
Ghetto?
Not entirely ghetto.
Okay. We like ghetto.
Small.
Ghetto's okay here. It's
very
okay.
Small, like 25, 30 square meters. I basically, my main product is the sourdough pastries. On a Monday, I start making my dough for the week. Tuesday, we sheet all the doughs for the week. Then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we bake. Just after that bake, we start preparing for the weekend. So during the week, I don't really know by heart how many that I make, but I think for a weekend, I usually am around 1,000 pastries, depending how many markets that we do.
How do you manage that with the family? Like, it's long fermentation.
Yes, well, you know, I've got one kid on one leg and the other kid's on the other leg. So yeah, I got two young boys. One is 3, one is 5. They're very active, so it is challenging. But well, like Kim says, you know, the whole family kind of gets sucked into it. I'm very fortunate that my husband really supports this business, and he's completely like-minded and also towards where we want to go into the future. Because of that, I get full support of him, and he just takes on a lot of the household work and the kids' work. I do consider my Monday to be sacred. Like in the morning, I mix my dough, and then, you know, that bulks for like, so it's my croissant dough, that bulks for like 6 to 7 hours, and that span I basically spent with my kids, and that's the only time that I get with their mom one-on-one. And during the weekend, I often take them with me to the markets, which I think is really good for their education, because they get just confronted with real life and how life is. It's very hard sometimes, because sometimes I fight and I got a line from one end to the market to the other end, and then it's just my screaming out of my car, and then people are watching me. And sometimes my customers even help me and take the kids and distract them. And
so cool.
I mean,
So
I
cool.
do all farmers markets, so it's
cool.
very community based, and a lot of people understand and support my choice, because it's always very scary where I'm a bit scared of the judgment of people maybe saying, you know, what are you doing to your kids? But I think in the long run, it's a really good education for them. I don't want to helicopter them all the time and protect them, because life is not about that. They, you know, the sooner they get in contact and realize how real life is, the less battle they will have later, realizing how life isn't all rosebuds and sunshine and rainbows, you know. So yeah, and I do bread as well. On a Wednesday and a Friday, I open my bakery for pastries and bread for just local people. I do a little bit of sales there. I've got a few very, very good people that always return, and it's really nice. I got lots of contact with my customers. And then, yeah, I do wholesale. But my main income comes from the markets, wholesale. And like Kimberly was saying, unfortunately, I do not have the privilege to sell, to sell the full price to wholesale. So my margins are pretty small, so it's not giving me great support. But I do have a few really, really good wholesale customers, so I'm very happy with it. But yeah, if I ever want to get the bakery to grow, these markets are for me very, 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 very important. So
it's great.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
That's cool. Courtney, we got a lot of bakers. We haven't got many millers or farmers. So I'd really like to hear your story. You said obviously you started your grain growers originally, your farmers originally, or Ian?
Yeah, Ian's family.
So can you tell us that journey? Like, how did you? Or was it a value add decision? You bought a new American millstone. Like, just tell us, like, you know, the thinking behind that, and then how you started to connect with the family.
Yeah. So Ian was born on the farm, or he grew up on the farm, and he's the 4th generation on the family farm. And Ian's parents, Bob and Jenny, transitioned to be certified organic nearly 25 years ago. But Ian and I actually met at Melbourne Uni. We were studying environments, And when we'd finished our courses, we both kind of wanted to find a way to get into farming. We found it, we thought of farming as the best way for us to make an impact on the environment and kind of live our values. So we saw an opportunity in grains. You know, everyone was value adding beef and meat and growing fruit and veg and selling it locally, but there weren't many options for flour or grains that we could see. And so we bought a little desktop mill, little Billy Harvos, and we just experimented while we were still living around Melbourne. At farmers markets, we'd buy grain from Ian's folks and mill it fresh to order at farmers markets, and that's when we actually met Pippa and Michael at the farmers markets, and they were like, yeah, we'd love some flour, but we need like a ton a week. And we were like, okay, we need to scale this up a bit. And then we decided, so the farmers markets allowed us to see that there was a demand for what we were doing, for fresh whole grain stone ground flour from the farm, from an organic farm. So then we made the leap after talking to bakers like Chris and Emily, John, Michael. Everyone was pointing us towards a new American stone mill, so we invested in one of those, and it's kind of grown from there. So we buy grain off Ian's parents. We're also involved in the growing process and help out where we can, and pushing for different varieties where we can. It's just bloomed from there.
How much, do you mind if I ask, how much do you mill now? So from milling a few kilos at the farmers market?
About 1.5 tons a fortnight.
Wow,
So
that's significant.
yeah, it's enough for
It's
us.
still not much, like in the scheme of a mill. Like, it sounds like a lot, and I guess you're still in that journey. But still, I mean, from your humble beginnings not that long ago to milling a little bit at the market.
Yeah, and it's allowed us to have one full-time wage. So Ian mostly works in the mill, and we finally, like about 6 months ago, we were able to pay Ian a full-time wage, which is a big step for us. And it's a comfortable business at this stage. But we're only supplying maybe 6 bakeries, so it's very small scale.
And I'm going to just shamelessly plug them right now, and actually we've got to have a bit of a chat later on as well. Like, this is the full connection, what we're talking about. So if there's bakers out there, there's some of their flour here, as well as Jason. There's some flour for sale in the shop up at Redbeard. I really feel just get a little bit, just try it, just feel it. Their whole grain flours, some of the finest I think I've ever felt in my entire life, and I felt quite a bit. And you know, you've got complete connection all the way through from the ground to the flour. So that's amazing. Alex, so you've been baking for 3 years, and you've been a business owner for 2.
That's right. Yeah.
And where's your business at now? What's going on?
It's in. We, as I said, just opened a second shop in Katoomba.
Katoomba.
So it's 15
So you're on
minutes
2
away.
shops now.
2 shops, and we are extending the first one now, so we can have a bit more
So 2
room
years,
for the production.
1 shop, 2 shop, and then extending the first shop.
Yeah.
So things are going okay.
Yeah, but we're gonna stop now.
You're gonna stop.
We need to reestablish all the systems and try to readapt everything, the organization, to now the numbers that we are doing. Because I was really kind of, relaxed from the beginning and see, it's okay. No spreadsheets, no, nothing like
just
that.
Just loose, man. Just keeping it loose.
Yeah, but no, it's too loose now.
Yeah.
Know. Now we need to kind of.
Can we get that on a shirt? It's too loose now.
Now I think at a stage where you can see that it's not organized enough. Like you need, to achieve a better consistency, you need all the systems in place in order, to make sure you keep all the customers happy and. Yeah.
So for someone like, you're a chef originally, weren't you?
Yeah.
So let's go back a little bit. So you're a chef. How do you decide that you want to make bread, and then how did you connect with the family?
Well, I wanted to get away from chefing for a while, thinking that I would have going away from chefing, spend more time with the family, because I had a son.
So you decided to be a baker? Yeah.
I know that's crazy. So We just had our first son
Yeah.
when I decided to become a baker, basically. But yeah, I was a chef. Then we moved to the Blue Mountains, and I was working as a chef there. I couldn't find any bread that I would enjoy eating there, so I started looking online, basically, to see how I could make my own sourdough. So I just found the process very fascinating quite quickly. So as like a lot of people here, I think, once you start baking, if you like it, you don't stop baking. You just keep baking, keep baking.
Obsession.
Yeah, completely. And then I brought a loaf to the restaurant I was working, and the owners loved the loaf and asked me if I could make this bread for the customers in the restaurant. So that was perfect, because I was, working as a chef, being paid to practice my bread making for the customers. And that's it. Then I wanted to switch to baking full time, and I didn't have anything, and I didn't have any saving to just buy all the equipment and things like that. So I looked around, and I found Scotch oven not far from where I live, and this is why it's special as well for me to be here, because I called John basically and asked him. Starting to ask a few questions over the phone, like very evasive question, and because I didn't know anything about bread or not much. And he quickly said, why don't you just come here for the day, and I'll show you how the oven works. Yeah, so that was the first kind of how can I say that, the first time I saw how bakers could are really humble people, like really willing to share, and so yeah, I just drove 10 hours and went to meet John at the bakery for the day, and went back in this town where the Scotch oven was, and started baking bread in it and selling to a few cafes and restaurants.
Amazing. James.
Yeah.
How are you? You well?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's awesome. Would you like to?
I don't even know what you're going to ask me now.
Would you?
I
We
know,
just got to keep
I'm
it
a little
loose,
bit
man.
twitchy.
Got to keep it loose.
Keeping it loose.
Could you know? In all honesty.
Yep.
So tell us your. Anyway, I'm going to start off with him. This is what I love about James. We went to James, and Emily. We were in San Fran. We spent a bit of time on the grain gathering trip that we had, and I'm like, man, this guy's a pom. Like, he's a marketer. Like, what's his story? Yeah, right. And but then he actually shared his story. And I say it better than him because he's too humble. But he had there's a condition in his family where there's like a little weakness in the aorta, and one of his ancestors just dropped dead. And randomly they came across and they found out that he had that situation in himself, so he had to have open heart surgery and he had to have his aorta completely replaced. I feel like he got an Italian aorta, because if you notice and if you go back through the YouTube clips, you'll find that he talks with his hands quite a lot, right? There's all these little snippets. He ain't no sort of pommy, sort of like, you know what I mean, like very prim proper. Like, so anyway, well, that was our little joke, and then to understand because we've all got different entries into bread making. I didn't have a choice. Like he had a midlife crisis, and had to this was something about being medicinal and about healing himself. So I fucking love that. Like, that is like the ultimate entry point into bread making. So tell us from making your first loaf. I want to go from the first loaf.
So I made my first loaf, which was disastrous.
Tell us about it.
It was terrible. I baked it in a barbecue. Because I'd heard that you could make bread in a barbecue. This is what I'm like. I hear stuff and I go, yeah, I'll give that a go. So, and it hasn't left me. So I made my first loaf in a barbecue, and that was pretty disastrous. I then picked up on different techniques and different, I didn't know about Instagram at that point because it was all quite new. and then I got a little Dutch oven and started making a little bit of bread in there. And I was, I got into sourdough because I can't even remember how I got into sourdough. I think someone bought me a class somewhere, and I went to and I was like, this is like, what is this like enigma? Like, how does it work and what does it do? So I was quite fascinated by that. My family are all scientists, so I've grown up with a kind of arts and science background. So they're all into chemistry. And so that sort of tapped into a few of my kind of hotspots. So I got into baking bread. I sold a loaf. So I put a picture, or someone get your own fucking bread. Do you know what I mean? So we had a rendezvous at Harris Farm Markets in Manly in the car park.
Really?
Yeah, and I sold a loaf for $7.
$7?
Yeah.
Well,
And it's Anna.
Approachable loaf.
Anna, she's called. Lovely. Still buys bread from me now.
Oh my God.
So we rendezvoused there, sold the loaf, and I was like, fuck, this is so good. I've made something, someone wants it. So then I started making more, but obviously with a little gas oven doesn't really work. Then I did a bit more investigation, and I think at that point I'd done my first bread ed.
Yeah.
And I was interested in the idea, obviously chemistry and fire. I like fire. I'm a boy.
Yeah.
So I thought I'll get a wood-fired oven. So I saved up, invested in a wood-fired oven. It's 3-deck, white oven, had steam. I could bake 18 loaves at a time. I could store it in my garage.
Yeah.
No council approvals.
Yeah. Overrated.
I don't do council.
Yeah.
Bake forgiveness. Bake forgiveness.
Pleading
So,
points.
so I used to pull this. I was also part of a swimming group. There's a point to this.
Yeah.
I'm part of a swim group in Manly. There's like 600 people swim on a weekend. They're all pretty healthy people. They found out I was making bread, so I was making bread in this oven. I'd pull the oven out of the garage. So I had a cargo bike full of bread every Saturday and Sunday, and everybody was like lining up to buy the bread. That got out of control. I then was offered a place in a pie shop with a friend. I'm a bakery now, and I was sharing a space with him. I was only open on a Saturday morning for 4 hours, and I used to have I still had my day job. I would go in, I would finish work on a Friday at 5. I would go in there, prep, and then bake on a Saturday morning. Because of the time constrictions of the bakery, I wasn't allowed to be in there technically before 7 o'clock. So I used to get up at 4, tray up my pastries, put them into my car, turn my car on, the heater on the car, proof them up. I'm tenacious. Proof them up till they were about 20 minutes off, drive them. So, and then I'd sell out, and that would be that. So I went from wood-fired to the small bakery, and then there was a moment when I had to leave the bakery, and I was...
Yeah, we remember.
So this guy, he was renting this space to me, and I didn't really tell him what was happening. I hadn't told him about the queues on a Saturday morning, I hadn't told him anything. And he was doing his markets in the afternoon on a Saturday, so he would never be in the shop. He never knew what I was doing. I was just paying rent. He turned up one morning in his pajamas, and he just stood in the shop, and he went, "What the fuck is going on here?" And I said, "It's like this every week. I don't know what I've done." And so he got a bit envious and basically asked me to leave eventually because he just got out of control. And then I looked for a new place, which is Seaforth.
And then, if you had been here yesterday, you opened up, in the first week you opened up, you won best loaf in New South Wales.
So that's the story. Yeah.
That's the journey. And how did you find grain, you obviously connected with the family. How did that all happen, and how did that benefit your bread making technique and development?
Yeah, I remember coming to the first. I can't remember the first one was at Emily's. It was Emily's, yeah.
The first one was Emily's.
Yeah, that's right. So the second one was Emily's, and I was just instantly struck by the embrace how embraced I was by everybody. Because I was doing it at a corporate job, and if I went to a conference of any kind, it was very standoffish, and no one from an industry and marketing, no one shared anything. And all of a sudden, it was just arms open. Here you come in here, and it was great, and that opened everything for me.
Yeah. And I guess like the whole purpose of this panel is they were all sitting there. So what you guys have, you know, we want to be able to encourage that, and as a family, if you've got that itch, scratch it. If you need to reach out, talk to someone like John, come and do a shift or whatever, do it. And you know, with the help and the support of friends, family, hopefully you can make better decisions, and you know, you can make
Learn from our mistakes.
yeah, you can learn from everyone's mistakes. And you know, I was reading, I don't know if is it Van Gogh? I can't even believe it. I was reading today, like he had only one painting sold in his lifetime for like $108, and you know, he killed himself. Like he's like a full-blown artisan, absolute legend, pain and suffering his whole life, didn't have a community around him. Baking's hard, man. It's sacrificial, and you know, for me, that's why it's so important to build community. Farming's hard. It's sacrificial, you know. Milling's hard. It's freaking hard. I tried, you know, I tried to mill. Man, I totally dishonored the craft of milling. You know, I look at my little flirtatious affair with milling, and I just think how ignorant and how rude was I in my approach to that. That is just such a massive craft. If that's what you're choosing to do, it's such a significant thing. And you know, like what Grayson said, if you got some grain, just reach out. It's an Instagram message. Someone's going to want to try it. You got some flour, reach out. You know, we want to know about it, and together, you know, we'll just push this thing better. We're working it out together. So we're going to throw it out to questions. We've got about 10 more minutes. So just if anyone's got any questions, shoot away. Questions? Anyone? No questions? Yeah.
I was thinking of this for the bread economics, but you guys are exactly the people I was thinking of, so this is probably a better forum. In your establishing the bakery, we're all bakers. We're not exactly, or I'm not a very overt person. What do you wish you knew about how to sell yourself as you were getting established? How to get people to relate to you? Does that make sense? Advertising, promotion, getting your bread into people's hands.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's one of, for me, it's like it can be an uncomfortable part of the business, but it's a necessity, really. Like, it's not, there's times when I open the shop and I'm just not in the zone at all, but you have to be the face and be the person in the first instance anyway, because people want to know who's making it. And it's, unfortunately, it's just, if you are the shy person, you don't want to be involved, and you don't want to be that person that's the front and the face of the business, then find someone who can do that for you and be the mystique behind. But otherwise, you just got to, unfortunately, for me, it was like step up and just do it and be brave and bold, and people will embrace it.
But the bread sells itself.
It does.
You don't have to do much. Thank you. I remember when I first started, I was mixing everything by hand in a kitchen with a little 5 kilo scale, and running with a jug of water from the tap to the thing, and that's hard on that. So people like to hear the stories as well, customers, when you start, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, I found a little co-op that was selling fruit and veg, and they had a little table in front of it that it would allow me to come and sell the bread every Saturday morning, and that's how it started. And people get to know you by starting selling it. I'll go around cafes and restaurants and
start, talking about your bread to people around you. Yeah.
Simon, I'm probably the wrong person with this because my bakery doesn't even have a name yet and it's 4 years old, so it's pretty wrong. But I think having an open dialogue with your customers is the most important thing. When I started, I knew nothing about sourdough. I didn't make it for nutritional reasons or anything. And then probably about 75% of my, 75% of my customers back then found me because they'd had dietary issues. So they educated me. I know way too much personal things about my customers, but they're the ones who then said to their friend, oh, have you tried this? I can eat this bread. My stomach doesn't bloat. And they'll say, I can't eat sourdough. But they were getting their sourdough from another bakery, and I didn't realise it wasn't what we call a naturally leavened loaf of bread. And then they told their friends, and it just keeps going. And it's their job to sell our bread. We make the bread and then empower them to get it out into our community. I'd been going for like 3 or 4 months, and I'm only living in quite a small town, and then started to get this little bit of a buzz around town about there's this crazy woman making bread while she was still doing her day job, and selling it from the back of an old kitchen where you had to walk a country mile to get to. And then about 5 minutes later, Baker's Delight put an ad on our radio, our local one, and the ad was real bread baked by real bakers. I was horrified. I nearly wanted to stop because I'm not a baker. I really struggle to call myself a baker. I make bread. That's what I do. And I nearly ran away because all of a sudden I had no confidence, and it was my customers that kept me going and said, no, we want your bread. So they're the most important part of our journey, is the customer.
I've just got a question for Courtney. I know that in the farming community there's a lot of talk about no-till and the destruction that has on the soil and the land, but I've also heard lots of things about not all soil cultivation techniques and implements have a devastating impact on the land and actually help. And I'd just like to hear about your thoughts on the conversation about that in the farming community and how that kind of works on your farm.
Yeah, well, in an organic system, no-till can be quite difficult because, unlike conventional farmers, we're not spraying out the weeds with herbicides and things like that. We've still had a lot of success with no-till, especially with the with the rye, cereal rye. It's a lot taller and it comes up and it's more competitive with weeds. So that's why we're this conversation about diversity of grains is really important, because we're looking for plants that do have that early vigour and that height to outcompete, so we don't have to till the soil so much. But at the same time, farmers like Steve at Barham are doing some really awesome things with cover crops and tilling them in, and even though there might be a little bit of tillage involved, you're returning more organic matter to the soil. So I think what we're striving for at Woodstock is no-till, because I do think there's lots to be said for that. But there is the current discussion around no-till is led by conventional farmers that are really input heavy and really reliant on industrial pesticides and fertilizers. So I think we have to be wary of those conversations. But yeah.
Nick and Jackie, I was wondering if you can talk about your subscription method of selling the bread, how you got the message out to your customers in a local area when I think perhaps you might be new. I know Nick has family there, but how did you make those connections with your customers?
We got ourselves sort of set up and did all that fun little admin stuff to get your name and everything, and we started printing out basically just a little poster went to places in the local area and asked if we can put that up in the window. A few people saw that and then contacted us, just emailed us and said like they're interested, they'd like to order bread from us, where can we pick it up, that sort of thing. And then from there, a lot of it was because my parents have lived out there for a bit, so I knew a few of the locals and they were very interested in having bread. And so we kind of just gave bread to the people that we knew. And that was the thing. Like they knew we were coming out there, they were interested in bread, so they got it. And then every week we got one extra person, 2 extra people that had bread given to them by someone that we had given. They're like, oh, these people are local. And they're like, what do you mean there's no bakery here? This is ridiculous. And we're like, no, they've just moved here kind of thing. And then from then on, it kind of got more and more. The local general store, we spoke to her and she was happy to have some of our bread. And they took a little bit of our bread, retailed it, and because they're a business, so they put a bit of money on top of what we sell it to them for. And then when people said something about it and she said to them, you can buy direct from them, go to this. She's a lovely person. She's just like, this is their information, contact them directly. And it's cheaper to buy it direct from them than it is to buy direct from us. So she's very much just, people out there are so just amazing at supporting local and new businesses. They're so appreciative of people that are coming out, just trying something different. And the community just seems to have really accepted us. And there's just word of mouth mostly. Instagram doesn't really exist out there. Like Facebook is kind of a thing, but I hate Facebook. It's so tricky to work around, but that seems to be the main thing. So we do a little bit of that on Facebook, and people share it around and that sort of thing. But I would just say mostly word of mouth. We just tried to let people know that we're in the area, this is what we want to do, and this is how you contact us. Just giving people the option of give us a call. I've noticed a lot in the country, people appreciate a phone call. They're not going to send you an Instagram message or an email. Some of them will email you. That's the next step up. But a phone call or talking to them in person, face to face, and you also get that better opportunity to explain what you're doing, why you're doing it, why you want to do it, and it's the story behind it. So they wanted to know. It wasn't just, oh, here's your loaf of bread. They're like, why do you make bread? And then you say, because I'm a baker, did this, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, so before that. And then you're like, oh, but I did this. And they're like, yeah, but before that, what else did you do? And they want to know like your entire life story and why you got into this and why you love it so much, just because they see you having a passion for something and they want to share that and be a part of it. But just the way that the community works and they spread the word, and like everyone's saying, like if you have a good product and you believe in it, that comes through and people like they just hear about it. I have no idea honestly how so many people have contacted us and they're just like, oh, we saw your bread, and we put up posters and we have little business cards here and there. And I had some at my work and just put a stack of business cards there, and then a week later I was looking at it and there's one left. I'm like, who are these people that are taking our business card? But yeah, we're just getting emails and the occasional phone call and that sort of thing, but really just talking to people directly has been the best way for us to sort of express what we're doing, and people really appreciate that, and it's very well received in that way, if that answers the question.
So good. Okay, one more, and then we'll break for lunch.
Hi. 2 quick questions. James, do you have a proofer now?
Do you have a proof?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. For the bakers on the stage, how did you go about, did the wholesale business, was that a conscious and concerted effort that you made, or did it come organically? It was through reverse inquiry, like people just kind of asking about you?
I might be different to most. I don't really have much wholesale. Mine's mainly retail. I don't really like wholesale. So I get people coming through my shop. If I do get wholesale inquiries, I generally send them to Berkelo, who are just down the road. So I'd send them that way first. If it's on a route that I deliver existingly to, I do one loop. And if it's on there, I'll deliver it. And if I like them, I'll deliver it. But other than that, I say no. It's not my business model. Yeah.
I'm a lot like Kimberly. I do wholesale, but I charge full price. I only make so much bread. I bake 3 days a week. We make about 1,000 loaves. I don't have hands or time or anything to do anymore. But the most important thing we did with that was educate our customers on how to take care of the bread, because we only baked the 3 days a week. I only do wholesale bake 1 day a week. I actually am a zero waste business. My wholesale customers didn't have enough freezer space because they found they started going through more and more and more bread once they started using our bread. So I actually put about 30, 40 loaves every week I bake for the freezer in case they run out, because I'm supporting them and they're supporting me. So they started actually asking, can I have frozen bread on like half of our bread on the first day frozen, because we get better portion control, so we make more money. So can you keep a few loaves in the freezer and we'll take that first? So that changed my business model on the fact that I didn't have to think about how many loaves I needed to make. If I had leftovers, what do we do with them? So everything gets frozen fresh and then they take the bread. So quite a few people, when I say we're zero waste, they sort of go, yeah, right. But we actually are, because we don't throw any bread out. So it's just up to you to educate your wholesale customers, and, you know, we don't deliver. If they want it, they come and pick it up. And, yeah, you need to do what you want to do, and if they want it, they'll come and get it.
So wholesale for me was a choice, because I don't have a shop and I didn't know, well, my bakery is 3 years old. I've been in Australia for 4 years, so I really didn't know how people were going to react, because I don't know the people. And so I have now a fair bit of wholesale set up. And I do have drivers, and we did actively go and find people. And they do also, because of course, word of mouth, people contact me. And I've got drivers. I prefer to do less wholesale, to be honest, and just get more people into the bakery. But because it's next to my house, people are very, like, you know, it's not very inviting, I guess. And but yeah, we're working on it. But to be honest, wholesale, yes and no. It was good for me, and it made me going for the first few years. But it's very hard. It's a lot of work, and you don't get much return. And also, like Kim said, some wholesalers that just don't respect your product, like, you know, and then your name is out there on a product that's really not in a good state anymore, things like that. You don't really have control over it, so prefer to do that all myself, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm an exclusive wholesale bakery, so I'm just going to tap in here and then we're going to go. So I think basically there's always a challenge with bakery models or business models. You know, I think if you're a home baker and you're wholesaling, you know, if you're not charging full price, don't wholesale, don't take the customer. It's just not worth it. If you are, you've got to realise that the person that you're selling to, they're a business. They need to make money. So if they're not consuming the product or using it as a restaurant that's getting $25 a plate or something like that, if they've got to then try and put that on the shelf, they need to make 30% minimum on top of whatever you charge them. And then unfortunately, you know, you're getting double-digit loaves of bread, and then that's when the whole community, oh, sourdough's too bespoke, it's too exclusive a product. So for us, we focus, like I went out of a retail, I identified it pretty quickly that my strength is wholesale because of my experience, because of my background. I find it like kill me with small batches of doughs. I can't handle it. Like I just, you know, when you got 20 kilos of this and 20 kilos of that, and I've got to do 16 folds on this one, and because of my upbringing and my life experience, I prefer a larger volume. I feel comfortable with a larger volume, and when you get larger volumes, you can get economies of scales. and then you've got to factor in, when you're a wholesaler, you've got to factor in distribution, and you've got to factor in the reseller's margin. And it's very difficult to do that in a retail setting. So it's going to push the price up, or maybe make your bread exclusive, which is counter to what we want to do, the approachable loaf. Okay, can we give our amazing Sprouted Grains members a huge applause? Thank you. We hope that there'll be some new faces up here next year. 1:30 back here sharp, says the boss. Enjoy lunch.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to start the milling panel. The small-scale milling isn't new to Australia. There've been small mills in Australia since the 70s in the second round of milling history, and these guys are the new wave, and Grayson is the new wave in Louisiana. Grayson has a new American stone mill, and we heard from his keynote that was from 2014. Is that right, Grayson, that you bought that?
Another one 3 months ago.
Right. So there's another one 3 months ago in addition to the first one. James is based out of a bakery in the Dandenongs and has an osteoroller mill and has tweaked, refined, thought, churned over exactly how to get the best kind of flour from the highest quality grain that he can, and uses that himself to bake with and sells flour as well. And Ian Congdon has Woodstock flour with Courtney Young, his partner. They have a new American... Did I get that totally around the wrong way? Yeah. New American stone mill as well, with 40-inch diameter. And they sell wholesale and retail. There's some of the flour up the front here that you can see in the larger pack there. That's for sale up in the shop. It's extraordinary flour that the grain comes from their own organic farm, the family farm. Chris Duffy is my partner at Small World Bakery. Chris is the miller. He produces our flour for the bakery from a new American stone mill as well, a 40-inch that we purchased about 18 months ago, even more. Yep. And on the end, Jason Cotter and Emma Hicks, his partner, they have Churong Farm and they produce stone milled flour, again freshly packaged and taken into retail at farmers markets, and also wholesale to chefs and bakers in the local region around Mornington Peninsula. So James, I would like to know from you why you started milling and how that's evolved into the way you approach it now, because I think it's a bigger question for you now than just the technicalities of getting the best flour out of that osteoroller mill. So I'd like your thoughts on that.
So why did I first get into milling? So back when I first got into it, I had never heard the term regional grain economy or local grain economy, and I don't think that existed. I went and visited a friend who had a mill, and I was blown away by it, really. I don't think it strikes everybody with quite the same force that it hits me. You know, I thought it would, like anybody who saw one of these things would just be like knocked in the chest by it, right? You know, like, wow. And not everybody is. I know I am. I think you are, right? It got me. And also the rhetoric that I got around it of there was a time before a centralized industry. You know, what it was before we had roller mills and before we had a flour that had an indefinite shelf life and you could stockpile massive loads of grain and massive loads of flour and ship it all over the world and start exporting your grain as stock feed and buying in grain and having a commodity market. I hadn't really thought about all of that stuff, but what I saw was directly, okay, the roller mill came along, the stone mills died, the community died with it. I think there's an interrelation between the miller and the baker and the farmer, which is, that's what human community is founded on. That's where we stopped wandering about the place. We planted some grain. You've got to stay in one place, at least for as long as it takes for the grain to grow. So you've got to have somebody who's looking after the fire while the guy's out in the field, he's growing the grain. There's an interdependency between the baker and the farmer and the miller, and that's human community. And then when you go and you fuck with that, there is a cost that comes. There's a massive, massive cost. I think there's a huge unseen cost. And so the mill stands for something. Like bringing a mill back into a community, bringing a fire back into a community as well. And so, you know, I got a Scotch oven and I got a mill, and I'm like, right, we're going to do it.
Is it all on show? Can people see it?
Yeah, it was like right there, but didn't really work, you know. Like, I don't know, the community that I was actually in were really like, you know, they weren't necessarily there on board with it all. But you know, I think that the stand is really important. The mill stands for something. It's the centre of a regional grain economy. You take the mills out, and the regional grain economy died, and it's the mill that's going to bring it back again. So that's why I got into milling. And then the benefits that come along with it, like bread tastes really good, right? Like it just does. And yeah, I think my bread's really tasty. But I think that's really just by comparison. When I eat people's bread who don't use fresh flour, it just tastes bland, you know? And so nothing wrong. Like I'm not sort of like going to beat anybody up over use of roller mill flour, but if flavour and nutrition are what you were interested in, fresh flour. If a regional grain economy is what you're interested in, fresh flour. So, does that?
Yep. Jason, what came first for you? Growing the wheat or wanting to stone mill flour?
I prefer to grow wheat than mill wheat, but the milling for us is a necessity to produce a value-added product. We've got 60 hectares. It's not a commodity product that we produce. It's something for our local community and for the local community to use it. It doesn't matter how many recipes out there for whole grain or what have you. Flour is the staple, and and flour is what makes it viable for us at the moment. So, you know, we could take it in various directions with the seed we have, but flour is the key to the connections we've made as farmers to millers and bakers, and for us to do that on farm is the only viable way for our business, and it's been very gratifying to learn about growing wheat, but also about milling and what the customer wants, and that connection between the different people involved is very important to us. If I was just looking at the dollars, wouldn't be milling flour. I'd be doing something else. But there's just a great value in the connections we've made with Quinton and the other bakers that come to see us, and it's been very nice to show them what we do at our end to get it from the ground to the flour, and then go and see what they do with the flour, and it's very involved the whole way along. So,
how's your milling technology developing?
Yeah, so I got a stone mill I imported from China. I couldn't see the value of the European and American ones, particularly where the dollar is. And I was bringing in some ag equipment from China, and I thought, I'll just chuck a mill in. And it actually, I was getting... Fit in the container? Yeah, it was the last... I had a certain amount of cubic feet left in the container, so I chucked the mill in. And then I was getting it out with a forklift, and I was like, this thing weighs a ton. The forks were, skidding the ground as I took it to the shed. And I sat there for a while, and then I thought, I've got to turn this grain into flour if this is going anywhere. So I pulled it out, and there's this contraption, and put it together. It's got a real steampunk vibe compared to your Oster rollers and your what have you. But it operates a bit differently. It's very slow, very large, heavy stones, and with vacuum travel. And it's quite a good way to handle the grain and get various products out of the mill as it is. And I haven't been spending a lot of time in the shed late into the night. I've got a young family, so we thought, well, we need to increase our throughput. So I've put in. I've just recently imported another mill that has 2 sets of rocks. So I'm looking forward to getting one of these and getting the karaoke happening in the shed, and also a roller mill. And the roller mill for us, I'm looking forward to roller milling some flour and looking at fractions, recombining bran and what have you, but also helping us look at the quality of the product we're producing. You can get a standardised flour out of a roller mill a bit easier, so we're looking for advice there if anyone will help. But so the roller mill, I haven't wired it up yet. We've set it up. The other reason I got that was some of the grain we were growing was just far too hard for our stone mill, and this roller mill will do it. For us, because we're on a farm, there's no waste in terms of bran. If we're not recombining it, there's livestock, there's local mushroom growers. You can inoculate it and put it back in the soil. There's just a bunch of stuff you can do with bran. You can make porridge with it as well. So.
Yeah, and I think we heard from Steve Jones too that a lot of the stone mills haven't actually been designed to grind hard wheat and hard grains. Soft ones work better through the stone mill, you get better flour, and also we learnt that does not translate into a high protein, having a higher grain.
Yeah, I love hearing that.
Yeah. Ian, grain into flour, you guys are growing the grain. How do you go with your consistent supply of grain from that side of your business into the milling side of your business? How does growing Ian talk to milling Ian about where am I going to get my grain from, because the customers are asking Ian and Courtney, so how's a tonne sound before Christmas?
Yeah, well, there's another complexity there because there's also growing Bob, who's my dad. So we're farming, at the moment we buy the grain off them, that's sort of the way we work it, but we're also heavily involved in that growing process with what to grow and when to grow and stuff like that. And I mean, the last previously stored, which we're lucky to have a bit there. But what that means for us now is we're going to have to start having some conversations with the people we're supplying, and probably reducing the amount of grains that they're taking, and then we're going to have to try and sort of make that up with doing other things like the more selling in smaller bags and focusing on getting it or reducing the distance that we're going, so we might sort of bring it back to just closer area. But yeah, it's a really difficult thing to work out, and we're just we've only been milling for a year and a half, so I've only just changed over to a second parcel of wheat, but luckily the wheat stores really well. But that storage is something that we've also got to really focus on. It's a tricky thing. Yeah.
Thanks. So Chris, you know something a little bit about storing wheat from just going down that rabbit hole. Can you talk about what it's like when you install a mill? What's all the backstory?
So I guess for us, our journey into small-scale milling started largely in 2016 when we, Emily and I and our two boys, we spent a year overseas in Europe and North America, and we travelled and worked and met a lot of great people and spent time with people who grew grain on a small scale and then milled it on farm, or perhaps had a relationship with a farmer and had a mill in their bakery. And it was really just a fantastic time for us, and we learned a lot. And it sort of gave us encouraged us in what we were doing and gave us some confidence that this was actually possible. And somehow, if we put our minds to it, we might be able to make it to work. But it took us a bit of time, particularly in America, to realise is that we were working in these bakeries, and they had a mill, and that looked, there's producing great flour, and the bread's starting, tasting really good. But they'd open these bags of grain, tip them in the hopper and mill them, and it took us a bit of time to understand that they were buying this grain off farms who had not only really good storage, but the ability to precision clean grain, package it, and get it to them. And what they've got over there that we don't have here is they've got FedEx and UPS. And you can get a bag of grain from one side of America to the other for not much money. Whereas if I'm sending a bit of grain to Jason or a bit of flour to Michael and Pippa when they're at Tivoli Road to have a look at or play, it'd be literally $5 or $10 worth of flour or grain and $30 worth of postage or courier fees. So pretty quickly we came to a realisation that if we were going to deal directly with farmers, we needed a few other bits and pieces of infrastructure in place to make that work. And it's taken us until last week, so about 3 years to get all those ducks in a row, if you like. And for us, that means we have, on a moderate scale, the ability to transport grain in bulk in 1 tonne units, and we can probably handle about 5 or 6 of those at a time. And then we have sealed silos where we can store grain, manage insects, pests without chemical fumigants in that. We have the ability to clean grain, to bag it, and then store it. In our case, we're running a room at about 3 degrees, and we've had good results with that at the moment. And then we can store that grain for an extended period. We're not sure exactly how long we'll need to, but we envisage that it'll be a bit like Ian. You've always got 12 to 18 months of supply ahead of you, and then we can transfer that to the room where we mill the grain, and we mill that once and then a top up, so a couple of times a week generally for our baking. So,
yeah. Grayson, you've been producing your own flour for your own bakery. Do you sell any flour at all?
Yeah, we do sell some. I'd say about 80%, 20% of what we mill we sell, either to local restaurants, bakeries, or for retail from our shop.
How do you find your customers value that flour? Was that a surprise to them that that could be a wonderful ingredient, just like their tomatoes and their milk and all the other things that they take so much care out of?
That's been a huge issue, and no. The short answer is no. So I think all of us in this room that have opened up a bag of fresh flour, like especially Ian and I, having that kind of visceral experience with a mill or with fresh flour, you would hope that it would be as infectious to everyone else as it is to you. But obviously life teaches us that not everyone's excited about what we're excited about. So it's been grueling, and it's been crazy to have to convince a chef or a baker that flour is an ingredient that has, again, identity, flavor, culture, nuance, terroir, blah, 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 blah. And even though the irony is that everywhere else on a restaurant menu, a chef knows where their stuff is coming from. And a good example is a wine list, where you open up a wine list and you know everything except that guy's mother's maiden name. You know what year the wine was made, what variety, how much it is, and where it was made. And then everything else on that menu, probably because the trend is going towards local and identity preserved, blah, 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 but the bread or the grain is the opposite of that. But really, like, the foundation of Western cuisine is grain, is flour, is bread, and we know the least about these ingredients. And I would think that it would have been so easy for a chef to comprehend that flour is an ingredient, but it's been the opposite. So I was talking to Kim about that a little bit last night, like how much do you push, how far, if you're already in the middle of the road, how much farther do you want to go before you kind of lose your own way to get back home, to meet somebody in the middle. And I feel like the best option for us, and I know a few friends that have only mills in the States, and some of them are having issues with sales, among other things. But the biggest problem they have is convincing people that flour is an ingredient. And thankfully at Bellegarde, I don't really have to argue with people anymore, because anytime somebody comes to the bakery on a tour, they buy our bread, or they come to the retail section, it's like, why is the bread special? Why is it good? Who are you? And again, as I think I said yesterday, it's like, I'm not a generational baker. I'm not a generational chef. it's something that I love to do, and it's our ingredients which are making our bread what it is. And you can therefore see and buy our ingredients, our flour, at the bakery, and you can see the mill, or you can take a class with us. But I think the bakery has become a billboard for the flour and for the mill. And I think a lot of other people that don't have a bakery as an outlet are having issues with that, because again, like, you would think that flour equals ingredient like everything else is a very simple equation that everybody should understand. But again, like, we're so insular sometimes that it's just hard for us to make those connections for people. So I think the best way to do that is just to illustrate it with, again, argue with flavor. Just tell people again, or we just had our pasta demo and I made everybody taste flour. So just make people taste flour. If you have a mill or a bakery, have them taste white flour, and there's going to be nothing there. And then have them taste the flour from Ian and Courtney, or from Jason, or anybody, and just be like, this is a living ingredient. This is flour, and this is what makes our bread good. This is what makes our croissants good. And I think letting that stuff speak for itself is the best argument.
Yeah, so Ian and Jason are the ones on the panel that don't have a bakery on the back. So how do you approach it, Jason?
In terms of the product and
Appreciation for the time that you've spent growing those grains and then milling them. How do you get that message across?
At the start, we're producing flour, finding a baker, and then getting feedback from them and responding to it. But for me, the most visceral way I can describe it is if you've milled a lot of flour to deliver the next day. I put it in the car, at night time. Go to sleep, and then I just love how bakers get up early, because you can just go, I might as well go, because they're there. And you go out to the car, you open the door, and the flour's been in there for several hours, and there's just this lovely, rich funk of freshly milled flour, and you just sit in it the whole way to the baker, and you know that it's good, because you can smell it the whole way. So there's a great satisfaction from that. And then just you go into the bakery, it depends which bakery, they've all got a different vibe, which is nice to learn. And you talk to them about the product and what they're baking, and they're enthusiastic about having the local product, and there's a relationship there you develop.
So each of you are walking the talk. Like, you've all got great messages about the quality of the grain that you're milling, but how do you get your chefs and your bakers to walk the talk?
I don't know. So I think the people who we've seen that really walk the talk are the home bakers, the people that buy a 5 kilo bag off John here or something, and they go home and they go, this is just different. This is not flour. This is something that I can taste. This is something I can smell. This is something I can talk to people about, and they'll actually care. They've been eating my bread, it's a conversation. It's something to talk about, because we put a lot into it, but it's still there. Nothing has gone away when they get it. And so I've found that even we've had some great relationships with bakers. It's been a bit harder with the restaurants because of our distribution, but yeah, I've just found that it's those home bakers that have really been like, wow, this is something different. And yeah, it's really quite exciting to see that.
I'll just add something. We don't sell hardly any flour. We're very happy to sell flour if that's what someone wanted. But having saying that, we haven't really, to be honest, promoted it or pushed it too hard as well, because we simply run out of hours in the week, and it's another thing that we don't have a lot of time for. But one thing, a bit like what, just follow up on what Grayson was saying before about how the information that you get on a typical wine list, and the information now that you're starting to see on menus in terms of people sourcing products locally, or direct from particular producers and farmers, whether that might be the beef producer or the vegetable producer is named, but you never see anything about the flour. And something I've thought about with a few of the chefs that we've had some interaction with, and haven't really got that far, is that they are very, on the whole, very concerned about where they source their food from and their products. And the examples, and one example I've thought about is that something like free-range eggs is very important to them. And for many of them, it's almost beyond free-range. You know, they're looking at pasture-produced eggs that are, you know, raised in an extensive system. And their dairy, for argument's sake, comes from a single herd or single family where milk's processed locally, and they know the full story of where that's come. They would never think about buying 5 or 6 dozen free-range eggs for the week and 5 or 6 boxes of caged eggs. And they would never buy 5 or 6 cartons of that milk and then get crates and crates of commercial milk. But plenty of them buy 1 or 2 kilos or 1 or 2 bags of high-quality flour, and the vast majority of what they use comes from anywhere. And I think if we could start to change that, that'd be good.
Thanks.
I think that's a great point, Chris, and I totally agree with you. And I think that we all do, everyone on the stage and in the audience is doing their best to make that happen. And I would just suggest to the panel and to everyone here to start framing it semantically in terms of using language. So start adding the name of the farmer or the variety of the grain or maybe flavor notes in the harvest to your packaging in order to start forcing this framework of how we want things to be sought, as opposed to like just a bag of flour from God knows where, but saying like, I used Jason's flour and Ian's flour a few hours ago, and you guys had all that incredible information on the bag. So I think that we should start branding things the way that we want them to be seen, and I think that'll start forcing the issue for the chef to see conceptually, okay, this is just like a wine, where I have a producer, I have a name, I have a variety, and I have a year in which it was made. And I think we have to start building that, being more proactive, as opposed to, because I spent years and a lot of tears and energy waiting for people to get it until I was like, fuck it, like I kind of have to make them get it or step away from that. And I think reimagining it, and like on our bags we put the harvest year and the variety and flavor notes and applications and make it easy for people. So we don't do like mixes, but maybe it would behoove some people to make a mix, and maybe that's just more hand holding. But if that's what it takes to sell flour, then make a pancake mix and put the recipe on the back of the bag. But I don't know what it takes, but again, like just getting it in the door is super important. I think making an overture to make it more accessible for people, and again, like accessibility and approachability is a huge thing. I think for the conference the past few days is super key, and I think that we should start branding and promoting our flour as other ingredients, which have and are so easy for people to digest, like this identity concept. I mean, how can you think that like all this stuff about a chicken and an egg, and yet like a grass going through 2 stones is like more harder of a conceptual model to comprehend? Like it's unbelievable. But I think about that all the time, and I just think that like wheat is so old and historical that it's just so difficult for people to understand anything else. And it's just so weird that it clicks with some people as, wow, it is an ingredient, and with other people there's just so much boundary as well too. And I know personally we give samples out, just sample, and encourage. And we were talking a little bit before the panel, but I think starting somewhere is super important. So not expecting somebody to start using stone mill flour all across the board 100%, but starting at 5, 10, 15, 20% increments so they can get used to that as well, I think is how to work with it, how to taste it, and how to enjoy it is really critical as well too.
Thanks. Does anyone on the panel have anything to add to that? Because I'll open to questions. Questions?
One of the big hurdles for you all, I suspect, is the whole price and affordability dirty great elephant in the room. Do you want to talk to, you know, how we... It's a big question. It's bigger than just for millers. It's a question for...
I'll talk about that.
Yeah.
So it's a really big conversation, right? And there are 2 sides to address it from. Like, we want to have approachability and affordability. Currently, the paradigm as I see it is we as bakers or bakery owners, right, look at the market, sort of suck air across our teeth and try and figure out how much the market will be willing to pay for a loaf of bread. What's a loaf of bread worth, right? What's the value of a loaf of bread? And then you set your price point at where you want it to be, and then retrofit your processes and your ingredient costs to fit underneath that value, right? And I argue, so that means that I'd really like to be using more regionally sourced fresh flour in my products, but I just don't think that we can afford it, right? Okay. So firstly, the price of flour, like the actual cost of good, like the price of flour in terms of the price of the loaf, I think if you are really committed to producing a regional loaf, attend to your processes. There are different areas within that contribute to the cost of the loaf that you could use regionally sourced flour and get underneath that price point, but you're going to need to change something around your process, or there's something else that's going to, right? But the other point of it is, let's just say you're going to use the absolute best fresh sourced regional amazing flour 100%. It's probably going to put 70 cents on the cost of that. Just put fucking 70 cents on the cost of your loaf of bread and be responsible for selling a loaf of bread that's 70 cents more expensive. Put it on the counter, tell people to choose. Here's one made with dead flour, here's one made with live flour. Which one tastes good? Buy it. Right? Yeah, seriously. And the consumer who can't afford the loaf of bread because it's too expensive, can afford the packet of fucking cigarettes. Right? It doesn't seem to be a problem that affects the petrochemical industry. Right? When petrol goes up to $1.60 a litre, and you go, oh, that really sucks, and then you fill your car up and, curse those bastards, but, right?
Still drive.
You still drive. So I think this is I think it's a bit of a lie, and that people can't afford to support a regional grain economy. We can't afford to, we can't charge that much. We'll put ourselves out of business. It's bullshit. Right? There's some stuff that you're going to have to take responsibility for. Thank you. There is some stuff you have to take responsibility for, and we as a community, inside this grain economy, have to take responsibility for changing the story, the rhetoric that there is around what is bread, right? And not have it crushed down by 70-cent loaves that just, devalue what our art form is. But, approachability, but also, I think we've got to stop pandering to people can't afford to buy this. That's, I think I've talked enough, so, yeah.
Yeah, here. I just think, practically speaking, though, if we have a couple of great bakers honouring our product and taking it on, and we have a great relationship with them, that's fantastic. What's that? Yeah. So chefs will pay a bit more. So restaurants, because of their model or whatever, and how much they use, they take less, but they will pay a bit more for it. But the home baker for us is where it's been at, and you package the product, they will pay a bit more. The people who are selling it, they're probably making more than you when you add in your time and expenses. Which is a little annoying sometimes when you walk into a deli in Melbourne, there's 120% on it or something. So you just go back and say, well, I'm taking $1 of that from you. But there is, if you just address all those three markets as well as you can, then I think it works. And because not every baker can... I have local bakers who aren't artisan bakers ring me up going, oh, geez, I'd love to use a local flour. I'm currently getting, ANZ Maori for 98 cents a kilo. Can you what can we work on here? Can you do it a bit cheaper because we're closer? Or and he's like, whoa. So, you know, there's different markets out there. So.
Just for 2 seconds. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't want to get too deep into it, but at the end of the day, all of us are running businesses. So you got to be flexible and smart and creative about costs. And I mean, it doesn't mean that we have to debase ourselves or what we do or devalue what we do, but even though Quentin beat me in pool last night, we did have a good conversation after he won about basically just diversifying your portfolio, whether it's a bakery or a mill. And I mean, it's something called like a loss leader. So maybe it costs a lot more to make this loaf of bread, but you have one like, an example, our bakery, our ciabatta, and our country bread. I mean, ciabatta, like bulk retarded, no pre-shaped couche oven. I mean, come on, okay? So maybe that's a little bit cheaper, and that pays for the more expensive ones that you can pump some better flour into. And we don't sell coffee at our bakery, but from what I've heard, selling coffee in a retail bakery, I mean, that's like selling alcohol at a restaurant. So maybe the double espresso pays for that better quality butter, or for adding 10% more whole wheat into your dough somewhere else. So it's like, be flexible and be fluid with your purchasing power to move things around. And also, don't be ashamed to ask for that much more price, but I think on a very basic level, having some fluidity in your pricing structure and with your different, I don't like to say products, but with what you're doing, I think some things can kind of be crucified a little bit more in terms of, I can't sell a $6 croissant, but let's do it for $4.50, and I know that my ciabatta can compensate for that price point, and I can still use great ingredients across the board. So.
It is being responsible for articulating the story. You know, you gotta let people know how come. You don't just like start like put your price of your bread up to like $9.50 from $6 or something. You know, and they won't buy it. You know, unless there's a comparison that's given. You can taste that. You get the story, and then that's the responsibility. It's the responsibility of the bakery owner, but it's the responsibility of us as well to create the story of the products that we're put into the bakery, and as an entire community, as a regional grain economy, that's what the responsibility that is falling to all of us to change the story of flour, of bread, of what a regional grain economy is. Yeah.
I was just going to say that quickly. I think we saw an example with Kim and her staff this morning, you know, photos of them out on the farm, and like Laura and Matteo that work with Kim. You can imagine the next week they're having a conversation with their customers about where their flours come from, the people that are behind it, what they saw when they're out there. And customers, they buy that story, they like it, they want to be involved in that way. And I think that's one way that you can really start to get people to move.
Thanks. Yeah, Bree.
I'm just wondering, all of you mill either because you bake or because you farm. I'm wondering whether you think that milling ultimately should end up in its own place back with the community co-op mills, or whether you think it actually belongs directly on the farm or in the bakery, and how you feel about community milling and sharing your equipment.
So I think that there's a reason why the only people who are involved in supplying fresh flour within this grain economy are either farmers or bakers. There's no money in milling. Right? It's really like it's a really tight market. If I wasn't getting paid to be a baker, I wouldn't be making enough money being a miller. And it's something that I've been looking at very closely recently about what sort of model would it take. And yeah, if you've got like a mill like the size of any of our mills, and you just ran that thing flat stick day and night, you know, you barely feed a family from it. Right? If you put a second mill or a third mill into your enterprise, then the thing's going to work. But if you're churning out the quantity of product that, say, 3 mills the size of this would be delivering, you're talking like, you know, 5-6 tons. And now this economy that we've got in this room right now, I don't think it's ready to support that kind of scale. And when it does, it sort of starts drifting away from being like a regional grain economy because you're reaching out further for where you're getting your grain from in order to be able to get a consistent supply, and you're reaching out further to where you're going to be selling your product from in order to be able to shift the amount of product to make the whole thing commercially viable. So it's sort of tricky. There's two sort of scales for milling. There's you step in, you be a miller, you're producing a high volume of product, and you're stepping up further away from being a really small regional economy. But to be that small and it doesn't viably stack up on its own. You can value add as a farmer, or you can get money selling bread, and at the same right. So does that speak to that? Yeah.
I'd like to add something to that. What we do is we buy our grain. We're not actually growing it ourselves, so we're paying a fair price. We pay $7.50 a tonne for the grain from my parents, and we are millers. Really, what I farm like 1 day a week, just because I like it. I like sheep, But so I think, and like what I think, there's definitely a place for that mill to be closer to the markets. Our biggest issue is moving flour, and grain is a lot easier to move. It stores better, so you can sort of get a 2 weeks supply or something, bring it in, and then. But yeah, I reckon something that's about that 5 to 6 tonne mark would really go well. We've had huge demand, and we can't supply it. So if there's someone out there that does want to start a mill, I reckon you should definitely do it. And I reckon there's definitely a place for a community mill that can then source from growers who don't want to be millers, because it is a lot of work, and a lot of farmers just want to farm because they like growing wheat.
Yeah. So I like growing wheat, and we're milling because it works for us as a business. But we've built up this infrastructure that we have, and now we've got another farmer growing wheat this year, 10 minutes down the road. And just speaking to a few people in our local area today, there's definitely possibility to grow a true local grain economy where you've got several farmers, I guess, feeding into the same infrastructure. I'm not sure how that sort of collectivist approach works in small communities in America. Where I am, is that going to work on the Mornington Peninsula? I'm not sure, but I'm going to find out. But at the moment, we've put a lot more grain in this year. One of my neighbours has put grain in. Yeah, they're into it. And so if we can do that, add another farmer every year, it validates having more infrastructure, but it takes a lot of risk and confidence to make that bigger step. And otherwise everyone is going to keep buying flour from a long way away from people who do a very good job at it. So, yeah.
Thanks, mate. What sort of shelf life are you getting from your attrition milled flour? Anybody?
About a week.
Yeah?
No, I'm being half of it. We mill and use it within 4 or 5 days.
What's the potential, though? Ian?
It just, it really depends on what you're willing to accept. If you're willing to accept something that doesn't taste as good as it used to, it lasts, and it might not work as well, but it's still there, and it's still flour, and it still works-ish, So, I don't know, people often, who are retailing our stuff, they ask us, what's the shelf life? And I don't know, it's hard to say. But we say 1 month. We say sell it within a month, use it within a month.
I agree with Ian. I do 4 weeks. So people buy flour at the bakery or they buy flour at the restaurant. And from my travelings and talkings, that's been a pretty solid response that I've gotten from scientists, I guess, is 4 weeks at room temp is cool. And then beyond that, it should be in an airtight container in the fridge or the freezer. If it's not in an airtight container in the fridge or the freezer, then it's going to pick up aromas and smells from that cooling unit. But I think the analogy would be I've never actually tasted like rancid olive oil. I'm sure you've heard about that. I don't know if you actually can taste it, but it's just like, because flour is a living ingredient, that the oils and the germ are going to make it perishable. And that's, by the way, that's why we have white flour in the first place, is basically because of capitalism and money. White flour is profitable because it has an insatiable shelf life. So just to reorient everybody to that. But I think 4 weeks at room temp is cool, and then you're going to start seeing a degrading performance on it, and then cold storage is totally cool. But I think most importantly, just being proactive like Ian is about, just saying, well, compare it to white flour, it's going to be 10,000 times better. So even after, yeah, anything after, yeah. But I think that a month is a good consensus answer.
That kind of answered my question.
I think this is a straightforward question, but a bit of a knowledge gap for me. What is meant by unbleached flour? Surely flour isn't bleached like with Domestos or something, but yeah, what is unbleached flour versus bleached flour?
It used to be bleached in Australia to make a whiter product, and I don't know when it stopped being bleached.
Right. Somebody with a guy microphone. If you're going to talk, we need to have you on a mic, just for the people online.
Just to answer that question, it was made illegal to bleach in the late 80s. It didn't follow through until a bit later. But bleaching of the flour is usually used with chlorine or even calcium or lime, just to make it whiter. But basically no flour on the market now is bleached in a white form.
There is a convention in flour millers to separate themselves from that bleaching process needlessly.
Okay, so I use whole grain milling flours, and some packaging says unbleached, but not all of it, and that's...
It just means white. It's saying it's white, but we didn't have to use bleach to do it.
Okay, so it's whiter than the ones that don't say unbleached, because it should be obvious.
So it's more refined.
Can I give some background? Just, I know a little bit about it, having researched it, but it's bleached, as Ken says, with chlorine-based bleachers, but particularly potassium bromates, and were used extensively from the 1930s right through the 1970s in America, right through the 80s here. In America, bleaching was banned in the mid-70s. When the FDA said it's carcinogenic, seriously carcinogenic. So it was banned, and then we took at least 10 to 12 years longer to get round to deciding, oh shit, maybe we shouldn't be doing.
There's a great historical book called 10,000 Years of Bread by abbreviation H.E. Jacobs, and he talks about the history of bread, but just because John's hosting and John's very left-wing and so am I, honestly, the leftover gases from World War I, which was chlorine gas, these industrial companies basically went to their governments to be like, we have a bunch of machinery left over and we have a bunch of chemical left over. So you really see fertilizer, petroleum-based fertilizer, coming out of and after World War I, and same with the bleaching of flour as well, too, because basically, like, corporate America or corporate Western Europe or whatever it was had all of these ingredients of war left over. What are we going to do with them? We're not going to bury them. We want to sell them. So they sold them to the flour mills, and that all builds in once again to whiteness and white flour. But that's also a corollary, and it's also run simultaneously to the trolley development and sliced bread. And Wonder Bread is all born a decade after World War I. It's 1927 is when Wonder Bread was released. So it's all not related. I mean, it's all family in many, many ways. So I just think it's important to point that out, that the industrial complex is very much a derivative of bad choices that we've made in foreign policy and how we treat each other.
I'm wondering if anybody has a dehuller, if you guys could talk a little bit about dehulling. No.
I'll say a little bit. I think I've had a bit of an investigation into it. think it's very difficult technology to afford and manage on a small farm, small bakery scale. I think it's one of the key challenges in growing, some of the ancient grains that are doubled hulled is how to process them effectively. And I'd be happy to hear if anyone's got any genius answers on a small scale.
They're not genius answers, but I've tried a couple of things. I have a dehuller for sale that doesn't work very well if anyone's interested. So I've got one that will peel the hulls off, but at very low volume, and you've got to put it through a few times. It's just the rubber sort of friction wheels, but it's not viable. There's a few other things you can do. You can pour it through your stone mill, like at high volume, the seed through, and just and then sift out the hulled from the unhulled ones. I'm not sure how healthy it is for your mill, but set the rocks apart and just pour it through. The other thing you can do is put it through a thresher with very aggressive, a bit more aggressive than you would to clean wheat, and that'll dehull it, but imperfectly, maybe 70%. There's some. I'm not sure if Tanya and Steve are here. Oh yeah, where is he? Oh, there he is.
My dehuller, I actually bought it to split lentils, and it was just a bit of a fluke that it's able to dehull spelt. I don't think it's ever been done before, so I just tried it. So it's actually a rice whitener. It's obviously not designed for dehulling spelt, but we make it work. So and so basically it just goes through a series of sort of stones with breaker bars on the side. Set different levels, and it just sort of rubs the husk off. We put it over a gravity table to take off what hasn't been dehulled, and it just goes back through again. So it's not perfect, but it works.
Built a very good one that if someone wants to spend 40,000 on it and import it, be happy to come and use it. Yeah.
The best one we saw in our travels overseas was a Horn, that is a German one, and it has a integrated gravity table with aspiration, and it was it was working. But I think we've both had a bit of a look, and for that machine to come to Australia would be $40,000 or $50,000, and then the installation costs on top of that.
And one thing that we do want to do with our dehulling is retain the germ on the end of the grain as well, for nutrition and flavour. And that is one thing that dehullers, there are 3 types that I understand of dehullers, and we want the type that retains the germ for our own purposes. Not necessarily for everybody, but preferably that would be something we would be after.
Can I just tell everyone to get over spelt? Because that's the issue. Why?
You want einkorn, don't you?
Yeah. I've got to get over einkorn as well. God, I wish I could have einkorn.
Courtney and then, Okay, that's it. We've got 3 minutes. Just go to Courtney.
Wanted to ask you, Chris and Emily, if you've noticed week to week in the bakery differences with the flour that you're milling, because you're obviously using the same grain week to week. Do you notice seasonal variations, or can you tell when the stones are wearing in the bakery?
I think I can perceive it. I've only done it for 1 year, so I do find that the mill that we use produces exceptionally functional flour, and in addition to the beautiful aromas and flavours. Using sourdough and being a sole baker, pretty much it's down to me, it's my responsibility. So I don't find it the same kind of variability that other people do, but I have wider parameters, and I'm more interested in trying to judge it and produce something. I'm not that interested in it looking exceptionally consistent all the time. So, yeah, but there are other people that's more important to them.
Do you want to go ahead first?
No, I don't. You speak, then I'll.
I think honestly, if you're noticing variability, except harvest to harvest, there's probably an issue, maybe with enzyme, moisture storage, or something else going on. Because it's almost like a recipe that you follow with bread or with food. Like it should pretty much be the same way every time. And it's hard. Maybe it's not hard for you guys because it's just the two of you, but we have like on any week like maybe 7 or 8 people that turn the mill on, because everyone at the bakery is cross-trained, so they know what it should feel like, and we have samples of that, so it's become kind of community knowledge, so to speak, of how the grain should feel, but like we don't notice a difference, and I don't think that you should. It should be consistent all the time, except harvest to harvest. And I think a really critical thing too for you guys, because it's a new business, is getting your customers samples of the new harvest way before you run out of the current harvest. And bakers should never refuse you, because things change, and we want to talk about and use flour as an ingredient that has a variation on it. But we've been caught with our pants down because the farmer didn't think about that, and we didn't think about that, and they had none of the old stuff left over. So we didn't have any time to acclimate to the new harvest. We wanted to, and we were happy to, and that's life and that's nature, but nobody prepared on either end for that. So I think it's critical to give them a sample as soon as possible, while you still have what they're used to around, so they can easily make that transition. And if not, do a blend or whatever it takes. But that's a critical thing, because you want to keep people on board, but also just be transparent. And also, again, like just it's a crop, like it changes all the time, harvest to harvest.
Thanks, that's a good summary. There was one quick note. Craig and the whole grain milling were going to be on this panel. They're based up at Gunnedah in New South Wales, and there's quite a severe long-term drought happening up there, and they needed to be back on the fields, ready to go to participate in auctions, grain auctions out on the field as they're being harvested. So yeah, it was just to say that we were going to have the perspective of a medium to larger scale stone milling operation in Australia, from whom most of us get flour. It is supplied to us quite fresh. They're very intentional about the quality of their flour, so it was just to acknowledge that they weren't able to make it. Everybody, thank you very much to the millers on the panel.
So yeah, just give yourselves a little stretch, few star jumps, touch your toes. Baconomics guys, you know who you are on the panel. Kimmy, we've had a few extras. Kimmy, if you're around, we need you. James Partington, up here. Guys, just before we get into Baconomics, I just want to honour someone, because that's what I do. It takes the same amount of time to honour someone as it does to dishonour someone. Fun fact. If we just took time to honour, life would be a lot more beautiful. I want to honour Ian. I'm really pissed off that I didn't see him. All right, this guy, I don't know. I don't know. He's just such a beautiful man, and to me, it's not grains until that loaf's done. It's a little simple thing. And I remember the first time he baked it and he designed that logo, and he put it on that loaf, and he bakes this in an Alan Scott oven, and he's been doing this for what, 20 years plus. I don't know the full story, the details. I wish I did. This is who we are. People like Ian. No accolades, no nothing. Servitude. Here's my gift. Here's my expression. Freely yours. Here to strengthen the community. And when I look at that loaf of bread, it just means so much to me. So yeah, Ian, we fucking love you. Okay? Vegan Baker, go follow him. He's a legend. Okay. All right, so a fun. We're on the home stretch. Baconomics. So guys, let's preface this with we're all individual people. We all run our businesses differently and uniquely. We all have different circumstances and situations that set our business models. The heart behind running a thing like this, a panel like this, is that it's like the Van Gogh thing. You know, this outrageously talented man that only sold one painting in his lifetime for $108 and got so sick and so frustrated and so worn out doing his craft, he killed himself. So baking is an extension. In every loaf, there's an extension of who you are in that loaf. It can wear you down. It can burn you out. The obsession can become too much. The obsession can break families. The obsession can break bodies. I've seen, I've personally had, physical experiences. My brother ruptured his disc at a very young, 30. I've watched him have to struggle through life because of, physically pushing himself to the absolute limit in that obsession. And, I think this panel, more than anything, is about trying to give some practical tools and some different examples that we can all take home, and that you can ask questions that can hopefully fit within your circumstance to give you more wisdom, so that you can be strengthened and your business can be strengthened, and that you can be successful. Because you know what we need? We need all you guys, we need all your dreams to manifest and become a reality. And we want to see everyone become successful. And there's room for another 10,000 bakeries, and there's room for another 1,000 farms, and there's room for another 200, 300, 400, 500 mills. Okay? This is the revolution. The revolution is not one business. That's McDonald's. Okay, that's the Antichrist. The revolution is that when the community really gets it and stands alongside each other and manifests together in a unison, common unity. What's the common unity? To make bread that doesn't fuck up the kids. Huh, Tom? You remember that? Remember when we were sitting down going, we just want to make bread that's not going to fucking kill the kids. Yeah? That's what we wanted to do when we were sharing. Tom, one of my great friends, one of the best bakers in Sydney, milling beautiful grain, one of the most accomplished chefs. As he started to understand what was actually in his bread, he was mortified. It's like, what? Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? And that obsession and that conviction and his integrity, it led him down the path where he now has his own mill. He's sourcing local grain, and making whole grain fucking waffles with macadamia nut fucking butter, and beautiful syrups, and manifesting his expression. So we need to see that, but we need to see all that, and we need our businesses to survive and flourish, because Monsanto ain't going broke anytime soon. They just copped a what? How many billion? How many $1 billion fine did they cop? They just copped. They copped hundreds of millions of dollars fine. It was like a fly hitting a 747. No one noticed. While we struggle. Okay, so Baconomics, how are we going to do this? We'll just throw it out there. Questions. Has anyone got any burning questions that they would like to ask anyone on the panel about running a business or et cetera, et cetera? Have we got a microphone?
My question, is this on? Yeah. My question is about how you bring people along for the journey, you know, your family. So one of the big motivators for doing what I do is that I can do it from home. I did have a corporate job before, but I'm working from home now with my 2 little kids. I don't have to put them in childcare. They're little, they're 18 months and they're 4. And I've got dangerous equipment, I've got a hot equipment. I don't have a very safe environment. I'm doing it for them, for the love of them, because I want to be with them, but I'm also often pushing them away, and I'm, you know, screaming at them as they're climbing up my legs. And how do you integrate, you know, your family and what you're doing and bring them along so that they love what you do and they're on board with what you do and they don't resent you for what you do, because you're doing it for them?
May I go for that one? Or Pip, do you want to start? Yeah, look, I think that's the heart of what we actually need to get to here today, because in our passion and our creativity, because, you know, we tend to be creatives, and we tend to leave the book work and the family work and the kitchen work and the dishes behind in our ecstasy, you know, because it's just an ecstatic craft. It's just this magical transformation. We get spellbound by it. And the real danger is that, yeah, we just forget about the humans around us. So, yeah, I think that's, yeah, you're asking exactly the right question, I think. And so God knows how I answer this, but so when we started this, I've had other bakeries, so when we started this business, the kids were really small. So Jimmy, the smallest, was like a 3-year-old. And I started the business with my brother. And it took, in those first years, it took an enormous amount from us as a family. It really stretched my relationship with my beautiful wife, Thais, who's seen around doing all the work, still doing all the bloody work. And it also took a real toll on my relationship with my brother as well, and his family. That is, yeah, and I lost lots of years with my kids. So it's turning into a therapy session. Save me, Chaz. No, look, but what I'd like to do is pay tribute to the people who have surrounded me, who have taken up my staff, my beautiful sister Judith, who's around here somewhere, who has taken up the business side of things, has released me to find, you know, the space and creativity to actually make this thing happen, so I can spend hours on bloody social media and all the other crap that needs to happen to make a successful small business. But she takes care of all the, you know, like, I hope we talk about this, but, you know, there's basic toilet training you need to learn in small business. And a lot of us go into it without a clue, the foggiest clue about the absolute elemental stuff. It is about being a good small business person, and a lot of us throw ourselves into it and learn on the way, and the casualties are lying everywhere at the end of the day.
In terms of how to bring your family along, I think, can't hear, that better? In my experience, our family was very happy to come along for the ride. They were swept up in the romance. Our daughter was 3 weeks old when she did her first farmer's market, and we wouldn't have got through those first few years without the support of my father, who did a lot of childcare for us. And for them, it was fine. For us, the toll was on us, definitely. And I think that you need to make decisions about what you're prepared to compromise on, because you do compromise your family, and especially once the kids get in the way, you are like shaking them off your leg, and it's really hard. It's not hard on them, that's harder for you, and you have to make that decision about what you're prepared to wear in that way. That's my opinion.
I'll just add to that. On the flip side, so I came from a corporate world where I was doing 60 to 70 hours a week, working 6 days a week. I didn't see my kids at all. I've got 3 boys, and when I went into baking, it changed everything. I could do the school drop-offs, pick-ups. I don't see them on weekends so much, but I definitely have more time with them. So for me, I've only seen a benefit to that. There's always a trade-off, and sure, you don't see them as much as you'd like to. We'd all like to hang out with our families and friends as much as possible. But compared to my other previous job, it's like night and day, in a good way. For me, that's just me. Yeah.
I was born the year that my dad bought his first bakery. My backyard was the wholesale bakery. I was swinging off the trolleys and the trays. I was lying down in the ovens when they were cold. Yeah, I've done it. I've fallen asleep. It's true. And my brother threatened to turn it on, but anyway, that's another story. I'll tell you a funny story. The delivery vans, we used to have a whole bunch of combis when they were new, so that's how old I am. We had green combis as our delivery vans back in 1979. I'm like 4 years old, 4 years old. And, you know, the family's exhausted. Dad's worked his guts out. The brothers have worked their guts out. Mum's running the shop. Mate, I just want to play. What am I doing? I jump into the combi van and I start, hey, driving, and I'm like, you know, steering the wheel and whatever. So before you know it, I've hit the park brake off. I've put it into neutral and we're rolling down a hill. My mother sees it, runs out, and she's literally holding on to the back bumper. No, feed you, no, like a crazy Italian mother would, trying to stop, and then I smashed through the next door neighbour's fence. Okay. I'm very, 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 you're going to get my opinion, and I'm very sort of brutal on it. Okay. I've actually also just had, like, I think the biggest cost in bakeonomics is stress. Okay? That's what's going to cost you the most. What's your stress threshold? And I thought I had a pretty big one. And, you know, my brothers and my father had a pretty big one, but it wasn't that big. We're not Superman. Everyone's got a limit. In your pricing, price for someone to take care of your kid. Don't put them on your leg, in my opinion. I played soccer with my dad once. I remember that. When he's dying, you think I give a fuck about the amount of bread I work with him? I wish we had those moments. So, to me, channel your focus to really look at this as a business properly, right? And count the cost and pay the price to set it up as a business. And then you can channel your focus and draw the maximum return in the minimum time. That's what I believe. And then don't give your kids your legs. Give them your whole body. Yeah. Is that cool? Okay. Question.
Is that right? Yeah, definitely. After, I guess, reflections, about 3.5 years ago, John was incredibly generous and sat down and had a coffee with a very ignorant and slightly arrogant young man who was talking about bread and baking and all of that. And I was deep in conversation about all the bread I'm going to make, and he just said to me, "You got to make relationships. You know, it's partly grains, but also relationships direct with the customers." And I'd really like, obviously I deeply valued John's opinion there. I'm very keen to hear the reflections on relationships from other panel members as well.
Does anyone else want to go first?
Andrew. You got relationships.
So I guess we didn't really make anything work financially at Lofa for like most of the time. We've limped along and made lots of great relationships. Yeah, it's essential. It's what meant Lofa survived when I got sick. And yeah, so I got a diagnosis and then told, yeah, in 2 weeks' time, you won't be working for a year. And Lofa survived that because of the relationships that I had with the staff and with the community around. They just said, yeah, okay, we'll, don't worry, we'll look after it. And they did, the staff did that. And my suppliers didn't, you know, crack it when the bills were late and things like that, and they kept with us. So yeah, it's absolutely critical. People from the bigger, wider community stepped in, like Quentin. He had some spare time. He came in, he helped out. You know, other people came in and they helped out in the kitchen so that we kept going. It took a couple of years to get over that, to make it like get back on track. Like it still nearly went completely pear-shaped earlier in the year, but we got there. I'm still here. And yeah, I got to spend a year on the couch feeling really sick, and Lofa got to stay alive and keep serving the community. So yeah, it's absolutely critical.
Just on that, I wanted to do this. I totally, yeah. So, Lofa's key team, are you here? Could you just stand up for a second? Some of the key team, yeah, in Lofa. And Colin, come. I got really sick as well earlier on. Colin's my head baker. He was a customer at Dust. I don't know, stay. We just want to honour you guys for sticking through. Like me and Andrew, we went through some of the biggest challenges. We just want to honour you guys for sticking with us, because we wouldn't have been able to do it without it. It means a lot. Yes. Okay. Yeah, and it's great because like life gives you challenges, yeah? So you need those relationships, and then the next season and the next evolution is going to happen beyond here. Questions? Any other questions?
I'm not sure how it works anywhere in any other country, but I'm curious if anyone has taken advantage of some forms of government grants related to your sourcing and hiring practices and your ethics or your operations, if you have anything to say about that.
The Australian government occasionally gives tax breaks for things like purchasing equipment, which they use as a marketing exercise but don't really impact decision making or the bottom line at all. But yeah, that's the only one I'm aware of.
Probably, I hope I'm talking to the question, but we back in having really well supported government money for apprenticeships again. So that's good. We had a time when it was really bad. We've got the whole education. I wish we'd done a session on baker education. I mean, this is as good as it gets. This is all there is, actually. You know, with the successive governments have destroyed the TAFE system in Australia, both stripes of parties. it's absolutely disgraceful. So, yeah, there's very little government support for what we're trying to do. Regenerative agriculture is still not supported properly. You know, regional, local grain economy. We're going to have to really fight to get grant money off the big end of town. Yeah, what can I say? The small business, you know. Successive governments, and you always hear this, you know, we're going to cut red tape for small business. Bullshit, you bastards are. You know, you're dealing with the ATO is a fucking nightmare. Dealing with work cover, fuck. Oh my God. So we had an accident claim from someone who was actually turned out to be dodgy and ended up getting in real trouble and going to jail. You know, the other side of that is, you know, God, where do you start? You know, penalty rates, holidays. We're up to. We have a beautiful, beautiful staff, and I want to honour them. Chaz, our staff are just amazing here. They stay. The buggers stay, and you know, it's now 7 years you have to work, and you get long service leave. And you know, dealing with that financially is a nightmare as well. So, you know, the stuff that you have to do, and you know, awards. God, where do I start with bloody awards? The award system. Fuck. Take the microphone away.
The bakery award. When we grew up, it was a very complex award, but it really spoke specifically to your skill set. Now we're part of the Food and Tobacco Manufacturing Award. It's just total disassociation to any craft, any skill, anything. But in saying that, like when I was on my last trip overseas, like Australia's actually got the highest minimum wage in the world. It's like $13-something US equivalent per hour, pre-penalty rates. So trying to when you're a baker, you know, the physical output's quite a lot. The labour cost is quite a lot, and then if you've got to employ people, like you know, if you don't manage your work, if you don't manage your efficiencies, your labour costs just blow out like quite dramatically, quite fucking quickly, and you know, that's where I guess we were talking about before about like this, you know, I think what Grayson has done, and you know, I don't know, I think it's just balls or brains, I don't know, or maybe both, but fucking 3 products and make them fucking awesome, right? And make a stand for them. Your inefficiency, you know, like you streamline. When we were in Dust, we were doing, I don't even know how many fucking products, like, you know, and it just spreads you thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. And then before you know it, you need a pizzaiolo that's at this level, a chef that's at this level, you know, a barista at this level, a cook at this level, a pastry chef at this level. You know, they're all $70,000 up. How much product do you need to sell, you know? The only grant that I can think of that you were saying, just in reference to you, is there's like, if you're, like there's that Job Start or something, like... Okay, tell us about that. Sorry.
So I think it's through the Victorian State Government. Department of Agriculture has done an artisan food grant. It's in 2 stages. So the first stage has closed, and there were grants of up to $5,000 for equipment and training. So it's really looking at small-scale food and artisan produce, weavers and things like that. The second stage is much larger, so more significant projects you can apply for, but still in the same sector, so artisan produce.
Can you give us a link?
Yeah, I'll send one through. So the second stage must be about to open.
It disappeared off the radar entirely.
How's it gone?
I don't even think it exists anymore. Yeah.
They've got another 10 million, and they've got another.
So where have they gone, Tammy? Because that was like 12 months ago.
Organised after the election.
Yeah, right.
I know it's been a year, but there's an announcement Friday morning.
Are we doing a question? I want to jump in quick to the question about grants. I know that back home in the States, there's plenty of grants. Just personally, I don't want to take money from a government that I don't really condone what they do or what they stand for. And also just, I think ethically too, I think it's the way I was raised, I think you need to earn something. So taking out that loan, borrowing that money from family, going to a bank, going to a credit union, even if it's harder, I'd rather cut my knees and scrape my teeth or vice versa, rather than do the paperwork. And unfortunately, as you probably know back home, grant writing is a profession, which is also to me like an oxymoron, because if that's public money, why do you need to make a career out of getting that public money? So I don't resent people that use it, and I have no problem with people that do, but personally, like, I would never take money from the government to do something which I think is more in kind of the open universe, so to speak. And I want to take a really quick minute right now, and I think, again, it goes back to what I said yesterday morning about how incredible, and I mean it sincerely, the people at this conference have been, but transmitting and being, I think, we're talking about ingredients being traceable and transparent. And I think our businesses need to be the same way, and I think that we need to be the same way as bakers too. So apprenticeships, stages, and having an open door policy within reason, I think is critical. Working in solidarity with people, training people. I know Kim mentioned her baker swap program this morning, if that's feasible in your area too. We accept stages, obviously within reason at the bakery. We can't have 20 people at once, and we can't have somebody come just for 10 minutes and like fuck up a baguette. But showing people who we are and what we do, I think that's something that we do that the industry doesn't. And that's how I think that we're going to beat them, by retaining that solidarity, by encouraging it and having that cross-pollination and being transparent and traceable with one another, with our ingredients and with our methods. But also, I think within reason, being careful about who comes in that door. So not screening people, but hopefully looking for people that are there for the long term or for the right reasons. And we have, I think, I don't know, is Steve here? Jones? I think Ardent Mill is probably the largest mill in the world, if not like the second largest, but they had somebody try to come over to our bakery. The guy kept emailing me, and that was obviously somebody that I said no to. So I would hopefully encourage other people to do the same, not to play tit for tat, but obviously to put your foot down and have integrity. That I don't want industry taking anything that we've earned and that we've learned with each other and taking that back, because I think it was John a few hours ago that said the trendsetters are in this conference yesterday, today, and on Monday. So industry is looking to what we're doing because they're dying. It's a horse that has 3 legs left to stand on. So they need to get resuscitated from people like us. And I think that we need to be really protective about our intellectual property, which we should openly pollinate like Steve's seeds, but also I think be really careful about whose soil we allow those seeds to be planted in, because I don't want, again, to have this problem in 5 or 10 years where we've duplicated the same things that got to this place in the first place. So really would encourage like stages, internships, solidarity, training programs like Kim, baker swaps, like all that stuff's incredible. And I'll be the first person to admit, I learned more. I did a 6-month intensive program in San Francisco. I learned more visiting people than I did in those 6 months.
And really not relying on government, yeah. I mean,
it's a personal choice.
It'd be great if government just got out of the way, really. But like Steve said, you know, let's take it forward. You know, forget the bloody corporations and the governments who are getting in the way. I mean, the whole wage system was set up because corporations were abusing people. You know, that's not us.
I'd just like to make a comment in response to your question, perhaps bringing it back to economics a little bit. I think it's really important to recognise a phenomena in economics called lock-in, and it's something I've learnt from farmers, whereby farmers make huge investments in machinery that then dictates the terms on which they proceed with the rest of their lives. And I think it's really easy to get carried away with the idea of being gifted money. But the way I've come to see it, and I've never taken any funding, although it is available to me for equipment and things like that, because whenever I start down that route thinking it's a good idea, I always then start to feel very locked in. And I think the question is, if that grant money is available, sure, examine whether it's right for you, but be careful that it doesn't end up setting your intentions going in a direction that you didn't want to go. Because all of these funding pots, even ethical funders who, you know, might offer themselves up to a good idea, they all have their own agendas. So I think my advice is just make sure whatever happens, you keep hold of your own kind of intention and agenda.
Yeah, for grain,
I'd just like to ask, I don't know if you guys haven't really formalised a committee or anything, but just in regards to the education part of it, there's a lot of home-based, self-taught bakers here that Instagram is where you learn, but I'm pretty sure something like a grains committee-orientated SFBI here in Australia that we could be recognised as, so you could go and get a week, 2 weeks intensive learning from people like yourselves, that would be recognised amongst us. Have you thought about that, or is it maybe pipe dream little?
It's pretty loose, man. It's pretty loose.
That's what I like. Yeah, let's do it.
It's loose. It's all there, bro. It's here.
Yeah.
We just, yeah. Just last year, something precious was nearly taken. This year, we're just hanging out with the family.
But long term, yeah. Come on,
just
give us something.
Slowly, you know. It's, yeah. Like for now, bro, just message someone and go and work with them for free. Okay. And then whatever happens with this, what's right and how it works, we'll work it out. You know, our intentions are pure, so we just don't want to. I don't know. We just don't want to become a machine. And we're all busy. Like everyone's got their own bit. You know, I think it's really important for you guys to know. Like John's head baker's mother, French baker Max. She's fighting for her life. She's not well. She's not well. I mean, like is it okay if I take this? So you know, he's lost his head baker in the lead up of all this. When you stand to do something significant, the world ain't going to go, oh, let's make it easy for you. You know, shit's going to hit the fan. There's a lot of weight to carry to make something like this happen. And, you know, French baker Max is a rock in the production, and his mother's not well. He's got to go back to France. Who's carrying the weight? John. So, you know, that takes him away from other things. Who's carrying the weight? All this beautiful team. So, yeah, we would love to. We'd love to build everything and do it all. Fucking eventually. But it's loose now.
I want to congratulate the conference and the panel because it's been great. I'm a home baker. Made my first sourdough croissant a couple of months ago, and it's working. It's probably not the forum to announce my occupation because I'm a retired economist, but so you probably see where the question's coming from. But sincerely, I'm very interested in the sustainability of the small bakery, the small family bakery, let's call it, that can support 2 adults and a couple of kids. So the question I'm going to ask is probably going to lead everybody to say, well, it all depends, because it does all depend, but I'm interested in the panel's thoughts about how big, whether it's how many dollars or how many kilos of flour do you think you need to get to as a start-up bakery to make yourself sort of, let's say, break even, to use an economic term, but in your own minds, to make yourself sort of viable?
Well, it all depends. Does anyone want to take this? I just wanted to say that. That's all. I'm going to say equipment. What equipment do you have? That's going to be a factor. Have you got a kitchen, like a kitchen oven? Have you got a 4-tray oven? Have you got a 3-tray Rofco? So to get a starting point, I think we've got to know what...
Well, it really depends on what your lifestyle's like. Have you got an expensive lifestyle? Where do you want to send your kids to school? What do you like to do in your spare time? Do you like fast cars, slow cars? Do you like fancy meals? Do you like Mackie D's? It really does depend on... Because that determines then the volume that you're going to want to produce to meet your lifestyle, and then how many people.
Sorry, can I just come back? I'm not asking for myself.
Yeah.
I'm asking, if you like, as an analyst, as a researcher. Let's think in terms of the basic minimum, the bare minimum. If I'm starting out, or someone in this room thinking of starting out, do they have to be heading towards 300 kilos of flour a week? 1,000 calories a week. Grayson, I think you said 2,000 kilos of flour a week or something like that, you're processing. So in terms of these numbers, how big to be economic do you need to be to survive for, let's say, for a basic family from your experience?
It really does all depend. It's not a straightforward question to answer because are you at home on your own doing it out of your kitchen and you don't have any wage costs, there's very low overheads. Are you in the middle of Sydney or are you out in the bush somewhere? All of us would have different lines on our P&L about, some of us might have had rent at 5%, some of us might have rent at 20%. And all of that is going to impact how many staff you need. There's so many variables. It really does depend on what you want. And I was really interested to have Kimberly on this panel because after her talk this morning, your economic model would be pretty special. Yeah, the dream. Yeah, definitely. And. Crackers.
I think my economic model is crackers.
But you make it work because you've made the decision to honour your ethics and your manifesto first and foremost.
I think it's the wrong question to ask if you really want to understand the economics of small-scale bakery businesses. I personally think it's the wrong way round to look at it in terms of how much flour or how much output. When people come to me and ask, for example, when they want to set up a business, what should they be examining first? Because there's a lot of stuff to look at, and it does depend. I usually give them the advice that first you need to design the life you want to live, and then once you've narrowed that down a little bit, then you can start to build the other parameters around it. In my business, I think the people are the most important element of it. And we build a business which is a very complex and diverse set of products because that's what the people need. And I think there's a couple of important things. One of them is to really examine what it is, what are those lifestyle parameters for you, but also if you have a team, for a team, and if that team's your family, then it needs to be your family and what their wider needs are. In my business case, which is very unusual, I've built a situation where our labour costs are 65% of our ticket price, which I was talking to you about earlier, and you said that's too high. So I think we kind of constantly come up against this subjectivity when it comes to talking about business models. Yeah, it's too high for who? For me, it's perfect. I love the fact that we put loads of work into our products. For me, I think as well, another really important limiting factor is how many relationships can you manage? And I think if you're going to look at a family business, and coming back to the other question as well, that's really important. So if you were going to look at some analysis or some kind of study of small businesses, perhaps the first thing to do is survey what the important questions are and try to understand sort of different metrics from the maybe conventional or current or previous models of economics. I think that's the only answer that I can really give to that.
I think just a quick piggyback, because Kim did it really nicely, is sometimes it's easier to tell what you want to do by articulating what you don't want to be doing. So it's like a reduction method in sculpture, like you have a huge block of marble and then you find the image within the marble, right? And I think that's something that maybe we're neglecting talking about, and it's how she answered your question, where it's like, it's contextual, of course, but it depends on what your goals are. And it's what James said too. Do you want a Ferrari or do you want to take the bus to work? I mean, there's literal material considerations to your question, but there's more, if you can't tell from spending 3 days with us, there's more emotional, spiritual questions that everyone in the baking community asks themselves. Some of us answer that, we get on that train like midway through the journey, and some of us buy the ticket right away, and some of us kind of get run over by the train and are paralyzed for a little bit. But for the most part, it is like a really reductive question that you have to ask by establishing what's important to you, maybe not only as a business owner, but as a baker, and probably most importantly as a human being. and especially if you employ other people. And I think that a lot of us neglect the fact that the bakery is a business, and I hate to say it, but like the bread's easy compared to the business part. Like it can teach someone how to make a baguette pretty quickly, but all that other shit's a little bit more harder to teach and harder to stay on top of.
I'm gonna just share what I do in an economic sense. I'm in wholesale, so my margins are a little bit tighter, so I do have to watch. So this is my rule of thumb. Doesn't have to be everyone's, but I don't care how you do it, how you cut it, labour, food cost, rent. If it's beyond 75%, we're in trouble. If however you cut that, so if your labour's 60, your rent's 2, and your whatever the food cost is, I just try to loosely look at that. And there's times where you have ebbs and flows in the business, where for whatever reason school holidays are on, or you got staff that are on annual leave. You got to sort of forward project that. Prices have boomed out. You know, when you're like if I've got a shop and the price, like I found that when I had a shop, I could put my prices up a lot easier than I can when I'm supplying a chef. The chef's got no problem to put the fucking charge fucking $300 for a degustation menu, but if I put the fucking bread roll up 5 cents, it's a wall, right? So for me, in my little sector of the world, I got to watch that. And then what I was saying, within that, we let our creativity flow, or we embrace whatever restriction we have to embrace, or we push our buying power to the place that we want to in that scenario. But that's what I do economically. And I've also gone beyond those numbers, and it hurts you. So I'm a little bit more sensitive to them. I'm a romantic as well, but Van Gogh sold one painting for $108 while he was alive, and he killed himself. So okay, so it can be painful. It can be painful on the edge of artisanal romanticism.
Just to get back to that question about advice for somebody that wants to start up a new bakery, you might not know the parameters of all those questions that we've been throwing out there when you start. For me, the most important thing is to not go, oh, I don't understand the numbers, I'll just make bread. Actually, to read the numbers, it becomes like reading any other text. You get to see the patterns, and you can make decisions by educating yourself, by constantly looking at it, about where you want to pull things in, or where, oh, I'm not worried about that blowing out because I can pull something else in, or it's just staying on top of being aware of what is happening financially in your business. It would be my advice to somebody starting out, rather than saying your wage cost should be X and your rent should be Y and your GP should be 30%. Yeah, and then you can make decisions around what you're comfortable with as you are educating yourself. I mean, when we started our bakery, the only thing I cared about was being able to pay our staff. And once I'd paid our staff, the next thing I cared about was whether I could pay our suppliers. And then the next thing I cared about was whether we could pay our rent on time. But you can't know all that stuff. You can't know how your business is going to be. It's too much how long is a piece of string before you're going into it. You have to really, you have to dive in, and you have to stay aware and on top of, just educate yourself through the numbers. Don't ignore it, look at it.
Yeah, and I think throw in a couple of, life preservers in there before you dive in. Just in the terms of, I really, whenever someone asks me, I say go and do a small business course before you open. Yeah.
Thanks. My local bakery is Loafer, and I live for it. And just recently, Andrea's made the move to not have disposable coffee cups, and that's something that waste is a really massive driver in the food industry and our output and what we bring into our world. And I think as a business, like I live in Fitzroy as well, and you can see how many people come in and buy coffees, and we know that that helps with bakeries, and that must be a massive thing, like that you're kind of cutting out maybe some potential money. And I was just wondering if you could expand on that.
So don't do what I do because, like, I didn't ever look at the money and I had no idea of what I was doing. And I followed, everything was about, okay, well, we're going to be organic. We have to be sourdough. We can never use yeast. We must always, you know, be using the best possible ingredients, and we have to pay all of our staff properly. So those costs I just bear. Yeah, so I didn't take an income for most of the time. I paid my own bills, and that was it. And then when we come to decisions about things like how we decide to rule out takeaway cups, it's like, okay, no one's doing anything, so we just have to lead and we have to do it, and that's going to come at a cost. I'm learning it's coming at a cost. It's coming at a cost to me, and that's just how we roll. So, so yeah, when I have people come in all the time, they're like, oh, loaf is so great, loaf is so busy, or you're too busy, or I have to wait in line to get in the door. You know, it's like, yes, but I, you know, I live in a converted garage at my sister's house. And I love it. It's awesome. And I'm very grateful to be able to do that. But I'm not the only person who bears it when they're a small business owner. You know, whether it's the person who, at another bakery I know who I just learned, I thought, wow, they're awesome. They've only got 5 staff and they do all these products and they're just incredible. And then one of the chefs says, yeah, but the owner works 80 hours a week. I was like, okay, all right. So that's not such an incredible story. Yeah, because, yeah, that burden, the owner bears the burden, usually, especially if you don't like compromising. If you don't like compromising, then it's a difficult path. So don't follow our model. Yeah.
Can I just add to that pearl of wisdom? My sister Jude, who's over there in the red, everyone, she hates to be in the limelight, so. She's the engine behind the whole grains event, so yeah, the applause was definitely yeah, correct. Jude says her advice to young people starting up a bakery is just don't do it. Now, if you do it, my first bakery business, I did a Jamesy, I guess, and just did really everything on the cheap and borrowed and begged everything, and I baked 1 day a week, and it was just me. And I've never made so much money in my life. I now employ, at one stage, Red Bib was 7 days a week, and we were wholesaling all over Central Victoria. We had 35 staff. Now we're down to about 20. And I paid my brother off out of the business, and that was tough and hard, and in the end, a really good thing for both of us. But what I want to say, I guess, is if you are going to get bigger and you are going to try and make... I couldn't bake on my own ever again because I just got sick of my own company. So I wanted to surround myself with people who shared the passion and people I could just have a bloody good time with making bread. One of the key people you need to surround yourself with if you are creative and you don't like doing bookwork but you're prepared to do it is is to find someone who will actually be prepared to do it, and Jude is the person who's prepared to, that has my total trust, and I trust that she is looking after, you know, all the purchasing, all the staffing, all the HR stuff, and yeah, look, I think you can do it, but be so careful to surround yourself with people who really are impassioned by Jude's obsessive with figures and just absolutely obsessed with making sure that I don't actually bury myself in a grave too early. So, you know, and I've got someone amazing that has my back. So I just want to say, just surround yourself with people who are going to have your back.
Okay. Did you want to add anything? Or? Yeah, sure.
I think Jude's been incredible, and thanks for everything. And I would say open a bakery. I would say do it. But I would qualify it by saying, you know, it's never jumping, which is tough. It's a decision to jump. So it's always a decision to make that risk and to do that. But don't look at the cliff after you make the jump, because then you're going to have like a really bad hangover about how far that is away from you. And I think it's really important, as Kim mentioned in response to the gentleman's question. I think a lot of us sometimes, whether it's like personal or professional, when we have problems, we confuse a symptom for the disease. And I think it's really important to kind of pull out and once again define why we're doing something and why we want to be doing something. And that should always be for ourselves, not out of a place of selfishness, but always doing something for yourself first. And I'm not talking about like self-care or like going to take long walks. I mean, that's a component to it, but it's about that menu. Like, and that's the answer that Kim gave to the gentleman was, it's relative to what you want. And there's no scale where it makes sense or there's no scale where it doesn't make sense. If you want to make 20,000 loaves a day, then that's the perfect scale that you should be at. And if you want to make 20 a day, then that's a perfect scale that you should be at. But you need to have the answer to that question. And when things break down, if you have that compass and you're not able to confuse the symptoms of issues and stress away from the disease, then you're always going to be lost. But if you always find that passion and if you always find the answer to that question about why the fuck am I doing this? And it's like, this is why I'm doing it. Then it may get murky, but it's always going to be clear and you can always see a way out. But that commitment and that self-knowledge about why you do what you do is imperative. Otherwise, everything is pointless, whether you're making 10 or 20,000 a day. And I think that's something that a lot of us, it's not something you teach, obviously, in school, because if they taught everyone that in school, so empowerment and agency and self-respect, then we wouldn't put up with the bullshit that we all deal with these days. But I think it's critical that we have those answers for ourselves, and it's going to be apparent in our businesses and in our bakeries, the better that we are able to answer those questions for ourselves.
Yeah, please.
I think probably John answered your question the best out of all of us, actually, when he pointed out that the most money he ever made was when he was working by himself. And, you know, I think it is a huge risk taking other people on your ride, and particularly if you do things really unusually, and I think that's worth pointing out. But I always take quite a lot of comfort in the safety net, knowing that I've established something. It's solid, it exists, I own it, I own the machinery, it's all mine, and if the shit hits the fan, I'll just go back to doing it. So I feel like I can take risks and train new people and hope that they love it as much as I do and they're going to stick around. I think staff turnover is a big problem in our industry. But I just also want to make a play for the beauty in books, because I feel like we've been really negative on the business side and really negative on the finances. And I'm a creative person. I love making bread. And I love the kind of wildness of that. But I also love numbers, and there's beauty in the numbers. And don't be afraid to try and get to know them, because you can come to enjoy that just as much. Accountancy is also a creative process, and it's really... Ches spoke yesterday about your business. Keep it in the box, right? Which I totally agree with. You need to understand the numbers and you need to keep it in the box, but your box doesn't need to be box shaped. So the more that you get to know it and the more you understand it, the more freedom you have in terms of taking your creativity forward. And yeah, I love spreadsheets actually, so I just wanted to make a play for that.
Oh, it's actually really true, and I that's where I feel that's the season I'm in now, where you could, just there's so much. Once you understand the numbers and the structures, it infuses your creativity, you know. Anyway, Guys, we're running out of time. We have to wrap up the session. I know it's flown so quickly. Can we give our amazing panel members a huge round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much. So, in conclusion, start the business, okay? Work your ass off. Somewhat, just with Lofa, just quickly. Does this, keep it loose. Not too loose, but keep it loose. With businesses like Lofa, if you're an amazing flour miller or butter maker, like you want to get your product into her hands because she's going to honour it. You know, I think about like Cornersmith back in Sydney, you know, with Sabine. Sabine came down. I needed someone with a bit of wisdom to understand what I was doing. Sabina came. She had wisdom. She honoured me. It was like I needed that connection. You know, and the industry needs loafers, and loafers need to become amazingly successfully financially outrageous, and we've got to work that out as well. But you know, we need people that are going to stand and say, no more fucking disposable, like non-disposable cups. I don't want to be a part of that. And it becomes a wisdom choice, not just a lust. You know, there's lust or there's love. Lust takes, love gives. You know, and I think she has such an intensity of love and a meaningness for her surroundings and her community. She's like, I just don't want to be a part of that anymore. So you as a client, you have a choice now. Do you want to be subliminally lusting, or do you want to be part of the love? I think that's great. How's that? Romantic enough? Okay, thank you. We're going to have Tammy now, or we're going to have a break, or we're going to go straight to Tammy? Oh, right. Afternoon tea. Right, yeah, then. Afternoon tea. How long for? We've got a 5-minute afternoon tea.
I mean, for that matter.
Hello, everyone. I think if you could grab a seat and let's give this event a really lovely closing wrap. We need any Melbourne University students who are within auditory range of this announcement to please come to the bus. Sadly, you're going to miss this closing.
I know. I'm coming back. They've just got to go. Yeah.
So, sadly, Melbourne University students, you'll have to watch it live. Yes, grains.org.au. Head there now. Okay, let's get underway. Hello, everyone. Okay, so I'd like to... Well, I have an enormous pleasure to... if you missed Tammy on the panel, she was amazing, but if you are... Yeah, I have enormous pleasure in being able to introduce Tammy Jonas. She is one of the most amazing humans on the planet. She is tireless. She is, just a beautiful person. She has been many things over a long time. She's been in academia, but she has... moved to the country from the horrible city, forsaken all the urban delights, and she's come to the country and she's found herself a beautiful place not far from here where she grows heritage breed large black pigs with her amazing partner Stuart, and they have a farming business called Jono Farms, and they are heavily into proper regenerative agriculture and looking after their 69 acres of land, and so she's totally in touch with the soil, but she finds time between doing farming activities to actually run a butchery on site, and makes a whole lot of small goods and stuff like that as well, and treats her animals incredibly well and works within the limits of her family. I mean, she should have been up on the panel a moment ago because she really has... she has a CSA, so she has all her meat goes to people who subscribe to it. And nothing is wasted, and yes, so her farming activities are fabulous, but then there's another whole level, and I don't know where she finds the energy to do it, and that's the same for all of us. Day-to-day living is so tough, but then Tammy finds time to actually be an international activist in the food sovereignty space. So she is president of the Australian Food Sovereignty Alliance. She goes to UN Food and Agriculture Organisation conferences regularly. She goes to peasant organisation conferences around the world and represents Australia and Australian farming and Australian ethical and regenerative farming. So she is just an amazing human. Anyway, Tammy. Tammy's going to deliver the closing address. She's been really observing everything, and she, I think, is going to have some amazing insights into what we've been up to.
Thanks, John. Thank
Well, after that, I better do something decent, right? It's actually such a pleasure and an honour to be able to speak to you at the end of a fantastic 3 days. What is it? I think Steve said, I'm not a baker, but I bake. And so the bread talk as a home baker has been really nice for me to hear. As an activist, obviously, a delight to hear what's happening in the localising grain economies movement. And I think there's a bit to unpack. I want to first thank, in particular, John, Emily, Ches, Kate, the entire Grains Committee, all of the other organisers, the volunteers, the community, this community that's so rich and always comes together to support fantastic things, because our region is full of people who want a better world. So thank you to all of you for your tireless work, speaking of tireless. And actually, where's Kimberly? I want to thank Kimberly, because I was going to suggest that after her talk this morning and the big cry I had, that we could just go home, because I think Kim nailed it, actually. She said all of the most important things in her talk this morning about the connections between the makers and the growers and the eaters. I think she's nailed pretty much what I want to focus on. I do also want to close by acknowledging that we're on the lands of the traditional lands of the Dja Dja Wurrung people, and honour their elders past, present and emerging, and also acknowledge the ongoing work that we all have to do to understand and reconcile the current emerging ways of regenerative farming and growing communities with the Indigenous ways of doing this for over 60,000 years. And how are we going to keep those conversations going, and how are we going to embrace native grains while also understanding how we can grow exotic grains in ways that are graceful on this land, so, or in my case, livestock. Although I am going to go grow wheat now. I'm like, totally obsessed. So I'm eating like a very small amount, like maybe one loaf of bread worth of wheat, but anyway. I also would like to recognize the many growers and makers here in the region who I know, because Tom Walsh rang me last night, who's a local farmer. I know how delighted they are to have had this gathering in our community, and the benefit to the community to have everybody come here from all over the world, and also the opportunities for them to think about, well, how can I be part of something as exciting as taking back the control of the means of production from the corporations? So I think to honour, there's already a thriving community of people doing that here, and I know they both benefited, but they're going to contribute to the ongoing movement. And in that vein, I'd like to just recognize a few of them, like Redbeard, who already gives us a shining example of, degrowth. Was 7 days a week, went down to 4 days a week, which is why I can never eat lunch here on Thursday delivery days, because they're not open, and I value that. So and Twofold Bakery, Alison and Katie, who are doing community-supported bakery here in the region. That's how many of you have heard of community-supported bakery? It's a really great initiative, like My CSA, where people sign up and support them, and they make beautiful bread. Tom Walsh, who I mentioned before, who's been a grain farmer in the region for a very long time and got very excited about buckwheat yesterday. So watch this space. I think there might be something happening. Burn Biodynamics, we've got Steve and Tanya were here, and these guys know more than most of us do about any kind of farming. And so for them to sit and listen to this room for the last 3 days, because they want to contribute as well, it's like really great. It's been good to have you here, Steve. The Grain family, Gareth and Tanya are here as well from Tasmania, so they're not local to this region necessarily, as are the same with Steve and Tanya, but these are people who also are growing biodynamically. They come from an organic dairy family in Tasmania, and know a lot about soil and how to care for it. Maybe Gareth could tell us his thoughts later on growing for Kellogg's, but maybe not. I'll make another Kellogg's joke later that will make more sense. A lot of you weren't in the room for the Kellogg's thing, but I'll bring it up. Pallet Hill were meant to be here, but they weren't able to make it, I think, in the end. Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. So Pallet Hill are an amazing story of a family that took control of the means of production here in our region by building a mill, turning the farm biodynamic, building a mill, milling everything and selling their flour directly as well. So they're another story of what, and they did that 20 years ago. So it's been a while. And then, of course, Woodstock Flour, who are here, and their story, Courtney and Ian's story, in case you don't know it, with the taking over the mill, is in the Farming Democracy book. Is the bookstore packed up? It is? Okay. Well, you can buy it on the Australian Food Sovereignty Alliance website if you want to, but it's a great story. I think every baker in the room should read Woodstock's story to understand what goes into growing grain and milling grain and then selling grain to people who want to bake with it. So, oh, and then there's me. So I grow, butcher, sell, cook, cure and ferment meat and veggies and bread, and I foment revolutions with an army of peasant comrades across the globe. I like that, right? That's a good new bio, I think. I'm not going to talk about centralization of the food system because I think everybody here knows about it. You've heard about, Coles and Woolies. In fact, Kim's slide earlier about 70% of the food going through 4 supermarkets. I'm like, 4, man, we only have 2, and it's 80%. So this story is worldwide. Australia's really hard hit by the control of the food system. We have there globally 3 major meat packers control 80% of the meat industry, like in the whole world. 80%. That's pretty grim. I won't go on about it, but I will. I often say there's a famous philosopher who said, you might have heard of him, who said those who control the means of production control the world. And I just think he was right. And that's why I think the movements like this one are so important, because right now those who control the means of production are not this room, but this room increasingly is taking back that control. And that's the hope I have. As I said on the first day, it's not what the UN's doing, it's not what the Australian government's doing, it's what the people in this room are doing. This is where the hope lies, and that's why I think it's been such a joyful love-in for 3 days, because everybody is doing such good work to repair our food system. I'm not going to bore you with policy, but I'm going to tell you 2 things from the recent Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and other people working in rural areas. So there's a UN declaration that was ratified in October 2018. Actually, Australia voted, no, they abstained. No, they voted against it. Sorry, they were one of 3 that voted against it. Australia hates peasants. It's a thing. So anyway, in that, there are 2 clauses that you can use in your own work if you're running into sort of regulatory hurdles in trying to do this sort of supply chain control. I am just going to read them. They're short. One is that peasants and other people working in rural areas have the right to an adequate standard of living for themselves and their families, and to facilitated access to the means of production needed to achieve them. They also have the right to engage freely, individually and or collectively in association with others or as a community in traditional ways of farming, fishing, livestock rearing and forestry, and to develop community-based commercialization systems. Like community mills. We have a right to these things. It's in a declaration. It's non-binding, the UN, but you can cite it if you're meeting with government and say, do you realize there's a global declaration that every country in the world, except for Australia, is a signatory to? I think we actually did. You have to sign it once they pass it. But that's the first one. The second one is that states shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that their rural development, agricultural, environmental, trade and investment policies and programs contribute effectively to protecting and strengthening local livelihood options and to the transition to sustainable modes of agricultural production. This is in the declaration. States shall stimulate sustainable production, including agroecological and organic production, whenever possible, and facilitate direct farmer-to-consumer sales. It doesn't sound very Australian, does it? But it can be. So these are the kind of tools that we take into meetings with government to say, we have some leverage. It's not very powerful legislative leverage, but it's symbolic. It means something globally. When I was thinking last night after the first 2 days of the conference, I was thinking, well, what is it that's happening here? What's so exciting? What's the direction of grains? Where is it going? Obviously, control the means of production is a big theme. But so is the passion and the intelligence and the experience of growing and baking and engaging with communities. And that led me back, as a regenerative farmer, led me back to, we need a holistic context. For grains to go forward to next year, we need the holistic context. So if any of you haven't done holistic management planning, there's some simple things we do in holistic context setting. One of them is we figure out who are the decision makers. See, as a food sovereignty activist, that's really obvious to me because it's obviously all of us. But I'll spell it out a little bit. It's farmers and millers and bakers and brewers and researchers and eaters. We'll start with that. Well, you could say government, but I don't agree because they're meant to be making decisions on our behalf. So let's leave it with us. The second thing you ask about is your resource base. What's the resource base for grains economies? Well, there's soil. That's actually your most important resource base. And I don't think we've talked enough about soil. And I think next year we should make it an aim to talk about soil because there's no grain without soil. And we're not treating our soils very well, actually. The second is seed. You know, we heard a little bit about the problems of trading seed, about Kim talked about the YQ wheat not being legal for trade because it's not uniform enough to fit into the registration system. That's globally a problem. And there are treaties to make sure that it stays that way. Sounds weird for a treaty, right? The other resource base is people. And then comes that production equipment thing. So, well, production and then processing. So you've got tractors and harvesters and seed separators and dehullers and mills and ovens, all of these pieces of equipment. They're all our resource base. So if we're making decisions about how are we going to build these grain economies, we need to be thinking about soil, seed, people, and all of this equipment that helps us then get it to the people. What are the barriers? Like for me as a livestock farmer, abattoirs are the major barrier because we're losing them. There aren't as many as there used to be. And so we talk about building community. Sorry? Yes, so there was equipment that needed. Great, that was perfect. So in thinking through the resource base and the people, so I got stuck on soil again because I don't think we've talked about it enough. So I just thought I'd share. New Mexico in America set a piece of legislation called the Healthy Soils Act, and it's how they're requiring their farmers to now look after the land. And it's really simple stuff. It's only 5 principles of soil stewardship. And for the non-farmers in the room, maybe you haven't heard these kind of basic principles of how we think we should look after soil without going into the deep technical ways that people do these. So one is keep soil covered. It's a basic principle to look after your soil. As much as possible, keep it covered. Minimize soil disturbance and external inputs. So are our mates from the DPI gone? They're not here anymore, are they? They're gone? No, that's a shame, because they should have heard these principles. The one who was telling us to spray everything out before putting down any seed, he told us that the seed was going to be going into a hostile environment if you didn't spray it. And I told Gareth, we were sitting together, and I said, I think we're the hostile environment for that guy's seed, actually. You know, because I wasn't really liking what he was saying. The third one is maximize biodiversity. We have heard heaps of that. We've heard heaps and heaps. It started with Dr. Steve about how we need more diversity, and we've heard from many people, whether we're talking about the baking, or we're talking about the growing, or we're talking about the communities, we need more diversity. Maintain living roots. That's something I think about in terms of communities, even though right now we're talking about soil. Keep your roots alive, know where you come from, stand with others in a diverse system, but that applies equally to soil. And this one will shock some people, integrate animals. So healthy soils actually should involve animals as well. I don't know if you've heard it, but some people say it's not the cow, it's the how. So we should have animals in our systems, but they need to be managed properly for healthy soils. So those are the 5 principles. I leave those as a starting point, hopefully, for next year, so that next year could start with maybe the soil and the roots, and then move up through the crop to the seed, which becomes flour later on. That holistic context setting led me to a statement of purpose. Now, this was a bit cheeky. When you do holistic context setting, as like a giant group, we should have worked out our statement of purpose. But you know what? I just wrote one for you, okay? So you don't have to adopt it, you can vote and stuff, but I've written one. So it seems to me that the statement of purpose for the grains gathering and the movement more broadly in grains is to collectively build solidarity grain economies across Australia involving farmers, millers, bakers, brewers, researchers and eaters, in which culturally and ecologically appropriate and nutritious grains are grown, processed and distributed in ethical and ecologically sound ways. I feel like if you had that purpose to hold on to, Then as you make decisions about what are you trying to do as a movement, what are you trying to do as a farmer, what are you trying to do as a baker, you'd be guided. You can't fuck it up if you have a statement of purpose to keep coming back to. And then the next part of a holistic context is quality of life. And we've heard a lot about that too. What is the quality of life? Some of us have gone too far down the rabbit hole and lost the quality of life and then got it back. Others don't necessarily get it back. Others feel like they're, doing it pretty well. Like I can say on our farm, pretty good quality of life. We eat really well. It's good. We eat all our meals together and we're not awake at 2. Bakers are like chefs, man. I don't know why you do it, but I hear it's great. So in terms of quality of life, something that could help guide where people are maybe losing some of that feeling of quality, I wrote it for you again, but you don't have to adopt it, but here it is. All will enjoy fair and dignified livelihoods, working in camaraderie with others, in and beyond grain economies, and in ways that enrich our personal relationships with family and friends, while contributing to a world in which everyone has the right to create, manage, and choose their food system. That sounds like a pretty good quality of life, right? Yeah. I think you probably will adopt it. It's pretty good. It'll help when you have a screen. You can edit it by committee, but I won't be here. So then, forms of production is the next thing you do. And when you talk about your forms of production, you're not saying, how will we produce the grain? We will till, we won't till, we will spray, we won't spray, because those are decisions that get made at the local level based on your statement of purpose and your quality of life. It's more like, how will we produce the right space for making these decisions? And so I've just written 2. Time for the gatherings like this of farmers, millers, bakers, researchers, and eaters, so that we come together to have these discussions, and time to learn more about regenerative farming, baking, and communities. So they're pretty simple ones. I think you could have more in there, but it was 10 o'clock. I'm like, you can finish this later. And your future resource base, it's really basic. It's the land, the people, and the communities. And again, you can flesh those out further, but you need to maintain those future resource bases, right? So having come up with this holistic context, I thought we could do a couple of testing questions with our new statement of purpose and our quality of life that we're seeking. First one comes back to a question from the first day. Somebody asked Bruce Pascoe, how do I know what the land wants to grow? You asked it. How do I know what the land wants to grow? And he said, go to the cemetery. I said that last night at home, and they're like, what? Because that's where things grow, and alongside railways. But the second part of it is what does the land want to grow, is what do the farmers want to grow, and what can they grow? They're all sort of connected, right? So as a baker, if you come in and you say, I want you to grow this for me, is that the approach that we'd be looking for? Or is it more like, what do you grow, what can you grow, and what should I be using in my baking? Because it's what grows here. Instead of forcing ourselves on the landscape. I mean, we've got a long enough colonial history of that. We don't really need to keep it up, do we? Let's actually use what grows here. So I was taking Kim's lead again. I mean, like I said, you could just take Kim's talk and we can all go home. But I loved her comment about commit to a farmer, to a grain, and then you're going to be required to diversify, to experiment, to really you get to use all your creativity if you do that, but you've committed to somebody who is growing that thing, and you help them transform that thing into something edible and delicious and wonderful. And work with Indigenous peoples to develop a grain economy that's based around native grains, as well as how we're incorporating these exotic grains into an Indigenous landscape. I then came to the next issue, because education's come up a little bit. Probably not enough, which is probably also fine. But our education system is absolutely stuffed, especially once you go to university level. We're not being, industrial agriculture and food systems is embedded in the system. And this is the case globally. When I'm with my comrades all over the world, they're saying the same thing. It's the same in Spain, it's the same in Guatemala. They're being taught, in agronomy they're taught not whether to apply chemical, but how much and when. And in baking school, we heard from Grayson that you're being taught just cook everything with white flour, not question the flour, not question what grains are there, or how to mill them, or what other delicious things can come from it. It's just, here's the white flour, because it's not even an ingredient. This is still a problem in our culinary schools. I mean, the butchery schools in this country don't even teach whole carcass butchery anymore. I don't know how they can still be called butchery, but anyway, I think they give them primals and they just portion. They're taught to portion. My kids in the cooking class at our high school, the first time they were taught to make burgers, I shit you not, he was given bad hamburger buns, a frozen patty, and the teacher had sliced the tomatoes for them. So in fact, they were taught to assemble an industrial hamburger in a cooking class. It's a particularly woeful example, I know, but it's, you know, and not hashtag not all schools, hashtag not all academics, blah, blah, blah. But we really have some work to do to ensure that our educational institutions catch up, because they're pretty far behind right now. Some of the things I listened to over the last 3 days made me think about reductionism, and I think Ian brought it up a few times, and others brought up this kind of reductive approaches to things. And yet, something I also heard was a replication of this reductivism, and it's something we can all really easily fall into, because who doesn't love to just nerd out about something really technical, right? Well, maybe some people don't, but many of us do. And shiny things, right? You know, oh, a new technology, oh, the latest oven, oh, whatever it is. And I think we can all get very excited about the newest technologies. Or I was thinking about, so if you reduce wheat, as Dr. Steve did for us at the first day, of its constituent parts of protein, starch, fiber, antioxidants, and minerals, you can just pull it apart and put it back together as an enriched whole grain bread. Or I don't think you're allowed to call it whole grain, are you? What do you call it? Multigrain, something like that. It's got other names, but it's not what it was. And then you can say it's nutritious and it has all these vitamins and it's really good for you. But in pulling it apart and putting it back together, it is no longer what it was. And you've lost the holistic context in which you could digest those grains. And so, you know, that thing about we're not allergic to gluten, we're allergic to glyphosate. We might also just be allergic to the way we put everything back together, that it's not digestible. And if you think about industrial agriculture, it's gone all the way down that line, well and truly. And yesterday, we heard that you can't grow landrace rice because it's not uniform enough, because Kellogg's has been making rice bubbles the same way for 70 years, and their machinery is not going to change anytime soon. Like, wow, he wasn't joking. Like, he was serious. Don't grow landrace rice because you can't sell it to Kellogg's. Yeah, I'm just going to walk away from that before I say anything I regret. Is this still being filmed? I can see the artisanal baking movement going down this track if it's not careful, because I think there are a lot of us in the hashtag I fucking love science camp. I'm one of them, but I'm also in the, oh my God, the magical mystery of meat, salt, and thyme becomes salami. I don't need to know every single detail of that process to know it's worked for a very long time and it's very delicious. And bread is like that for me. I don't know all your technical details, like the osmotic something of the salt. I know that my ungodly son who lives with us he's called, sorry, because he's not my godson, he's my ungodly son. Anyway, I'll explain. He sometimes makes the bread too salty. That might have an osmotic effect as well. And I'm just like, maybe less salt, Leaf. And I think we should nerd out on the processes sometimes, but know when to just appreciate a good loaf. And respect people's, kind of love of the art and the beauty of what they create, whether they know all of those technical details as well. I am still pretty excited about what he taught us about the microbiota of clouds, though. I'm going to go look that up, because that's really cool. I thought about milling, sifting, and nutrition, because those were all mentioned. And I guess coming back to our holistic context, what I thought was the farmers have grown you something really nutritious and ecologically sound, hopefully. Just like, don't fuck that up, right? Whatever you choose in terms of your milling and sifting and baking, maintain the integrity of the thing that was grown for you. I like the movement of the people using the whole grain. That's exciting. The buying in flower, I just wanted to make one comment here. I could say a lot more on this topic, but I think Kim and the others covered it pretty well. Every shackle to the commodity chain we have is not only propping up commodity systems, it's a shackle for us. It's a vulnerability in our systems. It's a cost in our systems that could be applied to grow a new and better system. So I like James's comment earlier about just charge 70 cents extra a loaf if that's what you have to do to use the regional grain. Like, stop propping up commodity systems and support your regional farmers. I'm going to finish with two thoughts. One is, I recently learned about some research in China about the kind of determinism of farming systems that create cultures. So the research is that in the north of China, where they're mostly wheat farmers, so particularly relevant for us at the moment, compared with the ones in the south, who are mostly rice farmers, the southerners are far more collectivist, because rice requires a lot of communal effort around planting, tending, harvesting, irrigation systems. They have to coordinate common times for the flood irrigating. They have to coordinate dredging of canals because they share that infrastructure. And all of that shared infrastructure, all that shared work leads to a general feeling of, I better look after my community. How are we going to work together? And I better figure out how to resolve problems if they don't want to flood irrigate at the same time that I do. And it's built into the system of rice. And wheat, it's not. Wheat's a very individualist grain. You can do all that by yourself. You don't need all your neighbors. So it left me sort of thinking, how can we, if we're working in particular parts of our system that lend themselves to an individualist culture, but we know we need to build collectives, you know, that whole thing, they've got the money, we have the numbers, but we don't if we're not working collectively. So how can we rebuild systems in our artisanal and small-scale spaces that force us to cooperate and collaborate more so that we get better at it, so that we can actually eventually win, right? Because it's us who should win. You understand who the they are, right? I don't need to explain that. So the final thing I'm going to finish with was touched on by a lot of bakers as well, especially the very small-scale bakers. And I loved, again, Kim's I mean, she's got a new fangirl in case you hadn't picked it. Kim's thing about 100 bakers in Nottingham. We say this all the time with our farm too. We don't need to scale, we need to multiply. We need all of our towns to be full of bakers and butchers and candlestick makers. I can't remember if that's the order it goes in, but actually we could probably make our own candlesticks. But that comes from, there's a theory of degrowth that started, you know, in the late 2000s. And in the theory of degrowth, there's this idea of self-sufficiency, but not just self-sufficiency, sufficiency for all. And there's a beautiful phrase of radical abundance. Radical abundance is abundance for everyone. Radical abundance is 1,000 small food bakeries, 1,000 Redbeard bakeries, but actually one Redbeard bakery, a small food bakery, a loafer, all of them working in communities and feeding their communities, and everyone has enough of the pie. It's a pretty big pie we can share. We can all have radical abundance. And that's about it from me.
I think we're coming to the end of this amazing event. I can't believe I'm saying that. This is, it's been absolutely amazing. I think we need to do a whole lot of thank yous. So, thanks, Tammy. I'm not quite sure if I'm the best person, just given that I'm so brain dead after the whole thing. I think I'm just going to collapse in a sec, but no, I won't, because I really want to do the thank yous. So at the top of the list, I've got Deb Taylor, who was the event manager, organiser for this whole event. So Deb, would you mind coming up to the stage, please?
You give them to her and a big kiss.
So the next person is Jude. Jude Reed, come up to the stage, please.
That's what I was trying to avoid.
Yep. And then, of course, the final third person in the trinity of women that
I'm already here.
that actually have made this whole thing possible is Ty, my beautiful wife. Look. Look. The other thing is, I'd love to get the committee. I know we did this on Monday night, but I want to get the committee up just so that you can see their faces again. And what I'd like to invite you to do is to be part of it. So we really want to grow this thing. I think it's been a fabulous event this year. It's been made by all of you, and I'd like it to keep on being made collectively by all of you. So please, please, please put your hand up through this next year, and if you would like to join us, we will absolutely, as we say in all the literature, all are welcome. We mean that. So yeah, the more people we can have on board, the better. So committee members, just the bigger group of... Come up.
Love you, mate. What am I doing? Oh, some final love? Yeah. Wrap it up. Okay. Well, this is it. Okay. What have we learnt? We've learnt keep it fucking loose, right? We've learnt go and fucking do it. We've learnt go take the grain to the fucking miller. Go take the flour to the fucking baker. Just go and do it. Yeah? Go and shine the light in your sphere of influence in your part of the world. Okay? Be blessed, manifest. Take it, learn, soak it in. Shuffle the cards again. Deal them up again. Reset the deck. Okay? Count the cost. Define the box. It doesn't have to be a square. Wherever Kim is. Even pommies can use their hands to talk, so anything can happen. We're all family. As you go away, if there's a question you have to ask it. Instagram's fucking amazing, yeah? What else is there? Have we wrapped up everything? Are we empowered? Are we blessed? Okay. Okay, one last thing. We set up a GoFundMe page, and I think it's at about 5,000 or 6,000. We want to thank every one of those people that have donated. It would break my heart if we didn't get to the total target. So can we all really consider that? A little by a lot will make a massive difference. And then we will talk about next year soon. We will somehow contact you. Something's going to happen. It's a little loose right now. Okay, and that's cool. Have we thanked yous? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's one last round of applause for Jude and John, and let's chuck Deb in there again. Thank God there was no code reds. And Aiden. What a freaking legend. Aiden, get up here, mate. What are you doing? Oh, Aiden. Yeah. Thank you. And that's it. Grains 2019, it's over.